Hey, logging in games, we lit the squadron, ballin', dodging, these moves they hit, we got them, falling, groveling.
Sunday! That's right, it's time for the Sunday edition of the Ultimate Endgamers League. Season number 9, the race for $1 million continues today. And I've got one question for you, and one question only. Say it with me. Are you ready? Because it's time to break forth the rhythm and the rhyme. It's time to get down like a clown like Charlie Brown and turn your frowns upside down. It is time to put the kids to bed and wake up the neighbors. And it is time for the UEL to shine. So what do you say? We get down to that UEL beatdown, baby.
Hey, logging in games, we lit the squadron, ballin', dodging,
Here we go.
There's so many games out this period that a lot of people never really experience, so they get stuck in their college view. But another
person that's defined as a person that pushes past just beating the game and instead completes the game. As you guys know.
Did you miss it? All right. So they went ahead and did a timeout.
I got lockdown on my team, man. What do you want me to do, bro? I need help. Mike needed Scotty. Carolina Reapers go back to back on the strength of Shekel. Traded journeyman. Expect.
As like pros.
I'd probably say 10K.
Yo, boys, no rush. Ultimate Endgamers League, so tough. Go capture that trophy, you can't win enough. It's the UEL, 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 UEL. This is the Ultimate Endgamers League. VA to Grand Rapids and out overseas. You don't got a clue, come and get up to speed.
And we are live. We are here with Big Bad MJ and Pop. Yeah, sitting down for this Georgia Ghost versus Florida Shogun game. Now, I want to just say this. Y'all's playoff lives are on the line. How are y'all feeling coming into today?
Good. With Georgia, baby. Come on. We're going against Florida, baby. Come on. Next question. You already know what's going on.
I love to hear it, first and foremost. Y'all got the energy, the rivalry, not just from the States, but with each other. The two of y'all are some of the best sports players in the league. I'm going to give y'all the respect up front. Are y'all dropping a sports game? Are you worried about anybody on the other side? What are y'all doing today? I need to know some numbers, some ideas. What y'all putting up?
Come on, man. You already know with us, man. It's no question for sports. Never worried about it. You know how we come in. You see what we do in 2K. They say they nice at 2K. He must not know who he about to play today. College football, not worried about it. NHL, not worried about it. FIFA, not worried about it. How many sports games was that?
That's 4 or 5. The other one, we're not worried about that either. Listen, I know they got Black Diamond and Mr. B, but go ahead and calm down. Put a pause on that, because we're about to bob y'all out of here for sports games. All right, calm down. Tell your teammates, go ahead and forfeit the games. Trust me, if it's 2K, don't play.
Okay, cold as the ice in their veins. I am excited to see this game. I'm going to ask y'all one more thing, let y'all get back out to the floor. Give me one unexpected game you want to see him play. What you want to show off today?
Ooh. Well, I'm going to go ahead and say it because he told me to go ahead and practice it. DBZ, I'm coming at you. Piccolo is coming at you. I'm going to grab you, combo breaker, whatever you want to call me. I'm doing it. Dragon Rush.
Okay.
Okay.
And what about you, MJ?
Honestly, I'm always excited. I want to play Need for Speed. That's my game right there.
Well, man, chasing them down. I cannot wait to see. And they're going. So I'm gonna assume they're not finding their first one today. I'm just going.
Of course not.
Hey, look, hold on. I'm going to go ahead and say it. The Uncle Squad is not here today, but Goon said take this win for him. So we're going to take this win for him.
Appreciate y'all. Gonna let y'all get back out to the floor, and we'll be back with another quick interview.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail. Right now, hunting down from the bandits. Oh, and there. And that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely. Yes, this could be a runaway, like you're saying.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm sitting here with the so-called Ghostbusters for the evening. This is RK and Kenna. Listen, guys, it's obvious that you guys haven't picked up a win yet this season, but I'm going to be honest, man. The energy in the arena today, there's something positive about y'all. Is today the first day that you pick up that win and start catching a vibe?
Yeah, 100%, you know.
Okay.
I feel like we're going to pick a win. I mean, they got a makeshift roster, let's be real. They got a scrapped up roster off of Craigslist, bro. I ain't worried about it.
Okay. Well, RK, I heard that you've been playing a lot of Black Ops lately and that you've been lacking on Fortnite. Do we potentially see you take an L in Fortnite today?
I mean, I do got a teammate that can shoot straight, so like, no offense to my other teammates. I love my other teammates, but
yeah,
I got my boy right here. So we're going to get it done. We're going to get it done. We slamming them 2-0.
All right. And Kenna, what's your go-to game today, man, that you feel super confident that you are not going to lose no chance?
I could literally play Halo out in the street with a PlayStation 1 controller with my feet. And none of them get a kill, bro. Like,
I love it. OG Halo player. I love it, man. So that being said, today, man, what is going to make sort of the difference against the Ghost, do you feel like, for you guys? What's the sort of like differentiating factor for y'all?
I know they're good at sports and we're good at shooters. We just got to pull, like, we got to steal a sport off them. We got to steal, like the smaller games off them.
Any particular sport game that you think that you guys will excel in?
I mean the only person I can really rely on would be Mr. V and Dolo and, like, 2K and such.
Okay. All right. Well, listen, man, I'm excited to see y'all potentially get this first win. Thank you so much for sitting down with us. Best of luck to you, and I look forward to it.
All right, thank you.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail. Right now, hunting down from the bandits. Oh, and there. And that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely. Yes, this could be a runaway, like you're saying.
Welcome, everybody, to our Week 12 matchup between Ghost and Shogun. Super excited for today, man. I've casted over quite a few Shogun matches. They sort of had their moments, but let's be real, they haven't got their first win. Really excited to see them potentially do that today. We've got a lot of drama. I would say of all the teams we've casted for, I think Shogun are probably the most animated on the floor. Even right now, as we're talking, guys, I can hear them in the arena talking smack. It's going to be a lot of fun. What do you think is going to go down today, man?
It's going to be a fun day, but I think both these teams have a lot to prove. The Ghost squad's changed up these last few weeks, but most notably, it's a lot of veterans. And they all want to say, I talked to a few of them, and they all said to me, today is not the day they get their first. Today, there's a lot of things we can let fly, but today cannot be the day that the Shogun get their first one. I think the Shogun have a lot to say about that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, guys, I'm Mobster Matt. This is obviously Strix. We saw him play a little bit yesterday in that Tier 1 spot. I thought he did great, man, but today we're sitting down, and I think we're going to see just as much high-octane action, just as much drama. It got dramatic for you last night, going into overtime with what was an amazing game. Potentially going to see that here later today. Now, if you're unfamiliar with both of these teams, the Ghosts are really, really good at sports. Shogun, really, really good at shooters. They're looking to maybe steal one or two of those, probably just one of those, if I'm being honest, within each of those genres. But listen, the UEL is made up of 33 different games across 5 different categories, okay? We're talking strategy games, racers, sports, shooters, and...
Fighters?
Fighters.
I was like,
wait.
You hit me with the mix-up?
Yeah, fighters, man. So you're talking 5 categories, 33 different games. And here's the thing, right? Whether you're talking about fighters or you're talking about racers, there are sort of your standard racing games, your standard fighters. Say something like maybe a Street Fighter, right? Or Tekken. But then in racers, you also have a lot of like unique titles like Illumina Rush or Need for Speed, Hot Pursuit, playing Most Wanted game mode. And now we're going to jump over into our...
purposes. That gives them control of the game. Now, we mentioned 33 games across 5 genres. And you might be like, well, I'll just play my best players where I can. No, this is a randomized wheel. They have no control over what happens here.
I wish we had control over what happens because we would rig every game. We can't do that.
You asked for a sports game.
It's completely random. Obviously, I'm kidding. We always want to see some shooters. We want to see those fighters because we love. But every now and then we'll get one of those other genres, whether it be strategy, right? We have Checkmate Showdown, which is sort of a fighting game within strategy. Then we have games like we had just mentioned, Need for Speed Hot Pursuit Remastered within our racing category that are so high energy. It's addicting to watch, to be honest. So I mentioned that just to say, listen, when you think of one particular genre, just remember, when we jump into that here at the UEL, there are games that you're probably not going to be expecting within those genres that each of these players have to be completely well-rounded at in order to be a true end gamer.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see. We know that both these teams have their strengths. You mentioned the sports games. Our first game being NHL.
Right.
They did go ahead and lock that in to play. Means that I want to see the Shogun just come out strong to start off.
Yeah.
If you get, 5-0'd and the game ends instantly, I think it sets you off to a wrong tone, a wrong note here. And for the Ghost side, there is the heavy hitters that I have to expect will be able to do that. Pop Candle, Big Bad MJ, Lucci-sama, all their names, even Bernay. They all have been names that when sports games came out, they're in the conversation.
Well, I will say this, that like within the sports category, typically speaking, you'll have one particular player that excels so much in that game that they have the potential to sort of like hard carry, if you will. And a great example of that, speaking of NHL, is Bosif. Bosif, which, obviously we're very familiar with, is so talented at NHL. Oftentimes, I sort of jab at him a little bit saying that he doesn't have a pass button on his controller. He removed it with a set of tweezers. That being said, he pretty much hogs the puck on the ice the entire game, but he scores points. Yes. And, jumping into this NHL match, we may see some of that a little bit from Shogun and or obviously the Ghost.
So who is the key here? On that note, you mentioned players standing out. On each team, who is that player that you think needs to have that performance for their team to win?
Well, I don't necessarily think it's always the Tier 1 player. I think there's going to be between like Lucci and Pop I think that they'll sort of lock down certain games like Pop. We've seen, oh my gosh, in 2K, like completely dominate, right? And speaking of which, we also haven't mentioned yet tonight that there's a tier system that you'll see on the bottom of your overlay, on the bottom of your screen. These players are listed in 5 different tiers, from tier 1 on the left side of your screen all the way to tier 5 for both teams. So what that means, typically speaking, the tier 1 player is the most well-rounded player, being better at just the majority of the categories on the wheel. So that being said, they're also making more money. So when they show up to compete here at the arena, they get paid more because they are a more well-rounded gamer in that tier 1 spot. But that's not to say that those tier 5s are any slouches. Oftentimes, they'll be very, very good in specific categories or specific games that they like essentially just lock down and create situations where when that game spins on the wheel, their opponents know that that player is so good at it that they're in big trouble.
And we have to see right now in this moment if that is going to ring true today. Maybe the Shoguns have some magic, though. We've seen them surprise. The Shoguns, more than anybody this season, I feel like, have had a lot of the close calls,
right,
where they're one step away from victory, and maybe getting off on that right foot today with maybe stealing that NHL. They mentioned stealing one.
Yeah.
Stealing one could be exactly what they need to get over the hump and fun.
Right, and NHL is a great game to do it, right, because we also play 3-on-3 on the ice, right? It's 3-on-3, NHL 24, and what that means is there's going to be money pucks and ice pucks, right? So a little bit of more of like an arcadey type of mode, as opposed to just simulation NHL. And when we say ice pucks or money pucks, below the scoreboard in the top left-hand corner of your screen, once the gameplay comes on, you'll notice hockey pucks that are below the scoreboard. If it is a reddish-orange hockey puck, that means it's a money puck, and by scoring that puck, you get additional free points. But if a ice puck is active, not only do you score a point, but you take a point away from your opponent. So every now and then you'll stole a sports game from Ghost.
It wasn't even the one they named. You asked, like,
Wow.
okay, what game do you think you're going to steal?
They thought
Probably
maybe
2K.
maybe 2K. Yeah, maybe 2K. The fact that they just basically laid down the gauntlet there within NHL was super impressive. But it doesn't surprise me because when I walked in today, for those of you at home, when we walked into the arena, you could sort of feel the energy amongst the Shogun. They were vibing. We had music blaring here in the arena. They were just sort of feeling it, man.
Yeah, all of them that I talked to said, yeah, nah, we feel good today.
Yeah, we're getting our first win.
This is going to be our day.
Yep.
And to take a sports game is important. Those are the moments where you, as we saw last night, it comes down to a singular game sometimes. And sometimes there's a game like NHL, I think that they probably felt pretty confident, thought was guaranteed. Putting in 3 good sports players. And now on the backside of this, they're going to be going into Apex Legends. OTL, Big Bad MJ have to go in. And that brings us to how our lineups work. You see these players grayed out.
Yeah.
They cannot play until their teammates that are still lit up are able to go in. So both sides have to send in 2 players, and I'm looking at Kenna being available on the side of the Shoguns with a little bit of worry, but we have to see the Shogun stole one, so the Ghost can hopefully do the same. After that, these lineups will reset, and they will be able to pick from one of the players that have not been sent in to fill out this lineup of 3v3. This is why it matters about being well-rounded. Being an indie gamer is because you don't just get to pick what you play. Me and Mob right now, we go up to like, hey, yo, Mortal Kombat come up, you got that? Oh, okay, cool. Dragon Ball Fighters. You might be like, okay, cool. Strix, cool. Go ahead, go in. And the same thing, shooters come up, Halo, throw them in.
Yes.
And we can bounce off each other. But no, we both have to be like, hey, no, maybe you're not available to go in, and you have to be prepared. There are 10 seconds left on the setup timer, so we hopefully will be getting in shortly.
Yeah, and I think the Shogun are feeling really confident. They had mentioned that prior to the matchup starting today, super confident within the shooter genre. So they just stole that NHL game. They could potentially go up 2-0 against a team that was talking a lot of trash prior to coming into today.
A lot to prove and a lot to show. Whose day is it now? Ash is that third person from the Shogun. Notably, him and Kenna have impeccable synergy.
Yes.
Impeccable synergy. RK is a young shooter as well. And on the other side, we've talked about him a few times actually already today. And over the course of this season, Lucha Sama for filling out this 3-man roster for the Ghost.
Yeah, but Apex in general, I mean, it really is going to come down to, it does come down to sort of positioning and team synergies, like sometimes. More often than not, though, it's just landing your shots. You can definitely tell there's a bit of recoil with specific guns. If you're using an SMG at distance, maybe the flatline assault rifle trying to sink in, maybe a 2x sight shot at like mid-range, it can be really difficult to manage that recoil. You notice the experienced players in their ability to sort of maintain target acquisition and so forth. So we're going to see a little bit of that throughout this matchup. I do think, though, that the Shogun have quite a drastic advantage. I'll go out on a limb here and say this may be a blowout.
Ooh, I don't like to hear that after it was told. The great equalizer of UEL. Matt, you said it was going to be a blowout, but I will answer your blowout with timeout.
Yeah.
Shogun.
That's what I meant. I didn't mean blowout. I meant timeout. Yeah, that's what I said. For sure.
As good as they're playing. This is the thing. The Shogun have looked this good before.
Right.
And people may be wondering, well, why are they 0-7? It is resource management.
Goodness gracious.
Losing a timeout. We have seen situations where they have lost almost all of their timeouts by the end of the first half.
Yes.
Let alone losing timeouts. And if you get to that point, not having a timeout available to spend, if you make a mistake with setup, if you're not able to get in game correctly, if you make any mistakes with the rules, ends up costing you a forfeit.
They're arguing with the game master. That always works really well. Yeah, especially when it's 300 and you're never going to win that argument.
Trust me when I say, people don't understand. Me and 300 have a very good understanding. I'm like, 300, I'm going to argue with you. This is not because I know you're going to change your mind. Because I'm like, look, you already made the call. I don't need to worry about it.
Mm-hmm.
Have someone else setting up the game.
Yeah.
You can be arguing with 300. And then you be setting up, getting ready. Because now you lost a timeout. You're down a timeout. And, oh, my goodness, this sounds heated out there.
Yeah, it sounds pretty heated. The production manager just left the rooms. But, listen, if you were here for Shogun, This is where you start forming your fandom for some of these teams. There's certain people out there, there's certain viewers, a lot of you guys at home that love this type of drama. There is, I would say, the last 2 out of the 3 Shogun games that we have casted, we've had people potentially getting disqualified, having to leave the arena, getting too heated, lots of trash talk on the stage, and so much more. Maybe we see a little bit of that tonight. Who knows? Regardless, we're jumping into this Apex Legends match. We got Lucci in that top right-hand corner of your screen. He's going to be with Wk12 and obviously Big Bad MJ. Then we got Kenna, RK, and Ash whooping going in as a team as well.
And we have a bunch of stuff going on, but we're going to be controlling Lava Siphon, as you were saying. Fortnite will be our next game. And see, I love what I'm hearing already. The Ghost immediately locking in, saying, talking about communication and working together and finding solutions. You see the smile there on Big Bad MJ's face as he looks back. He like, I'm glad that is not anything to do with me. Looks like we're gonna have a fairly standard roster loadout here with these different characters.
Yeah, Bangalore Bloodhound and Pathfinder. Ooh, this is deadly. I will say that more often than not, in these 3v3s, the team that tends to utilize Pathfinder to the fullest of his potential tends to win these games. The fact that their opponents do not have a Pathfinder is going to spell trouble. This is going to be a game of control. I didn't see what the map was.
Lava Siphon.
Ugh. Okay, so not as bad as for not having a Pathfinder. I think they'll sort of manage. I think they'll manage with this.
But I will tell you that Kenna, you mentioned not having a Pathfinder, instead opting for the Wraith.
Yeah.
A lot more of a tricky style of movement than Pathfinder in terms of going invisible, appearing in other locations, maybe throwing off the team. And this, to me, feels like a carry pick. This is him saying, I can take these one-on-ones, even these two-on-ones, and use my superior gun skill and positioning to win.
Well, I think for the most part, the potential of the Wraith here is the fact that she has sort of that Void Walk will allow. I think this player is going to be playing the B objective almost the entire time. Reason being, as soon as this player starts getting pressure, which is Kenna, as soon as Kenna starts getting pressured, he's going to enter that Void Walk, if you will, and then just either jump out of the window or back up closer towards their cap point, which would be, I believe that's A. So he has a way to sort of manage the room, if you will, and just kind of disengage while also being safe. I think that's sort of his purpose. He also, because of his teleport ultimate ability, has the option to sort of poke, if you will, and sort of move upfield, absolutely lacing this first player, picking up a kill, perfectly protecting the B objective. Now as he pushes towards C, more likely than not going to drop his teleport. Reason being is he may potentially be picking up a double kill after the weapon swap to the double P2020 akimbo pistols. Now he
what if I gave you a third?
Swapped over to the Volt SMG, and he's picking up even more damage down the line. This is nuts. Playing out of his mind. This is the high level of FPS gameplay that we're expecting out of the Shogun.
Yes, Kenna especially. He is in that tier 1 spot today, and I'm expecting him to do exactly what he is doing.
Yuck!
And we see it isn't just him. I'm looking at that kill feed, and his teammates are picking up just as many kills. They're pushing onto their opponent's main base, looking to take it, and we finally see him lose the fight, but now kicking over to his teammate Ash on B, holding down the site.
Yeah, holding down the site, and again with the exact same loadout with the Volt and P2020, which is sort of a meta that you see more often than not on a little bit more, not necessarily close quarters maps. Like this is a map that you can pump out damage at range like you see here with the Volt. But often the actual team fights or the 2v2s or the 1v1s are a little bit more close quarters like you saw with Kenna during the start of this match, which is why they're playing that particular loadout.
I need someone on the floor to let Ash know.
Right.
And Matt said close range as he was lasering him
with a Volt.
With a Volt. Like, every time he was just tap firing and hitting us, I'm like, close range? So the flatline,
I don't like what I'm seeing out of Lucci with his flatline. I thought for a second that he actually had it on semi-automatic fire, but he doesn't. He was just using single shots. He didn't look comfortable with the recoil, like I mentioned prior to this match starting. Not to mention his secondary weapon is the RE45, which is boo-boo. So I don't like the fact that he chose that. The Akimbo P2020 is much more of sort of the meta, if you will, at the moment within Apex due to the recent updates. He's going to pop this smoke, potentially giving them a little cover. He gets off one of these shield heals, but they're in trouble. An arc star, a grenade, anything coming towards them right now would spell trouble.
And that smoke tells you the general area. You could kind of test the waters a little bit, but they're finally pushing up here to this B door.
Oh, wow! What a flank! What a flank by Kenna, and Ash Whoopin was holding the middle of that door frame. This is the teleporter that I talked about. Kenna potentially dropping, and it smokes another player. That's 0-2 dead on the map. Wow. This is the transition that we had mentioned. That's that teleporter that allows you to poke the C objective while also holding back to B. He comes back, drops the heal, goes right through the teleporter, and now he's in their grill like a George Foreman. As he's pushing in here, lacing another player. Is he going to poke? No. He's going to get off a full shield and then re-engage after he reloads. He has 20 rounds left. Drops the Arc Star, closes the door, maybe picking up a double. If he can pull it off, I'll lose my mind. I'll retire from gaming. Oh.
That was so close. That was so close.
It was. It was. Nonetheless, he had a lot of damage output. Didn't get a kill, but he's been doing more than enough to sort of hold them inside the C objective.
And importantly, the lockout has been broken. You mentioned they broke that C objective, but now they have to find a way back into this game. Because the big thing is every time and every moment they have 2 objectives to your 1.
Yes.
You are falling further and further behind. We see double percentage difference, 23 to 55% of the way towards victory. That's ignoring our time.
Yeah, and RK here is using the flatline and RE45 loadout as well. And I think that's more or less because I think he's super comfortable with the recoil management. I've seen him play shooters, so I think he's going to be really comfortable on that flatline. And I guess the RE45 isn't necessarily bad because it has a high rate of fire, which will allow that chip damage to finish a kill, as well as a pretty decent, sort of magazine within it.
While this is going on, they've managed to retake C, by the way.
Interesting. Interesting. So they have essentially back-capped them, and this is one of those things that, the fact that their Pathfinder doesn't have potentially a
zip line?
Yes, a zip line between the objectives. That's one of the things that Kenna is utilizing to its fullest potential is that Wraith teleporter and their ability to just transition between objectives. So if Ghosts aren't able to do that, it's going to spell huge trouble for them.
There are 30 seconds left in this match. I don't know if there's much left on here. We might be seeing a 2-0 lead starting to develop here. And as these shots go down the range, it looks like RK wasn't able to find a win. And I want to highlight 2 players are playing this B objective. They're essentially allowing Kenna to run around by himself, harass the enemy team. Big Man MJ taking a few shots. They're trying to pull up these stairs, hands go up, and I think that is another win for the side of the Shoguns.
It is.
So I think.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely is a win. So they're going up 2-0. Listen, I think a lot of people, if there was like sort of some drama going down or something on the arena floor, they would think, hey, they just got to win. Don't bring the negative energy into the arena or into the team or something like that. I think they sort of feed off of it sometimes. I think that anger sort of fuels them, almost like the Incredible Hulk, if you will, in order to just play at a more competitive level, because clearly they were on top of their game right now. Every single one of them during that match was.
Yes, they knew kind of what each other wanted to do.
Yes.
And we've seen that it's not just this normal lineup. I think that wasn't even their strongest Apex lineup, to be honest. I'm looking at Dolo, but now there is a person I want to turn my eyes on, and that is RK now that Fortnite has rolled.
Oh, boy.
Fortnite Professional, he's won Fortnite competitive events.
Yes.
Earnings. He's great. He has yet to find a win here in UEL on the game. I want to see him come out today and really perform, show why he needs to be recognized and feared in this game.
Yeah, and I saw him practicing prior to the matchup starting today. It's one of those things that, if you go to watch a Halo Infinite player and they're pretty much just like curb sliding or drop sliding all over the place, picking up a sniper rifle, landing no-scope headshots, you're like, oh, this guy knows how to play. I saw RK practicing prior to today, and clearly we've heard about his skill potential on Fortnite, but the way that he was editing and building, he spent 10 minutes of practice leading into today's game just editing and building. Just completely building a tower up and up and up, just constantly doing the same rotations with his joystick, building basically the Taj Mahal. And that's all he was doing. He wasn't even shooting. So that just goes to show like his that competitive sense of mind, like where he's at. And we are going to get a word from our production manager, Mr. AV. Tell us what's going on, man.
58,000 points on the Shoguns in predictions right now. Somebody has put everything in this next game.
Okay. They must have heard about the 4-time Eastern Conference Wk12 champion, which is RK. Yeah. Yeah, you didn't know? That's what everyone's talking about. He's the former.
You said a lot of words.
I don't even know what he said.
And I need you to understand you. I went. The first few ones, I was like, okay,
Yep.
4-time guy.
Yep.
And then you just started hitting, and I just lost.
Yeah. Yeah. Former pro Fortnite player that that we've seen repeatedly perform well here at the UEL. I think this is clear. We talked about that kind of coming into the matchup today, that there are specific tier 4 and tier 5 players that aren't necessarily maybe the most well-rounded players, but there's certain games that they lock down so well that they're getting drafted every season.
Yeah, and RK is a rookie and as just a young guy overall.
Right.
A lot of people don't realize just how young he is. He has, you know, what I'll say the skill, right? He has the talent even to take the what was the competition one more time? just gonna
The 4-time Eastern
I'm just gonna give you guys an update. 72K.
Wow.
Right now on the Shoguns to win this, and
Yeah.
1K on the Ghosts. 99%.
All right, whoever.
Jorginho.
Jorginho, you might walk away with the heist of the century if y'all take this Fortnite game.
Yeah, I love that. I love that. Wow, forfeit from Ghost. The Wk12 champion didn't even need to step into the arena. They were. The way he's looking at me. He didn't even need to step onto the field. Ghost just forfeit the game upright.
Look, I think they realize.
Oh my God! Oh.
So at the top of the day, for those wondering what was going to happen, at the top of the day, both these teams came in and defined themselves with sports and shooters. We have now had 3 consecutive shooters. 2 consecutive shooters that only followed by a sports game with the Shogun were able to steal. Now I need to ask who is the regional, the national, the galactic champion of finals on that side of the Shogun.
I mean, honestly, I know RK excels within Fortnite, but there's a lot of aspects of that are just come down to building and the actual mechanics of Fortnite, it just sort of features within it. I will say Kenna probably is going to take this. Just judging how he played on Apex, the pacing of Apex is pretty much a parallel to how people tend to play the finals, and I think we're going to see him with a lot of fast-paced action, probably playing one of the light characters, which has a speed advantage, teleports, grapple hooks, things like that. I think we're going to see a lot of that from him.
It's really funny because I agree with you, but I think what's going to be more interesting is I'm going to make a call that I do not think we see. We only see light and mediums out of the side of Shogun.
Yes, I actually agree. So you bring up a good point. So there are a lot of teams within the UEL. If there are specific players jumping into, this is a 5v5, so the rosters have been sort of reset, that bracket reset, if you will. If there are players that aren't necessarily as experienced, I mentioned the example of Jekyll very often. So Jekyll was a player here at the UEL that isn't so experienced within the finals. So he decides to switch onto a heavy character and basically anchor the objective, tanking a lot of the damage, dropping bubble shields, getting damage where he could. But basically that became his role the moment he wasn't doing well as a lightweight sniper, or a light sniper throughout the beginning of that match. So a lot of the teams, if there's 1 or 2 players that just aren't good shooters, they tend to choose the heavies and try to anchor the objective because it's a good way to just sort of fill your role, if you will.
Yes, it's your health pool ends up being a lot. You can take different fights. Even functionally, some of the abilities that you see out of the heavy, like the charge, gives destructibility that other classes have to use entire slots for. Like, I have to bring a mine, or I have to bring a C4 to blow up a wall. Well, a heavy can just run straight through it. I'm going to bring to your attention Dolo. Earlier in the season, he had some very fun gameplay with some snipers where he was single-handedly running around, just sniping at people, and every time they turned around, he was gone just to hit them with another shot. He had something like 6 or 7 consecutive headshots just as he's moving through, mowing everybody down. So I'm happy to see, and I want to continue to hope that we're able to see this. Now, what's good here, if I'm a Ghost fan, is we're getting the games that we're worried about out of the way.
That's very true.
In the first hour of our 4-hour match.
Wow, 82K right now on Shoguns in terms of the betting odds right now over on Twitch. You gotta love it, man.
Some of y'all might want to. Y'all went from Fortnite and y'all put more money down.
Goodness gracious. Well, it's one of those things you heard in the arena the second that the finals was actually rolled. There was this big sort of emotional that sort of erupted, and everyone said there's no way they just got 2 shooters back to back. And we kind of mentioned that being a potential. If we could roll all of the games that we wanted, we could orchestrate quite a symphony of a night for you guys. But very often we get games that you're just so unexpected, sometimes that neither one of the teams are particularly talented at, but that also creates a really interesting sort of complex or dichotomy of how these players are going to perform.
Those are the things. For people at home, you may be wondering what you want to see, and I'm just going to lay it out. Either 2 really good people at it, or 2 really good sets of players at a game, or 2 incredibly unexperienced players.
Yes.
Because you get this weird moment where both sides are figuring it out in real time, and you can find these solutions. And just in case you're sitting here wondering, oh, hey, it could be 4-0. Is this game over? Last night's game, there were 20 or so minutes left with a 4-game difference, and it came down and was sent into overtime. So please stick around. You want to tune into each and every single one of our 33 games, because we do not know how the rest of this game is going to unfold, and we should be getting into the finals here shortly. I'm wondering what game mode. Do you want to see? I was going to ask, but it looks like we're getting in.
Okay, we got power shift. Okay, that's fine.
A tug-of-war game where you have to stand on the platform, and that platform's movement is going to be dictated by whichever side has control, and you're trying to get it to your opponent's end zone. And as I predicted, it looks like in a similar fashion, actually.
Wow.
Because I believe we are actually looking at the Ghost. We will have a heavy, and on the other side, a lot of mediums, but 2 lights, specifically Ash and Kenna looking to move out here, so this will be fun.
And that's exactly what we predicted. They're essentially going to be your top fraggers that are jumping out, getting probably the vast majority of the kills.
We're restarting it?
We will see. It looks like they're going to be resetting up the game. Maybe, one small technical issue. We're able to set these games up and get in and out of them incredibly quickly for one major reason. Our official PC sponsor, SurfThing PCs. These are in-gamer approved PCs. And what does in-gamer approved mean? What might you be thinking about? All 33 games, all 5 genres they cover. You can learn a little bit more about them right now.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail.
Right now, hunting down from the bandits. And that one goes in there, taking this one away. 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely is. This could be a runaway, like you're saying.
And we are almost back into that game. Like I said, our official PC sponsor, SurfThing PCs. Thank you again for powering the UEL and allowing us to compete in every single gaming genre that we do under our roof. If you want to get one for yourself, head on over to surfthing.com. And I'm letting you know, I think the wheel might have heard you, because guess what? It's going to be, it looks like, a first hour of sports and shooters with NCAA.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because we sort of talked about, like, you never know the destiny of the wheel, if you will. You never know what games are going to be chosen. But if we wanted to make it sort of dramatic tonight, both of these teams specialize in sports and shooters, and we've gotten nothing but sports and shooters so far. This is really exciting. The next game is going to be NCAA, college football. And right now we're getting ready to jump into the finals. And we saw a little bit of what these lineups are going to look like. I do think it spells trouble for Ghost. I think Kenna and Ash are going to be playing those light characters, kind of top fragging, picking up the most elims, if you will. And I think the Ghosts really just have to find a synergy around the objective that allows them to sort of capitalize on the low health pools of those light characters. The Shogun are not going to be running any heavies, which means the TTK, the time to kill, on those characters are going to be very, very fast. So as long as they're landing their team shots, staying in good positions and what have you, I think they'll be fine. It's just a matter of landing those shots, though.
I actually want to call out the heavy player on the side of the Ghost, because if he knows you can utilize that charge, in some cases one-shot lights and almost one-shot mediums, if he gets an opportunity, even with a collection of them, to hit 2 or 3, and his team is able to kind of pick up on that, they should get some really quick eliminations just by virtue of having those light characters.
Yeah,
it's a double-edged sword.
That is true, but he also needs to stay around his medium characters to take advantage of some of those jump pads and so forth. If you're playing a heavy character and you're not necessarily used to the abilities and sort of the toolkit that the finals has to offer, more often than not, especially with this particular game mode, that platform is relatively high in terms of its elevation, so gaining some sense of verticality is going to be super important. And if your heavies aren't taking advantage of those jump pads to get you on top of the rooftops, to get you sort of that angle onto the objectives, to start laying down those shots, start getting a little bit of chip damage here and there, basically making your presence known, I think that can spell trouble for them.
It'll be interesting. See, I tell people all the time, you need to, when he talks about shooters, you need to be watching. Now, I'm gonna give both people at home and you a little bit of a treat, a little bit of a go. You and I casted the game, and there was a specific guy, Sky Guy, that we talked about. And I know you chatted with Ken at the beginning of this match. There's one player that is, I'm willing to say, is the best Halo player.
Really?
Yes.
Who's that?
It's Kenna. It's guaranteed.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, because he mentioned it prior to this. Okay.
Kenna is crazy, and what's even better is if he and Ash get to go in. I believe they were They were roommates at one point, but they also were competitively, like, they played together. Okay. And so you get to see 2v2 Halo as we play here on the wheel with two people that understand meta. They understand how each other moves, what they want to do. And it is symphony in motion.
Okay, I like
two
that.
of them, I want to see Halo today if I get one game out of it with those two available. Before we get there, we got to get into this finals game, which we will be doing here in just a moment. Again, if I'm the Ghost, I'm happy. I'm like, no one wants to go down by 4, but at the end of the day, if it's games you already expected that you were losing, get them out of the way early.
Yeah.
Versus maybe them popping up when they could bite you.
Yeah, definitely. We saw a little bit, obviously, last night that's similar in the similar fashion. Not only though, do the Ghosts have the potential to sort of make a comeback just by racking up wins. Something to note: Shogun, just like in their last performance, has already used 2 timeouts, which is pretty troublesome. We don't want to see that. And if I could explain that to you guys, basically what happens sometimes is if a team utilizes or just uses too many of their timeouts, it could spell trouble later on in the evening, because if they're struggling to get their setup complete, they'll be forced to actually forfeit a game if they no longer have any timeouts. So setup is super important, has to be organized, has to be done in a timely manner, and if you can't set things up, you have to use a timeout. Now, both of the teams will be left with 2 timeouts after halftime, but obviously we have over an hour of in-game clock prior to that happening. So, like I said, that may spell trouble. Now, you're looking at Big Bad MJ right here on that light character, has an SMG, has that grapple hook, and is going to try to advance towards the actual platform. Now, whether or not he takes high ground or he tries to sort of flank his opponent, it looks like he's potentially just getting on top of the objective.
Right through that window.
And if I had to, I have to imagine that he's going to attempt to sort of potentially flank the objective. I don't like him sort of sitting on top of it like this.
Right.
But he's doing a good job. He understands that he's pretty much covered.
Uh-oh.
No team wipe. No team
Potential little issue going on there. He's just checking some things.
That's someone else.
There we go. And then he's jumping back into it. Nonetheless, he's getting things fixed. He's still alive, though, because he's just not getting pressured on top of the platform. They already have a couple of turrets, which is, obviously going to be troublesome for the Shogun when they show up to potentially take this. Interestingly enough, though, they're not getting too much pressure, and the roof is actually collapsing on top of them at this point. I don't know if that's particularly a strategy.
Oh,
this is Mr. B laying down some shots, getting an assist. All 3 of them on this objective right now, not getting pressured much at all. Now, Mr. B has to be careful. He is a little weak, but I think he's also... Oh, there we go. Okay, so he finally gets taken down.
There's 2 alive.
And that was essentially by a little bit of an auto turret, a little bit of that top perspective gameplay that I had sort of talked about being worried for the Ghosts for. They do have to try to gain some type of verticality throughout this if they're going to maintain this platform. Because you can't just have everybody sit on it, right?
Yeah, exactly.
You've got to have a little bit of that multi-action.
Oh, no!
Oh, they both hit each other mid-air. Now, those are mediums, so I believe they both were eliminated. Had they been light characters, they could have grapple hooked the side of the building and gotten out of that. Ash whooping, getting that SMG kill right there. Easy peasy. Going for a potential double on top of the objective.
It's not looking too good for the Ghosts right now. The Shogun are looking extremely comfortable.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. They're looking comfortable, even though this platform has sort of shifted against them. They're not too worried about it.
Right.
Now this is Mr. B, obviously locking down the objective on a medium character. He's dropping this auto turrets, and now the Shogun clearly have the advantage in terms of the platform. But look at this. He's not worried even about the building, because I believe some of his teammates are sitting on top of this building, just sort of head glitching the Ghost as they show up.
It's crazy, because as I was listening out there on the floor, they're talking about how it's their platform. Why are you even playing? Why are you even trying? And they're calling out team wipe. We got them down. We know that we don't have to worry about any pressure. And even now as they push in, it feels like the Ghosts right now are just a step behind.
Yeah.
It's like they're chasing the point rather than contesting it in the front.
Yeah, and then the second that they actually get a sense of presence from the Ghosts on the rooftops of any of these buildings, like you're seeing here, they're all getting sort of team shots on them. And it seems like Kenna, for the most part, is sort of rotating around them, collapsing on top of them as they're trying to get to the platform. Mr. B and somebody else, I'd have to get a confirmation on it, but one of his teammates is sitting on the platform, which is making it move a little bit faster. And then as the enemy team respawns, as the Ghost respawn, they spread out again. Mr. B now with 3 players on top of the platform. This is as comfortable as it gets.
We have to see. Now we're on RK, was the player on there on the platform with him, and we see some of that tracking that, again, comes from that Fortnite experience. He's easily able to switch these different targets, land a couple of shots, and I can think we can see maybe why Fortnite was skipped, why these shooters, they recognize we're going to be a problem. And this is the one fear I have about using Goo, though.
Oh!
Unfortunate fall. There's no building to save yourself in this game.
Yep, and this is Kenna right here with a teabag behind the enemy player. Continues to tactically squat on top of him, just feeling as comfortable as possible. Now listen, this is what I had mentioned earlier. Kenna tends to be sort of the wild card, if you will. He's the top fragger. So as they're sitting on top of the objective, like Peter Parker's Spider-Man, he is flying and just web-slinging across these buildings on this lightweight character, basically killing all of the Ghost players as they're trying to get some shots onto the platform.
I think that's the funniest thing to me right there. He's doing 360s, just looking to catch a whiff of an enemy.
Yes.
For him to start shooting it and him to start attacking.
And the moment he does, he just runs straight towards them, picking up another kill, potentially even a double here, because there is a player on top of him. He's not too worried about it, though. Wow.
Oh, the game's over.
Easy peasy. Kenna not even sweating it. Dramatic. Now we're jumping into NCAA.
All right, now this is going to be do or die moments. I say that not because for any other reason than they said specifically.
Yeah.
They were going to take one. Big Bad MJ is self-proclaimed and has proven it. I want to give him his credit that he's one of the best American football players, whether it's Madden, whether it's college football. He takes his time, he reads his opponent, and he's able to succeed. If they are able to take this, you can start to build some momentum, start to bring yourself back into this game, because the thing you have to remember is they've already lost 2 timeouts, and if you can just cut the momentum, let them make mistakes and let them fall. They've done it before. If the Ghosts want to stop this, because nobody wants to be the team that gives them the first win.
They don't want to be the team that gives them the first win, but we've seen it before. Shogun are sometimes just one particular moment away from sort of having their mojo sort of stifled, if you will. So they're feeling really good right now. They're feeling super confident, but there's so many more games on the wheel tonight that can get taken from them, and Ghosts looking to do their first bidding right now with this NCAA match. I think this is a situation where the Ghosts are feeling real confident going into this. This is just their moment to sort of get that mojo right and start turning things around. If they were to lose this, I don't know how you recover from losing 2 of the sports games categories, particularly 2 games that tend to be the go-tos within
Yes.
sports, right? It would be basically those two, and then probably 2K.
Yeah, they're the traditional sports games.
Right.
I always like to look at them. They're not the Lethal League Blazes. These games that if someone said a sports game, you might not immediately be able to pick out. But most importantly, we're coming from our PC area to our Gauntlet area where we have our head-to-head. So that's another 2-minute setup timer. And that's where the Shogun lost their first timeout, was going from, I believe it was our first game into Apex. They won NHL.
Yes.
So I want to see if the Ghosts are going to fall prey to the same thing. And you might be wanting to burn a timeout here if you realize that you don't have the time. But that setup timer is going to end here, and we're going to hear a call out shortly. College football, do we see Alabama?
Oh, yeah, we're definitely seeing Alabama. I think the Ghosts want to just grab what is clearly the best team in the game, and they just want to secure this win because they need to sort of catch their vibe, if you will. Now, you did mention the timeouts and what have you. Shogun are just, sometimes they feel like they're sort of just one particular moment away from, like, just getting into a negative mindset. We've seen it happen to them in the past. But one thing I promise you, I have my crystal ball in front of me, I'm looking into it, and I can already tell you that later on into the night, the timeouts are going to be a huge problem for them because they're going to be forfeiting games just because they have no timeouts left. This is a team that it's sort of plagued them. Their setups have sort of plagued them throughout the season.
And this is the issue is they have one timeout that I'm going to say they are allowed to use in the next hour and a half.
An hour and a half.
Oh, yeah, you looked up and I was like, yeah, it's been half an hour.
There's no way. No, I'm not saying like it feels like half an hour, but the fact that you have 1 hour over an hour and a half for the Shogun is like, brother.
It's one of those things that if they're going to find their first win,
right,
I will counter your point of they will not forfeit games due to timeouts. That is where, to me, they will find their first win. When they have that solid game, where they're just allowed to play their game.
You mentioned, that is such a good point because we've talked about that the last two of the Shogun's matchups. Had they not been forced to forfeit because of their lack of timeouts and just time management in general, each one of those games would have been really close to overtime. And like, almost every one of them.
I'm almost certain what we saw early here, what they wanted, which is a lot of shooters rolling, they rolled later in the game and they were forced to forfeit some of those games that otherwise are, in their minds, guaranteed wins. You have to put yourself in that position. I'm already liking that, hey, the Ghosts chose to forfeit a game like Fortnite. They said, why waste time on it? We recognize, we're going to acknowledge you're good at it. There's no reason for me to continue to challenge you on it. And they burned a timeout to set up on a 2-minute timeout, which, hey, you had 5 people playing. Maybe they couldn't get the other game set up in time. That's fine. All of this makes sense. It's just, they're forced. They're arguing with the game. A lot of these things to me are indicative that still there's not someone just, y'all play the game, I will handle the UEL aspects outside.
Yes, and a great example of that, I actually gave Strix a shout out during yesterday's broadcast. He was a tier 1 player for the Paladins who were facing the X-Gods. I specifically mentioned sort of advice that you had for other teams where they have one particular player doing the lineup and another particular player doing the actual setup, while the other ones, if they can, trying to assist. Sometimes we have like floor interviews, things like that. But in general, having multiple people consistently helping with the setup as opposed to just putting it all on one person, typically speaking, is the way to go. And both of you guys did really well with your setups, both the X-Gods and the Michigan Paladins, which actually brings me to something I do want to mention to you guys. Coming up on Tuesday, December 3rd, the Michigan Paladins are putting together a fundraiser in order to sort of spread positivity throughout the youth as a counter to bullying. If you guys want to show up for that, like I said, it is on December 3rd, Tuesday. Please make it if you can, but if you can't, you can also head over to mi-paladins.com and you can donate for yourself, but it's going to be a super fun time. Guys, check it out.
Yes.
Michigan Paladins play for purpose, supporting efforts to end bullying and building kindness. Get ready to join the Michigan Paladins on December 3rd for an exciting online gaming fundraiser that's all about making a difference. We are rallying together to support the Be a Friend Project, an incredible nonprofit that empowers kids to help other kids and promotes kindness to stop bullying. This Giving Tuesday, every match we play and every contribution made will directly impact children and teens facing the challenges of bullying, reminding them that they are not alone and inspiring them to stay strong. For the Paladins, character and sportsmanship are as important as gaming skills. It's not just about how we play, but how we treat each other while playing. And we choose kindness. We believe that fostering a culture of respect and positivity elevates not just our gameplay, but the entire gaming experience. By uplifting one another and leading by example, we aim to create a community where everyone feels valued and inspired to be their best, both in and out of the game. The Paladin players focus on long-term impact through respect rather than just short-term victory. It's important for our team to promote camaraderie, which extends to players on the opposing team. We strive to build connections that transcend competition, showing that true champions uplift everyone around them. By prioritizing mutual respect and empathy, we set the standard for what it means to compete with integrity and leave a lasting legacy on the gaming world. The Michigan Paladins, like the other UEL teams, have players that excel in different gaming genres. We embrace player diversity and recognize skill differences. Our Paladins share their game knowledge and support each other. Everyone belongs and has something valuable to contribute. By celebrating our unique strengths and lifting each other up, we aim to build a team that is stronger together, embodying the true spirit of unity and inclusivity. Winning is great, but respect lasts forever. Be the player that everyone wants to play with.
Hey, and there we are. I'm super happy and super excited to support Be a Friend Project. Come on, join us on the Twitch stream.
Yes.
Donate, hang out. It'll be a fun time. Players in the UEL as well. Reach out as well. It'll be a fun time. It'll be a fun time, and I think people can just have some. It's a nice change of pace.
It is, and what other like sort of better like conduit, if you will, than or avenue for positivity than video games. Listen, people of all ages, cultures, backgrounds, everybody plays video games, whether it's on a phone, tablet, PC, console. It doesn't matter. Come hang out. It's going to be a ton of fun, guys.
It's really, really funny. I'm super excited for it because also just I think sometimes we as competitive players,
right?
We all talk about. I'm gonna foreshadow a little bit into 2K, like the Kobe mentality, right?
Right.
But the people forget that even amongst competitors and everybody in this league and in gaming in general, there is a community where, at the end of the day, we all recognize we love that thing and we can come together and again spread positivity, kindness, and show people that there are people that care and we all are looking for our place. But now college football is the next game and the next place that we'll be jumping into.
Oh boy!
And it looks like it's going to be a Georgia going up against Alabama, but it's not the Ghost playing Alabama.
Ah, okay. Well, it's interesting because I know Georgia had a game last night against Tennessee, so maybe they caught a vibe there and they just wanted to carry it over.
And we're back. Hey, let's go.
Listen, I'm excited to just jump into this because Shogun have been such a dramatic team, and like through our last performances with them, if they were to take college football as well,
I'm running out of the arena.
Listen,
y'all will not see me. I'm getting up and just running out.
Yeah, there would be an explosion of emotion here in the arena. Maybe some trash talking.
Oh no, if Big Bad MJ loses college football, I promise you, Mr. B of all people is not going to let him walk away and be like, oh, okay, well, it was just a game.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I think the Ghosts probably have. I can't even say that the Ghosts necessarily have more talented players when it came to NHL. I just think Shogun maybe have been practicing that because they were doing specific maneuvers in there, like stick shifts, prior to actually attempting.
Bringing it out, it's Bell. And he's brought down at the 16. Would have been better off leaving it in the end zone for a touchback. The Bulldogs offense trots out there to open this game. Well, here we go. The energy in this building is absolutely amazing. Kurt, we are just 60 minutes away from crowning a new national champion in college football.
And think about it as a player, this is really what you dream about. This is what you work towards, having an opportunity to get to the national championship. Both these teams have worked hard. Now they're here. Let's see how it plays out.
One man at the backfield, and he'll get the football. They've got him, but he picks up 8 yards, sets up a nice 2nd and 2. The Dogs looking to run some tempo here.
Boy, nice call here to start this national championship game off with a physical run. I think this offensive line has been a strength all year long, and here they get this game started the right way.
It's a 1st and 10 play coming up for the offense. Quarterback pre-snap adjustments now for this defense. They'll try the left side with a toss. It's a 2-yard gain. 2nd and 8 coming up.
Well, the defense coordinator this week all week telling us about gap integrity, not giving this running back any creases at all. Really sound defense on that play.
What's the play call here on 2nd down for this offense? Off an RPO, the quarterback looks to his right. He is a load to bring down. Finally, a strong tackle by the quarterback gets him. Quick throw caught on the left side. And he's brought down, but there is a flag on the field. Let's check out this call. Quarterback hammered after the throw. That's an obvious 15-yard penalty. Getting set for the 2nd quarter here. Both offenses searching for a spark. They didn't do much in the 1st quarter at all. So here we go. First play of the quarter. The offense has a 1st down. Snags a quick throw. Breaks a tackle into the clear. Heads out of bounds after a solid gain, more than enough to pick up a 1st down.
In all of our prep work coming into this national championship, I really wondered how this secondary would hold up against this quarterback and this group of receivers. They better be ready to make some adjustments because right now, this quarterback is having his way with it.
Georgia getting set with a 1st and 10 now. Back now goes in motion. The defense will have to adjust. A quick juke to get free. Into the end zone. Touchdown, Bulldogs. And wow, that is how you kick off a national championship game, Kirk.
Man, Chris, you're exactly right. This offense came out with the mindset that they're not going to wait around and wait for this defense to get settled in. They're going to punch them straight in the mouth and assert themselves. What a championship level statement that was.
Here's the kickoff boot this one away. He'll return it from inside the 5. And the returner will be brought down. So Alabama's offense out there for their first possession. All right, Kirk, let's take a quick look at the impact players for today's game and how they're going to affect the outcome.
These are your leaders on the field and in the locker room. These are your go-to guys, not only when you need a play to be made, but also when you need somebody to rally your team.
First down play call. How aggressive will it be? Back to pass. It's Milroe. Pressure is coming. Pass is incomplete. The defense affecting the quarterback with pressure there.
Chris, I don't know if it's the hype of the national champ. Timing between the quarterback and his receivers, but they have not been able to get anything going at all here in the first half. And the problem is they're already down in this game. They've got to put the ball through the air and start hitting some passes, or there's no chance they come back and have a chance to win.
Big guys up front lined up. It's first down. Here's the snap. Looking to throw here. And it's caught on the crossing pattern. Timeout is called to talk strategy late in this close game with halftime approaching. It's the tight end flexed out into the slot, looking for a matchup there, Kirk.
Well, it is a matchup because he has the size where he's very difficult to be able to match up for his safety, and he's got the speed to be able to outrun a linebacker. That's why they like to flex him out like that and be able to pick up nice big gains like this.
On 1st and 10, they'll look to throw it. Caught on the outside. It's Haynes. And he'll make his way out of bounds after gaining decent yardage.
Boy, Chris, great timing here with the quarterback against that zone defense, waiting just at the right time to deliver it into that window to pick up a nice gain.
Important second down play coming up. Back to throw again. Lets it fly to the wideout. The defender gets a hand in there to break the pass up.
Just a great play on the ball by the defensive back, getting a hand on it and tipping it up into the air. Boy, anytime you see a tip go up, often that defense is thinking interception. This one falls to the ground. The next tip ball could be going the other way.
Looking for his back. Makes a quick grab. They bring him down, but not before he gains first down yardage. Offense stops the clock with their second timeout to talk strategy.
What a clutch play here by this offense to convert on 3rd down. I know it's still early in this game, but the fact that they've dug themselves a hole to convert there and keep this drive alive, they got a new set of downs and a chance to dig into this lead.
Timeout called by the defense. They'll go to the sideline and try to adjust. That's their first timeout. Pass complete for a first down. It's a fresh set of downs. Scanning the field. It's Milroe. Trying to extend the play.
And get caught there. He was looking for why. He was hoping that he was going to beat him, but the read there, I have to believe, of Big Bad MJ, to just follow that receiver and cut off any opportunity, creates a 2nd and 19.
Yeah, and this is a situation where I believe they're doing a 3 lineman set. All of these linebackers you see on the field, there might be so actually they did a decent blitz right there. That was a great sort of audible, if you will, from the Ghost to sort of blitz. It put a ton of pressure on Shogun. More often than not, though, they're going into full pass coverage. So if Shogun doesn't start to run the ball a little bit more, maybe not right now because it's 3rd and 19, but moving forward, they have to threaten the run play, or else they're going to be too predictable and one-dimensional.
I really wish we had one of those boards, because if the first play that you mentioned where he was slow to get back, he perfectly followed the route this time.
Oh, boy.
How about a 4th and 32? How does that sound?
4th and 32, and I think I think what they sort of did right there, I think they're just doing man coverage and then sending a either double or triple blitz in order to apply pressure, but the quarterback's struggling to find the open receiver because all of his receivers are in man coverage, and they might even be doing pressure coverage so that the first sort of 5 seconds of the play unfolding, all of the defensive backs are sort of jabbing those receivers in the face within that first 5 yards. Which, oh, wow.
I told you, when he gets the ball, If he had taken the outside edge there was a little bit more room for him to play with. But when he gets that ball in his hands, it's always going to be a fun time. Now, the real question is he going to be able to score with 35 seconds left? If he's able to and create a 2-possession game, in our 2-minute quarter format, you really put the pressure on your opponent. And I think that's where Big Bad MJ can really force those mistakes.
Well, he did just swap the play on the field with an audible. Yeah, I was going to say, one of these players is going, oh my goodness, that would have been taken to the end zone. You can see him in the top left-hand corner of your screen just wincing in pain.
I'm pretty sure he went back and looked at the replay like, how close was oh, man.
My goodness, that is tough. That is tough. Yeah, he's doing it again. He's swapping to the open side of the field. What you're going to see is 2 fly routes going straight up the field, and then that inside receiver on the X receiver is going on a post route towards the left sideline. If the safety at the top of your screen bites too heavy on the fly routes, it's going to leave the post route wide open. Oh, and never mind.
Funnily enough, doing what you were asking out of the Ghost, he spread the field out. He got them to chase these farther routes and then just utilized the clear midfield, that middle area that he can throw the ball into, get a consistent gain, and continue his progression and still utilizing his timeout. So he's 3rd and 1 on their 36.
That's true. But, I mean, he only has 19 seconds left. No timeouts at this point. So if he does catch a pass, he doesn't necessarily have to do these deep passes that you're saying. This is one of those situations. Watch the X player on a post route. X player just shifted, but it doesn't matter because I believe that may have been a blitz that was sent by Shogun. That's good play recognition. I want to see more of that going into the second half.
I think the call out there, the recognition there from the Ghost, to realize that compared to a lot of players we see in the league, MJ is so comfortable in the pocket that he's just kind of standing there and waiting.
Yes.
Whereas everybody else almost instinctually just chooses to roll out left or right after their play starts to develop in this game and ends up just kind of getting caught flat-footed, waiting for his play to continue to progress. But here we go. The ball is kicked away to the side of Alabama, to the side of the Shogun, and we have to see if they're able to keep themselves in this game. They need a score on this drive.
Yeah, I mean, if they were to get a field goal, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, but the problem with that is we run 2-minute quarters here at the UEL, so I'd like to see them get a touchdown. I'm sure they would too. They're running sort of there we go. So they're starting to run a little bit. Now listen, you can run out the clock and tie this game up and force overtime. You don't necessarily have to win the game. You could also go for 2-point conversion, something along those lines, but running the ball, I guarantee you at some point you're going to break away and get way more than 4 yards. Now, when they've loaded up the box like this is a strong indication that they may be doing what they did earlier, which is blitzing. That's when you wouldn't want to necessarily run that. But this formation, super advantageous because the audible format for this formation is actually solid plays. You're talking post routes, flag routes, cross routes, and so much more. So you can audible once you come up to the line of scrimmage and you're able to read, okay, they're loading up the box.
And so we have to see if this ends up working out there. And
oh, boy, that's what I'm talking about.
30 seconds left on the clock. I don't think they're going to be able to get into their playoff before we go into our fourth quarter. And I have to agree with you. I want them to tie this game up. The way college football's overtime works, for those that maybe are more used to a traditional Madden game, is we basically go into the red zone for both teams, and they go shot for shot. Can you score? Can you score? Can you score? Can you score? The first team that is able to score and then stop their opponent wins. So if you feel you have the better offense, going into that overtime format might be beneficial to you.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. They are, interestingly enough, the Ghosts are running the exact same formation repeatedly, where they're creating almost like a 50-50 mix-up for those of you that are familiar with fighting games, to where they're loading the center box, but sometimes it's a fake blitz. So if he thinks he can't get the runoff, he'll go for a pass, right? But then they actually drop back into pass coverage. So you can see them all loaded, and then they back up and go into pass coverage. What that's going to do is, just like you saw right there, typically speaking, is going to leave that halfback on a delayed pass route wide open. So they need to sort of leverage the way the Ghosts are playing. They need to leverage that against them by taking advantage of some of those audibles, some of the sort of pattern of behavior that you're seeing from those user-controlled backs. Unfortunately, Y was wide open, which is the halfback.
So this is really funny. I was going to highlight that play they did before. It was very clearly Mr. B on that halfback,
right?
Dolo on the quarterback, and they worked out exactly where they wanted the ball to be. And it felt like they started to do that, but instead of taking what would have been the safer play with a lot less of a gain.
Yep.
Oh,
boy, he's taking it to the house. That's 32 with the pick six. Swapping back and forth, high step into the end zone. Just a great read. Had that pass come out a little bit sooner, maybe not, maybe wouldn't have been picked. But nonetheless, just great play coming out of them. It was just a split-second moment away from, probably being caught and then almost immediately tackled. But had he broken away from that tackle, they could have advanced for another 15 or 20 yards. Unfortunate, nonetheless, great play, which is all good, but going to seal the fate of the Shogun right here.
Now we've seen crazier moments. If he could run that back, chooses to stay in the end zone,
Yeah.
Maybe, just maybe, if he decided to just take off running. But now he kind of has to take those big shots. And we've been seeing that what that pick six was kind of being alluded to all day. Every single one of these steps, every single one of these motions seems to go a little bit higher and go a little bit further. And now he's throwing it down there, and I'm trying to tell you.
Oh, showboating a little bit, high stepping, if you will. The only way sort of around that is if you didn't do, that was a bullet pass. So he basically, when you do a bullet pass, you're holding down the button to pass it as fast as possible. Had he tapped it or just done a press pass, he would have lobbed it over the defender a little bit more. And had he had better speed, the wide receiver would have won that every day of the week in a EA-developed football game. For some reason, they love to just give the advantage to the receivers at all times. Oh, we go for a little bit of an audible trick play. A is wide open. For the life of me,
I don't think they realized what play they did. I legitimately have to believe they were unsure what was going on there.
Yeah. Yep. I've never seen a receiver more wide open in my life, but, it's okay. And he goes for the same play. A is again wide open.
What are we?
Please, can we just pass him the ball?
He looked over at Bernard like, my man, we ran it twice.
Yep. And they're just having some fun at this point. I'm trying to read what formation the defense is in that is allowing such wide open. No way they're doing it again. They're doing it again, and just for the troll. It's just, I think it's a matter of the actual player not being able to get the pass off because it's not the quarterback. So their passer rating is so poor that he can't get the pass off because they know it's open.
Nah, I can't.
Nonetheless,
at this point, I'm telling him, wait for you see your guy grab the ball.
That was the quarterback. That is the quarterback. Yeah, he's going. Yeah, I think it's a handoff and then to a Yeah, and so that is actually the quarterback. So I don't know why he couldn't get that pass off. Oh, potentially. It's going to say potentially a pick, but did he get that pick?
That was fourth down. So it does go back over to the side of the Shogun.
Yeah. I think they're just toying with him right now. I think this is what we talked about, though. Ghosts needed this in order to sort of catch a vibe, right? And they clearly are having a little bit of fun, sort of showboating a little bit. There is a chance, though, that Shogun could get a touchdown and an onside kick. So Ghosts might be sort of playing with their food, if you will, but in the same breath, this game isn't necessarily over.
I want to agree with you. But the way that MJ has had, he has been a step away from either taking the interception or almost getting it the entire game.
Yeah.
That I have to believe.
Man, you can hear the drama on the arena floor. Some of you might be able to hear that in our mics. Ghosts getting their first win of tonight, getting a little animated, trying to match the same energy as Shogun. Things are going to get better as the night goes on, trust me.
Where are we going? Where are we?
I don't know. Passing it to the next door neighbors.
I'm just saying, are we sure the same people playing? Because every other play I'm looking, I'm like, do y'all have y'all controllers plugged in? Is one of y'all the little brother? Did we give you the dummy controller? Are we pretending that?
Oh, this is tough.
Georgia has the ball back. He can score with 20 seconds left.
He can, and they probably are going to. Yeah, Ghosts are probably going to try to score just because I think they want to. Sort of throw off the mental of Shogun.
Yeah.
Right? Even though Shogun are up, they're such a emotional team that Ghost can definitely get into their head and they have to sort of be careful that they stay positive. Don't let this get to you. It's their first win. Oh, tried to go for the same play.
He's like, it's going to work.
Oh, wow. Timeout called. Definitely a little bit of trolling going on here.
Oh, my goodness. All right. Is he going back to it again? I just want to find out.
Next time on Dragon Ball. We got 15 seconds left of this match. This is most definitely going to be a Ghost victory, which brings things to 4-1. And what is our next game on the for the evening? It's going to be StarCraft. Do you think they're actually going to play them, Strix?
I do legitimately think that both these teams have StarCraft players. Now, it's going to be more of a matter of how many of them are available to play this game. I believe Bernay plays. I know Bernay, Alchemist, and Jorginho have been working on it. I know a good bit last season, so I expect them. And then the Shogun actually seem to have picked up StarCraft and wanted to play it. Now, they play the slower format of some of the teams that we see in terms of just taking their time. But I would be interested to see both these teams look to play. And instead going for the run play, he was one spin. Do they got a timeout? Somebody going to call a timeout?
They do.
No.
All right, that's going to do it, guys. So that wraps things up here on college football.
Georgia Bulldogs are your... Matt, I'm never going to step in on your shoes.
You're welcome anytime.
It's fun, though. I love listening to you talk about them because I can see the gears turning where legitimately if I walked out there and said, hey, let me hold your controller and handed it to you, you'd immediately start.
Well, no, you're just trying to figure stuff out, right? There tends to be sort of a formula of countering within football, within most sports, right? But particularly within football because it comes down to specific formations and less sort of organic movement, like per se in basketball, for instance, right? Sometimes it just comes down to individual decision-making as opposed to in football, it really comes down to the entire team doing all 11 players have to be doing their specific job, right? Very oftentimes just playing sports throughout high school, that's all you talk about is just do your job and the team is going to benefit from it.
I'm listening, but something just caught my eye.
Yeah.
We've been talking about setups for a very long time.
Right.
And we've been locked in on the Shogun. You have caught on to it. The Ghosts are down to 2 timeouts with an hour.
No. That has to be an AV. The AV messed up in the production room. That has to be somebody typed a 2 when there was supposed to be a 5. Surely. Can we get a confirmation?
Yeah, because that scares me in the sense of I know that some timeouts were used, but I didn't think it was 3 of them.
That's really, really worrisome, guys. We're only an hour into this thing, and the Ghosts are down to 2 timeouts. We could see a situation where wow, okay, so we just got confirmation that it is correct. Ghosts potentially being haunted by their own demons kind of coming into tonight. The reason that's important, we've said it a couple times, so we'll just do it, just very briefly. If you haven't set up the game correctly, when you do have setup, the teams swap back and forth with setup after every single game. If you haven't set up correctly and you need more time, you need a timeout in order to do so. If you no longer have any timeouts, you're going to be forced to forfeit that specific game. We see that happening very often later on into the night. I think sort of endurance or fatigue will sort of set in, and players just aren't necessarily paying attention, especially if players that are really emotional.
Yes.
Sometimes a match will finish and they're so busy trash talking or sort of living within the moment that they're not setting up effectively, which results in them having to forfeit the next game. We've seen a lot of that from the Shogun, not so much from Ghost, and now Ghosts are in big trouble.
And I was going to say, StarCraft is one of those games that you need somebody on a 2-minute setup to be ready to go.
Yes.
We have a limited map pool here in the UEL.
Really? Okay.
If you're trying to look up those maps, I promise you, if you do not know exactly what you're doing, it will take you because Blizzard mixes.
My captain.
Are we in stand and deliver now? Are we in stand and deliver? All right, cool.
Oh my goodness.
6. So we're jumping in StarCraft 2. This is a game of 2, in our case, 4 different armies clashing with one another. So we're watching O to the L. Go ahead and get started here.
And I believe this is the Protoss faction?
Yes, this is the Protoss faction.
Okay.
Funnily enough, a lot of the what's the word I want to use here?
But it's not popped up here.
A lot of the different factions in StarCraft fit into like the the what's not Star Sci-Fi.
Ooh.
Hey, I did it.
Oh, so timeout by Shogun, who actually
didn't-
set the game up wrong.
See, I know what they did. So let's have a conversation. Out there, for those that do not know, we play a mod of this where we have unlimited resources and build cap.
Yeah.
There are multiple versions of this, and if you are not careful, when you're just like, unlimited. In fact, type in the word infinite, and then there should be a section that says read description. Read the rulebook.
Okay.
But I say that he set the game up wrong. That's a timeout. So both teams are down to 2 timeouts.
Wow.
They have no more timeouts. They do not get any more after half. In fact, normally at halftime, you're reduced to 2. So they're going to have to figure this out. I was saying about StarCraft. StarCraft, funnily enough, fits a lot of sci-fi tropes. So you have the humans, the Terrans. Those are the guys that, most times you'll know and recognize, usually in most sci-fi movies. Then you have kind of like, whether it's bugs or worms or like this creepy hive mind.
Zerg?
Yes.
Is what it's called?
Gross race, yes. And you'll have that. We sometimes see players play that. Shout out to Ambushman. Very
yes,
good Zerg
oh my
player.
gosh. Yeah, he's a great Zerg player. He ended up clutching that game.
And even though he hasn't been playing this season, Billy the Goat as well out there, an amazing Zerg player.
Yes.
Third is the Protoss. They're the super futuristic, advanced race with golden ships and flying and teleporting. And we see them most in our format because they're normally a race that's really weak early on.
Okay.
But because we have unlimited resources and we have unlimited supply cap, we're able to hit kind of their strongest point a lot quicker.
Okay, so we sort of flipped the meta on the head.
Yes,
on
it's really funny.
Yeah.
You can still win with Zerg. Ambushman's proven a couple of times that with some teammates and with some help, he can put up an amazing fight. But the general consensus, the meta here in the UEL has been pretty heavily Protoss.
Yes.
I'm happy we're watching O to the L as well. He's the person that I'm kind of most looking at as really being comfortable on StarCraft and really having put some time in and really having gone out of his way to continue to get better and better and better at that game.
Who on the Shogun would you say is sort of his competitor? Because you brought up a good point in terms of teammates helping him. This is going to be a 4v4, guys. But typically speaking within the league, there tends to be one player that really excels, that is doing a lot of sort of the building in the early game, whereas the rest of the players are just trying to complement that individual as best as possible. And then typically speaking, that specific player is making a lot of sort of calls, right? If they start getting attacked early, he's helping sort of manage the team, telling them to do specific things in order to set up his movement or her movement later.
I think you hit it on the head. So from the Shogun specifically, the person I would have wanted to see is Mr. B, but it looks like it was intentional to not put him in. I know he's been playing it. So maybe Kenna, maybe RK, Ash, and Dolo, or maybe they've just put more time in and they feel more comfortable in this moment for whatever could be rolling next. We have another strategy game, that being Maelstrom, coming up next as well. So we have to see. And we do have a technical timeout, getting everything set up and put together. Now, to answer your question, that is the key. If you have one dominant player, you tend to want to enable them. And there's 2 ways to do this. If there is a moment, players that are dominant will be able to take over the game and know. And if they're playing against one other player, sometimes they have to focus on that one player.
Right.
But the only reason we're able to do any of this, having 4,000 supply cap worth of units, thousands upon thousands of units on the screen, is because of our PC sponsor, SurfThing.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail.
Right now, hunting down from the bandits.
Oh, and there.
And that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely is. This could be a runaway, like you're saying.
Are back. StarCraft is getting, like, everybody getting into the match, getting everybody comfortable, getting ready to get started. Game Master's handling all of that. But as I was saying, it comes down to kind of the play style of different players.
Right.
I will give insight into last night more than anything else because I know there were a lot of questions surrounding StarCraft. So, like, I think a lot of people look at it.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
A lot of people were like, "Oh, well, like, why don't you play StarCraft?" The reality is when there's more than one good StarCraft player on the team, players need to be able to assess whether or not you can beat them. I am fully confident as an individual. You're like, oh, I can beat this person. In the same way that, shout out to the king of StarCraft and UEL, Billy, I play him because my team wants to play him. I have no qualms with that because this is where I'm saying these two teams I don't think know where each other are.
Right.
To know who is strong enough, who is good enough, who is the best player.
Mhm.
And I think the Ghost are going to rely on a combination of O2DL especially to kind of lead the charge and take over the game for their team.
Mhm.
And on the other side, I don't know in the Shogun's lineup who is going to be the player that's running over the game. So let's see what they do. So he's boxing up these workers. These workers for Protoss build everything. So you'll see him starting to build some pylons. These pylons are going to act as power lines for the buildings. You have to put them within the circle that these are created for. I love that. So he's now spreading out, make sure he has plenty of room to build and doesn't have to worry too much about needing power.
A great understanding of the game. I also just love the sort of aesthetics of the Protoss in general. For those of you that are new to StarCraft, this is sort of a sapient humanoid species, if you will. Their advanced technology sort of complements and enhances sort of their mastery of the field. We love seeing them just because they're technologically advanced. You're going to see sort of these aerial drones, if you will, at some point that come out that are an absolute force to be reckoned with. And like, Strix had said, typically speaking, like within sort of the normal meta with limited resources, there's usually a late game faction, but because we have unlimited resources on these SurfThing PCs, you're going to see thousands of units on the screen at any given time as this match sort of develops, if you will. And that makes the Protoss extremely powerful, even in the early game.
Yes, you see OTL doing immediately what you need to happen. He's building his defenses, so he's already started to build these buildings.
Right.
Normally, if we were playing the human faction, we would build a thing called barracks, but this is called a gateway. This is where he's going to build most of his basic army units from. So he has all of them selected. He's going to put them into a group there, and now he's going to start making a bunch of these units, and is going to start moving them. I love this. He's rallying. This shows me that OTL has already put some time in and put some energy in, and these cannons are now starting to do some of the work for him.
Oh my goodness.
In pushing his opponents back. This will buy him more time, and it shows me that OTL has at least done the research and the time to be prepared. I love it. He has an army already starting to produce some units and should be looking to take another fight. Now let's see where he moves to next. It looks like he wants to tech up, and he is going towards what you alluded to. It does look like we will probably have some Void Rays. Now we are on.
Is that what they're called, Void Rays?
Yes.
Okay.
And now we have Pop here. It seems like he's made a few extra probes and is getting himself set up possibly to maybe help his teammate out in the future. He is locked in, having a little fun. You see a smile on his face. Ready to go ahead and play, making different bugs. Yeah.
See, and this is one of those.
He got the first step, but step two might be eluding him a little bit.
Yeah, and this is just it's honestly just a great example of like sometimes that's why just having at least one player on your team can be so effective, because StarCraft is such like a unique animal within our 33 game wheel. It's difficult for a lot of players to sort of, I guess, learn the game, right? It's a very sort of steep learning curve, if you will, especially sort of playing it at a competitive level. So it can be a little frustrating to some of the players. That being said, you can more than enough sort of carry your weight in gold if you're really experienced in this game and you have a couple of people on your team that don't necessarily know what to do. By yourself, or especially with another good, like you had mentioned, another really solid StarCraft player, you can completely carry this game if your opponent doesn't necessarily very knowledgeable either.
So this is the big thing. Like, Lucci has some lunatics as well. He's put in some work. And on the other side, we saw Ash. Ash clearly had built some buildings, but now the question becomes, what buildings are you building? One player has actually already lost their main base and is getting put out of the game shortly. And so now Lucci, I want to see him start moving out and starting to help his team out as well. It does look to be one of the Ghost players, I believe, that is in that position, but we have to find this moment. Lucci kind of locking in, just building up this army, and both sides now are starting to get into attacks with each other. You can kind of see Lucci has the army. I want to see him push this out. This is the big thing. If we ever go back to O to the L, you'll see O to the L, his entire force and his entire army is going to be out on the map. It's not going to be in his base. He needs to be taking up space from his opponents. And you can even look at his minimap and see how much of the green you see flooding out into the map. That is O to the L. And now he begins his charge and his march into a position to take a fight against his opponents. I like this pulling back his Phoenixes, realizing like, hey, I don't want to take this anti-air. Now, importantly, playing Phoenixes is really weird because Phoenixes don't naturally attack down.
Right.
But they're fast. And if you expect your opponents to play Void Rays, they're a solid enough counter if players want to go ahead and play.
Boy.
I don't know if OTL realizes, though, that he doesn't have Void Rays. Because all he's going to be able to do with this is pick up units. Oh, he does realize you can pick up units. So he does know how to use the Phoenixes. So he's doing this intentionally. Normally, this would be very good in StarCraft. This is what we would call harassment. You cut off your opponent's money. If you don't have money, you can't build more stuff.
Right.
As you can see, there are more zeros at the top of that screen than we can show up. So cutting off the economy of somebody isn't going to stop them from producing, unfortunately, in this game. You instead want to basically straight up have units that will damage and kill things. And so while the idea is good, I don't know if he realizes that there's not a lot he's going to be able to do in this moment to really stop his opponents, unless his opponents have nothing, which I expect at least someone on the Shogun to have something. Otherwise, why are you playing StarCraft?
And he's spending a lot of time doing it. You know, this might just be one of those things sort of throughout his next matches or what have you that he looks back on and he could just sort of capitalize with and just sort of learn as a player. Because I think each one of these players, like you saw Pop earlier, kind of on here, just sort of struggling a little bit to understand or just play StarCraft in general. And I think every single time that these players are forced to sort of sit down and play it at the arena, the best time to practice is when you're on the court, right? So at one point or another, these players are going to have to learn StarCraft, at least from just a fundamental introductory level, like sort of standard, in order to sort of complement their best players, if you will. Now, O2 clearly has a big understanding of this game, a large understanding of this game. But that may just be one little trick that he can sort of tweak in order to optimize his gameplay here within the arena.
Yeah, I think you hit it on the head. What I'm seeing from OTL tells me that he understands fundamentals, like you said, but maybe for the format we play, some of those fundamentals are less important than others.
Yes.
Because right now, he has the carriers, which should start being able to hit more of the ground stuff and killing units outright. As long as he continues to bring his army in, he should just be able to run with this game. At this point, from seeing his army, OTL shouldn't have a problem with a single other person in the game.
Right. Some of that early game sort of building that you had mentioned sort of alludes to the fact that if you look in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, guys, you can see the green coloring of O2 basically conquering the entire central alley of this map. It is just a matter of time before he basically steamrolls or snowballs the rest of his competitors.
Yeah, and this is some of the interesting parts of StarCraft. He's not even building more stuff, teching up, looking for more opportunities to build more buildings and different types of units. Normally, it's a game of counters.
Yes.
In the same way that, hey, if you're in a shooter and someone's sniping at you, well, what could be the answer? You could try to snipe back, or maybe you find ways to close the distance and force them into a fight with SMGs and shotguns where at a closer range you are at a disadvantage. But now OTL is kind of running over. You can see Kenna kind of sitting back and realizing he no longer has any forces. That means everything that was his is gone. Only 2 of his teammates remain.
Yeah.
And I have to believe that StarCraft will be coming to an end here.
Yeah.
Without too much more time. We do have a time limit on the game, but OTL now moving out, continuing to expand his air army as his opponents, they brought out their own troops trying to fight. I like the Tempest. This is a sniper unit. It likes to be far away, but these Phoenixes do have some strength. They're so fast.
Right.
They're so quick. They can cover that distance, funnily enough, and take them out too quickly. And I love to hear Lucci right now. Lucci's statement of I don't care what he's building, kill everything.
Well, and you can sort of see, like, listen, O2 has been the difference maker throughout this entire match. Like, his understanding of just sort of the fundamentals of the game has basically thrown this entire match into the favor of Ghosts, right? Which is a strong indication that, like, all it takes sometimes is one player. So for some of the other teams that are struggling within their conference here at the UEL, if you can grab one player and during one of your practice sessions, just sort of decide amongst yourselves who is going to start learning StarCraft, you could be a force to be reckoned with, because every time it seems like this game rolls, players are really uncomfortable playing it because it's almost overwhelming.
And we see here Pop doing his reading. Maybe he's doing a little bit of studying. You mentioned during game time is the best time to make sure you get those reps in. So just checking in on his probes, making sure they're looking around, making sure everything is good and ready to go. He's mirroring his workers, right? He's looking as everything goes.
Goodness.
And Bernay coming in with a ton, Ash with a bunch of Void Rays, but this is where the Phoenixes are going to start to shine, and this is where the problem becomes when you have just one player. It becomes a straight-up skill check. If you cannot, if after 10 minutes, if at 10 minutes, Bernay and O2. Yeah, they have two players. So this becomes an entire issue. With two players, you're trying to do this. Ash cannot single-handedly beat them. O2 must have had a good read that a lot of people in the league anyway do build Void Rays. So the Phoenixes end up being pretty smart to have in his lineup to go ahead and take a fight with. It allows him to continue into these strong units. And it looks like they had a plan. I like what they've prepared. I like what they were able to do. They did a great job there.
Yeah.
Hey, good job.
We're actually seeing
and Bernay there.
We're hearing some camaraderie on the floor right now.
Pop was loud. Pop was really happy about it. He was like, look, I was in the game.
I had a controller.
Yes. And on the side of going back to that conversation, one person learning StarCraft ends up being really beneficial. Because for the most part, people can – the fundamentals are the stuff that's going to take you the most time. And once you get the fundamentals, you know this from any shooter, right?
Right.
It's most of what I've told my teammates in the past and even currently is it's going to be a speed thing. I need you to not be thinking what button or what am I doing next.
Yeah, muscle memory.
Yeah, if you have to look at – I'm going to go back to college football and say, what formation are they in?
Yeah.
How does that formation work?
Yep.
How do I beat that formation? What audible do I need to make? How do I make that audible? And you have to take all of these steps.
Or how to audible.
Yes.
Yeah, just quite literally.
30 seconds, you don't have the time to do that. I need you to, and I will quote again, I always quote him. Billy said, when people are like, oh, yeah, if you want to beat me in StarCraft, play StarCraft 8 hours a day for 3 to 4 years, and then we can start to have a conversation.
Dang.
Because it's muscle memory. And
100%.
To O to the L, to Bernay, to even Lucci, they showed that they have built up that muscle memory that gave them the edge over the Shoguns. I think the Shoguns and what they showed would have been a competitive StarCraft game at the beginning of the season.
Yeah.
Because players still have not really taken the time to learn the game.
Yeah.
But one of our partner games people have started to learn, and that is Maelstrom.
Yes.
And we're going to be jumping into that.
Yeah, and I love this game. It's another strategy game, guys. Like he said, this is more of a naval combat battle royale, if you will. The wall in this sense, or the storm, right, in terms of BR terms, is going to be what's called Blackwater. And as this Blackwater closes in and sort of suffocates the rest of the map, if you get caught in that Blackwater, you will be met with Krakens, Megalodon sharks, giant squids. There's monsters that are going to be jumping up out of the water and consuming your boat in a matter of seconds, so you can't get caught in the Blackwater. All of the ships within this BR map are going to be sailing basically towards the central point of the final circle, fighting to be the last players alive. But here at the UEL, you don't necessarily always have to be the last player remaining in order to win the game. If you're racking up a lot of points, if you're racking up a lot of kills, it does come down to point differentials, right? So you'll often see times at the start of the match, players are taking out NPCs, getting buffs and things like that, trying to steal kills. Nonetheless, one of our favorite games. You know a lot about it because things came down to the wire last night. Brother, when you got pushed up against the rocks at the start of the round, I was crying out for you.
I literally, I don't know if my audio was on there. I literally went, like, when it happened, I went, like, I'm dead.
No, but
everybody's like looking at me. I'm like, no, like, trust me. I don't need to say, like, y'all are good player game. I can promise you that I am dead in this moment.
Well, and here's what the unfortunate thing for you in that moment. But one of the fortunate things for you, the viewers at home, are these are going to be public lobbies. Right, these are going to be public lobbies, so if you've ever wanted to jump in and play against a UEL player, now is your time. We're getting ready to jump on Maelstrom.
Go ahead, load it up, get that power above 3,000, and you might just be able to sink or help your favorite pro swim, or just challenge them here in our lobbies. We invite y'all to come out and play. And this is a fun game. I want to see what both these teams have to bring out. I'm leaning towards Shogun. Shogun's like the game.
Really?
Yes, and I don't I can only speak to, like Pop, I know doesn't have a PC, and so I don't know how much time he has on Maelstrom, for example. OTL, we just saw him on StarCraft. Big Bad MJ's been kind of showing out. He showed out there in that college football, so maybe they've put some time and some energy in it as well. And maybe they're able to, and they've worked out how to win this, but with my understanding that the Shogun legitimately liked this game.
Yeah, it is sort of a game that you do have to understand those fundamentals and sort of the basic sort of mechanisms or mechanics around the game. So as this game starts, guys, when you go to choose your ship, I think there's 4 different races currently in the game. There's the humans that have sails, so they can pick up speed very quickly. You have the orcs that have sort of chariot design sometimes to their ships, so they're being dragged by sharks within the water. You have the dwarves that use mechanical engines to traverse sort of the field, if you will. And then you also have ghosts, which have things like the not necessarily teleporting, but invisibility sort of abilities within the game, I think, as well. We saw a little bit of that last night. And our next game is going to be Lumina Rush, another one of our sponsored games here at the UEL.
I have some words for you. I heard timeout called from the floor. We're going to have to see which one of the teams is going down to out. That's going to be the scary part.
Terrifying.
Going forward, I promise you not having timeouts only makes the matters worse. When you have 4 or 5 timeouts, it's the best feeling in the world. You're like, I can...
They wasted 3 timeouts on NCAA, which is basically a plug-and-play game, so that's super unfortunate. Listen, if you thought Jason Voorhees, Freddy Krueger, or Ghostface were scary, wait till you run out of timeouts at the UEL. You'll be forfeiting games left and right. That is so unfortunate for them. I think it's going to spell trouble down the line. We might be seeing Shogun's first win tonight, brother.
I need you to understand that, like, when I have to say, at least you won the game, when you used 3 timeouts.
Did you, though?
You really did.
You didn't win that.
Like, in this moment, I think they knew that they had to grab this game. Like, they had to take, they have to win. And now you need to win Maelstrom. In a situation where I don't know how comfortable y'all are to play on Maelstrom.
Yeah, because, I mean, listen, when you go to pick your ship, right, like, you have those different races that we talked about, but you also have loadouts. There are certain crew members that you have to choose, similar to the way that you would choose your weapon, your tactical, your lethal equipment, sort of in a Call of Duty loadout. Within Maelstrom, your crew members are your loadout. You also have to select a captain that has a special ability called a trick. Tricks can be anything from basically anchoring your opponent to bumping your opponent, kind of shooting your opponent away from you, which can be useful if there's a whirlpool behind them and you bump them into the whirlpool. So there's interesting sort of things like that that if you don't have an understanding of, you're going to get swept. I know that I don't think they necessarily have all of their players that are super experienced. You had mentioned Pop. Pop will sort of come into play as we jump into some of our sports games and what have you later on. So he definitely is sort of anchoring the team with regards to that genre. But they've got their work cut out for them because I do think the Shogun have played this game. It is a fun game, and the reason why I sort of can give you guys a strong indication of how fun this game is, Flying Kittens actually got in trouble the other day because he was too high of a level in the game, which means he's been putting hundreds of hours into Maelstrom. And he's one of our youngest players, and he loves the game. So, guys, please give it a download. At least try it out. It's a ton of fun. It's a battle royale, naval combat. I'm interested in it. I've been playing a lot of Ubisoft Skull and Bones lately, just finishing up Season 3, so I actually want to go home and download this as well.
I big recommend it. It's a fun game because you always, again, you get to find that personality. Because, again, like you said, orcs, they like to get in your face. They like to board your ship, do damage that way.
Yeah. Now, can all the ships board?
Yes, they can. But your crew health, which is what essentially defends against boarding or assists in it, as with every stat, kind of swings to different factions.
Okay.
The Ghost faction's very unique in how they play, but speaking, the tankiness usually goes to the side of the dwarves. They don't have sails, so you can't slow them down. But the human ship, like we see here from Mr. B, is going to do a ton of damage on its left and right side, but has a lot of speed, a lot of cannons and a lot of speed to play off of. Whereas the orcs, differently, the orcs are able to get a lot more from ramming with their ships as well as boarding and dealing damage to you that way. So there's a lot of different ways to win. You have to kind of plan out and understand where you want to go. So I'll give an example right now. So if you look over at Mr. B, the bottom left-hand side there, you can see the various different stats. I'm noticing that his crew looks a little bit low, so he could be susceptible to people boarding him and then doing damage that way. Or you can see that his cannon fire, you don't want to get into a shootout, is maxed out. That blue bar in the bottom left is fully filled out, and that means that, hey, this is going to be doing some serious firepower whenever he hits with the shots. One recommendation for people at home that do want to, if you do pick up this game, up there in the top part of your screen, you see a little book. That is the encyclopedia. They have a very good set of information about every one of the mechanics and different pieces of this game for you to learn. And so I recommend grabbing it. And like I said, 3,000 is that magic number. 3,000 to 3,500 if you want me to be technical.
Okay.
The lobbies go in segments of 500. Watching Mr. B as they get everything set up and put together.
You know, fun fact within that encyclopedia, there's also a little bit of lore to this game. So for some of the nerdy types out there that enjoy a good story like myself, you can actually dive into that because there's a really interesting story to this game as well. But it also just has great cosmetics. It has battle passes. They have themed events. They actually just wrapped up their Halloween event where they had some of the mountaintops were giant pumpkins. They have cosmetics within the games that are flying jack-o'-lanterns as a cannonball trail within the game as well. So there's tons of fun, tons of festivities going on within Maelstrom, so be sure to check it out.
We'll have to see, though. We're going to be getting here into the game. So we're just trying to get into, again, this is public lobbies, so we're loading in and we're making sure everybody is in. So in just a second here, hopefully if our players load in, we will get the opportunity to see.
And this is O2. I expect O2 to perform really well just because of how well he did there in StarCraft.
Big strategy player. I've spoken to O2 for a few seasons now as he's continued to grow as a player. He's found really a home in that strategy category and done really well. We saw there for a second there, he did have anchors wins there. The little anchors coming off to the side is him trying to board. This is him, the different angles. So the dwarf ships can shoot from 4 angles. And it looks like Matt may have summoned Flying Kittens.
No way. Flying Kittens is watching the broadcast.
All right, so there's going to be 2 different lobbies. The Game Master will sum up these points just so we can get through the game. So we will see in a moment here which one of these teams will walk the plank and end up in Davy Jones' locker.
Gable, we spoke the demon's name and he appeared. Flying Kittens is here.
That's a rock, Mr. B. You don't want to. You want to go in the open water.
Yes.
It's a boat.
This is the prep phase, guys, so if you're wondering why they're not necessarily sweating right now, we're just kind of getting the lobby sort of loaded. They're getting all the players loaded in. Like Strick said, this is going to be 2 separate lobbies, so it's going to come down to point differential between them. They're not necessarily going to be shooting at each other, but because these are public lobbies, they are going against enemy players. So we'll see who's cut out for these waves more so. Is it going to be the Shogun or the Ghosts? As you saw right there, they took out that NPC. Sometimes that'll give them a buff as they collect sort of bounties across the stage as well.
This is something that I realized yesterday that I really like. People have started moving around some of the UI elements to open up the screen.
Yes.
Kind of making it easier to see and to have more awareness, which is a really smart tactic as well. Now we see that the Shogun are immediately moving towards that center part of the map. They want to have that circle placement. And everybody knows this. You mentioned this is a battle royale. When that circle's closing in, you don't want to be always on the edge. You want to, if at ever possible, kind of preemptively get to those zones. And the namesake of this game, Maelstrom, is there in the middle there. This is a dangerous. Now, if you reach the center of the whirlpool of the Maelstrom, it is 1 trip straight to the bottom of the ocean.
You'll be taken out instantaneously. Shout out to Dad Hat Tony who called those swirly swirls. I called them puddle storms. But they are whirlpools, and you can see some of those pumpkin cosmetics among the mountaintop at the top left-hand corner of your screen. Happy Halloween again to everybody, even though we're in the middle of November. Hope you had a good one.
God, we're in the middle of November already.
I know, already, brother.
It's a blink in a blink. So it looks like RK is coming over here to join this fight. We see Flying Kittens up there, and I have to believe some of his teammates all together into a fight. Kenna is getting jumped on
by Flying Kittens, I believe. I think that's Flying Kittens, and I think that's why Kenna sort of had a smirk on his face using this orc sort of faction. You can see the sharks in front of him as he rams into that player and picks up an elimination. Now he's going to try to aid the rest of his team. He didn't necessarily get any of those buffs that you saw behind him, but he continues to apply pressure, and the Blackwater's edge is closing in at the top of your screen. So after they pick up this kill, they've got to be careful. Now this is a dwarven ship, which is why it is so tanky, taking all of these hits, but the armor has been shred on that thing. It's getting ready to go down.
Yes, and so if you play Battle Royale and you normally think of armor, rather than having 3 plates or 3 bars of armor, every side of your ship has armor in this game. You can see it, funnily enough, on O to the L here, each one of those. When that bar disappears, you're now taking real damage to your ship's health.
Yes.
The hull. And so in this moment, as long as you're full here, and especially with those dwarf ships, you're in a great spot. You're in an amazing spot. Looks like O to the L kind of just fighting from the edge here. He does have torpedoes, so they only come out of the front of his ship. So if he turns here, he'll be able to get a little bit more damage as well here. He seems to be enjoying himself. He seems to have a
sort of on the support side here on his left. And fun fact for those of you at home, if you're ever curious, if you don't know enough about naval terminology in general, something that helped me learn port and starboard side. Think of port ending with a T. That means the left side, because the word left ends in a T. And then starboard side, think of the word star ends in an R. So that is your right side. So you have port side on the left, starboard on the right. Just to help some of you out there, even if you're not necessarily playing Maelstrom.
Maybe you're in a real life boat.
Maybe on a real life boat.
It might be a little bit important. Imagine going on a boat and you just like, I don't know any of this. I'm just in the water.
Imagine playing Maelstrom in real life.
It actually would be. That would actually sound really fun. You know what? No, let me not say that sounds really fun. That was called The Times of Piracy.
Don't mention the word pirates around Dad Hat Tony. He loves One Piece, and that's the only thing he talks about while we're playing Maelstrom.
See, now I got to cast with Tony because now we got to have a whole conversation about characters and who he thinks going. And we see Pop flying around here on the human ship, taking his shots, taking his opportunity.
Pop's doing his thing, man.
But he got real close to the Maelstrom there for a second. I was a little bit nervous. Once again, I said to Mr. Pop, that's a rock.
Yeah,
it's a rock. You cannot go through it.
You know what, though? He is sort of doing his thing. He's getting some damage, getting some points out there. He does have to turn his ship around and get going here. There we go. So as long as Pop, though, can pick up some NPC kills, he has an NPC here to his left. As long as he can pick up a few points here and there throughout the game, I think he'll be all right in terms of just doing his job, assisting his team to rack up the most points as possible. But he may be getting taken out and killed by this NPC.
Yeah, he is getting attacked from 2 sides here. I think there's actually an enemy. This other enemy, this ghost ship that's shooting him, is actually extremely weak. I would want him to turn and take a shot there.
Yeah.
But most notably, you see the Merc Water Thrasher is getting some kills. That means somebody was staying in the dark waters for a little bit too long. And now Big Bad MJ pulling up, looking to take. I like him. He's coming up on the outside, getting big damage there.
I love that, though, the fact that he actually sailed in front of this player to sort of cut off the actual tunnel passageway and then turned around blocking it, eliminate the player. Now he's picking up all of those the buffs that player had acquired. Basically, guys, when you die in this game, the buffs that you had collected, so the buffs that you collected come spewing out like guts, basically throughout your debris of your ship. Now, we did just get a confirmation from the floor that Shogun actually won their lobby. So they're sitting pretty right now with quite a bit of points.
That will be 15 extra points to them as well, by the way, for getting that first place spot.
Right.
Ooh, okay. They got some numbers.
Okay.
We're going to let the people on the floor handle math. It's not that I'm bad at math, but you don't do math on.
I know 300's out there with his calculator. He's punching away.
He's punching. He's swinging. He's figuring it out.
There he is.
And there we go. We got 300 there. You can see he's locked in. Just like our players, our game masters are on the floor, ready to go and ready to play.
Give us a thumbs up.
They said, what? He looked over. He's too locked in. He's too locked in.
He's in Vogue mode right now. He's in Vogue.
Carry the 1, -2, -3. And it looks like Big Bad MJ and the rest of the Ghosts are also on top of their lobby.
Hey, man.
So this really may come down to the points and who was able to do the most damage as well as pick up the most kills.
And it comes down to the math. For those of you in school, all the kids watching, all the high schoolers, all the college students, if you were ever wondering, why do I have to get an A in this math class? When am I ever going to use math? Well, if you want to be an in-gamer, a professional gamer here in the league, you got to know how to add.
I do realize if the Shoguns won, I'm going to need from production a confirmation on where Flying Kittens ended up, because you can't join the lobby and not and you didn't win.
Yeah.
I promise you didn't win.
Maybe in a game of Maelstrom, he was Dogwater this evening. Ooh.
I'm going to go ahead and run on by that into our next game, Lumina Rush, a speedrunning platformer, another one of our featured games. And if Maelstrom is the game where players need to show that they know how to sail the seas and figure out a lot of different things, Lumina Rush is the game where we need to see who has played the game.
That's true. Yeah. Oh, wow. So we just got a confirmation that Shoguns just won Maelstrom
by 30 points. By 30 points in Maelstrom is
almost nothing, right?
They got first place, which gives you 15. So they both eliminated.
Oh, okay,
that meant they had to get like 6,000 more damage.
Yeah,
that's legitimately a feat, because it seemed like both of them were being competitive. But maybe I think if I had to take a guess, Shoguns were just in the fight more often.
I was thinking of Final Stand Ragnarok. 30 points in Final Stand Ragnarok.
Oh, that'd be insane. That would be like you literally sneezed in the correct direction.
Exactly. So yeah, 30 points in this is completely different.
It just tells me that they have planned out the game a little more. They were wanting to be in fights. That's where I think that difference is going to come up. Lumina Rush is going to be a 3v3 racing platformer where we're going to a speed running platformer. We do actually have a timeout of 3 minutes going on. There's a little bit of confusion. We're going to get into it.
Yeah,
look. They're down to 1 with half an hour left in the first half.
Yeah, and this is just a fun game, man. I think the fact that Shogun not only just took Maelstrom, but seemed to really understand the game now, because they finished their lobby in a relatively fast fashion, which is an indication that they understand the mechanics, the shooting involved, sort of formation, the sort of the ability to stick together and make call-outs, traverse throughout the map, identify where players are, sail up on them, basically hit them with a drive-by and keep going, right? But the fact that they were able to do that within a strategy game as a shooter player is such a separate category. Listen, as someone as myself, I enjoy playing a lot of shooters and a lot of fighting games. When people start bringing up Age of Empires and StarCraft, it is just, it's right over my head. So it is the counter to a shooter player, right?
Yeah.
The fact, though, that they've been, practicing some of these games, like you said, their performance in StarCraft wouldn't have necessarily been that bad at the start of the season, so they're starting to understand it, and they just took a win in Maelstrom in a pretty decent fashion. Maybe we're seeing Shogun really start to fill in the holes, if you will, right? Fill in those blocks.
It's a lineup that I want to see stick together if at all possible.
Yeah, I think a few of them will. I think at least a few of them. There's certain players on that team that just gel together.
Yeah.
That I have to imagine want to be on teams. Whether or not they get drafted onto the same team, we may see a trading situation happen at some point, because, listen, synergy is huge, right? You had mentioned the bots earlier. You've got Billy the Goat and La Bamba, who are biological brothers who have been gaming together since Sega, since Super Nintendo, since N64, right? Playing
Commodore
on bunk
64.
beds, right? Playing on bunk beds, together. The synergy that they sort of capture as a team sort of correlates and travels throughout all of the games that they play with one another. And so when you find teammates, I think it's Kenna and Ashwuppen.
Yes.
I think are synergize really well. I could see them on the same team moving into next season, which brings up this idea that, listen, sometimes you're clearly you're playing for your team and you're trying to be a great player. But listen, even on a losing team like Shogun, so many of these players are trying to build their brand as players, because at the end of the day, they want to keep playing video games professionally, getting paid to do it, and they want to get drafted next season. So even if they have a losing record, you show up to play, you show up to perform, to show that I'm a tier 1, I'm a tier 2, I'm a tier 3, tier 4, tier 5 player, because they want to get drafted and continue following their dreams moving into next season. So don't just form your fandom for these individual teams. Start to think about what specific players that you may want to get a jersey for moving in to next season as well.
Pick up a jersey from them, and while you're picking one up for them,
pick one up for Strix.
I was going to say pick one up for yourself. Head on over to UEL Esports and sign up for Season 10, and you can get yourself a piece of the pie. Yeah, both teams are at one timeout.
Wow. This is fascinating. This is fascinating.
We may have a record on our hand. I'm going to take a wild guess that we will get through all 33 games today.
No, yeah, I was going to say, can you imagine We have an early night?
No.
We hit the highway with the sun still up, dude?
Look, I need you to understand. I forget. There was a game this season that we finished with like 15 minutes left.
Dang, dude.
And my worry is like, if we go in the second half with no timeouts,
yeah,
because they still got 30 more minutes.
That's true. I might be getting home early tonight. I got a bit of a drive, but heck, got my wife waiting at home. I might whip up some dinner tonight, man. What are we doing?
Matt, y'all got a smile on Matt's face. That's crazy. That's crazy. You got a smile on his face, and y'all can't set up a game. I want that game.
Well, listen, this also creates sort of a dichotomy moving into later on into the night where you might have teams that are just getting free wins, right? And there's a game that they're looking forward to playing and they can't set it up right. One team gets a forfeit, the next team gets a forfeit. Not intentionally, there's just forfeits getting thrown out left and right. I haven't personally seen that yet, but we may run into that problem moving on later into the night.
We may see a situation where we're out of forfeits, we're out of timeouts. Everything is we're going to really pull it up to the wheel. The wheel will decide who wins today's game.
The destiny of the wheel. All 33 games. And listen, this, we haven't mentioned this yet, but the magic number to hit within the UEL is 17. Reason being, the most wins your opponent can then get is 16 because 17 plus 16 is 33. So if you can get 17 wins tonight, that's going to secure your position. Shogun's trying to get the first win of the season.
Being up is already a good step, and the best step that I can tell you all is while we get into this game, Illumina Rush, heading on over to Steam and picking the game up for yourself. It actually just released recently, and it is currently on sale for $8.49. Wow. So if you like what you're seeing, head on over to Steam, type in Illumina Rush, go ahead and grab the game, and trust me, once you get a bite of the apple of Illumina Rush, you can easily get this addiction of, I can get like half a second faster, I can get 10 seconds faster, and you start incrementing to the point where people are talking about 0.0. I forget what it was. Was it? I had a run on practice a couple of days ago where there's a minute time limit.
Mm-hmm.
My final time just on the level as I was doing it was 1 minute 1:00:02. 2/100th of a second, and I was like, "There's no way that I'm not." I'm like, "What could I have done?" Press left slightly faster.
Yes,
that's literally what could happen. But here we go. We're looking at it now. So all the players are in one map, and they're going to be racing. That time has started. So they have 60 seconds to get to the end, and a fighting game finally rolling coming up there.
Yes, finally,
next.
right?
And we are on the 1-1. This is the very first level of the game, so it's the first skill check of how much time have you put into the game to just learn what you need to do.
So the fact that they're playing 1-1, that's correct me if I'm wrong, is that an indication that neither one of these teams are very experienced whatsoever?
Yeah, who had set up first is going to be my first.
We'd have to get a confirmation, but basically, like Strix described it, this is a speedrunning platformer. And shout out, listen, if you guys haven't already, be sure to pick this game up because this is one of our sponsored games here at UEL, and the developer behind it has been working one-on-one with us to create these versus game modes that you see here, and also just constantly adding new stages to the game. It's a ton of fun, super simplistic, it's a fast download, so show them some love and give Illumina Rush.
And with 7 seconds left, I'm hoping Pop is able to get across the finish line because not finishing this map at 51 seconds, he didn't manage to cross the finish line. And so luckily the gap is only 6 seconds. That is doable. If it's when you get into not finishing a level, you talk about 30, 40, 50, a minute worth of difference, and now your team is in a difficult spot.
Well, something just to note was on the Shogun side, Ashwuppen actually had I think it was a 12 or a 13-second finish, which is an indication that he may know a little bit about this game. So what they might do at some point is select a more difficult level so that they just have less people not finishing, right? So if you can have one person on your team finish and then everybody else from Ghosts and Shoguns, even if it's your teammates, if they don't finish, all of those 2-minute time penalties will add up, but because you had one less penalty, you could potentially win.
Yeah, this is where we're going to see it. This is 320. One of the last levels.
This is what I mean.
It's going to be a skill check immediately. Dolo doing a little bit of typing while also playing Illumina Rush.
Potentially, I would be shocked if I even see one of these players actually finish.
Now, I'm looking at Lucci. Lucci's using the zoom out tactic. I love this when players realize maybe taking a bigger picture. So it's not about the immediate moment. He gets this first jump. Now he needs to drop down, hit this wall, zoom up. Lucci looks like he has an idea of what to do. You got to slide. You got to slide.
Oh, he's trying, brother. He's trying.
And Dolo is taking his time, making his way through the level. I like seeing this as well. I think a little bit of frustration there. I can tell Dolo is accidentally hitting the reset button. And that's putting him in a position where he's taking a little bit more damage. And he's seeing this keyboard, and this keyboard has to be frustrating. Realizing maybe he needs to close Steam. Big recommendation there for every player is close a client that is not useful to you. The time finishes.
Oh my gosh,
finished with 52 seconds and earned his team a 23 second advantage.
That's what I was just talking about, is the fact that if you can just have one player that knows how to play the game, just barely finish a really difficult level, that can make all the difference in the world in terms of being able to clutch this game of Lumina Rush. Wow.
So now we should be back, I believe, to Shogun's choice of map.
And so it does go back and forth then. So that's one aspect of it that I haven't necessarily learned.
So every team, there's 4 maps. Every team gets to pick 2 maps.
Okay.
Lowest average time wins.
Okay, there we go.
So there is a little bit of a chance if on your maps you can just so overwhelmingly perform. 1-4. So we're going back from the end of the levels that exist currently in the game. The devs always adding them, as you mentioned,
right,
to some of the earliest levels. So it seems like they didn't necessarily have to go deep, but they made the idea of the Shogun saying, hey, if I just know the fundamentals of the game, going back to that StarCraft idea, fundamentals can carry you a long way.
Yeah. 100%.
And I'm liking Lucci. Nice move. Now he jumps up here. And again, he doesn't have to go crazy, just taking his time.
And what do the blue platforms do?
The blue platforms gives you essentially a double jump until you touch the ground again. If you touch the wall or a ground, you lose that. So if you're able to maintain your speed, like here, you see Lucci there uses his speed to get here and takes the safer route of just jumping to make sure he finishes. Ash has the top time currently, but Bernay and Lucci are close behind him. This could mean that this could be a 2v1. So Dolo's got to find a way to finish. He has 12 seconds, so there is an opportunity here.
This might be one of those situations, man, where it really comes down to Bernay and Ash whooping. Just the difference of those two players having an understanding of the game and whether or not each one of them.
And with that is
right
a
there.
30-second difference. That is going to put you in a position. That's still top 50 time. I see you. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, a top 50 time.
Oh, see, okay, but Lucci finished, right? So
yes.
Bernay and Lucci did.
So we need a situation here, if I'm being honest, of you need to pick a level that the Ghosts would have to pick a level that none of their players finish. And most, if not all, of their opponents are able to finish.
Okay.
And it seems like Lucci is being the person to select these levels. He's picking out ones that they feel either confident about or working with. It seems like he and Bernay are working together to create and find these levels that, again, a lot of times I tell people as well, find your level.
Yeah.
I've historically, funnily enough, I don't tend to pick my level because I will allow my teammates. I enjoy the game enough to practice myself.
Yeah.
And so I will let you pick your level, and I'm like, look, I can promise you I'll finish the level, but I'm not going to necessarily have the fastest time.
Right.
But the goal here is going to be, hey, if this is your level and you can get like a top 5 time on the leaderboard, cool. I make sure that we don't completely lose by not finishing, but you make sure we have the time gap we need to win. So you can see Dolo here doing his parkour. These blocks here disappear when you touch them, top or bottom. So you have to be pretty careful to make sure you're landing where you need to land before you jump in. Using a little bit of a shortcut there. Nice job skipping the section. Wall jump. Yes, he does.
Just barely gets the respawn point. Trying the best that he can. He has to be careful not to hit this flame wall, if you will, above him, because it'll reset the actual character model. He's so close. He's got a wall right here. Get the double jump, and then he's finally finished in 55 seconds.
I gave you a reality where they win. 1 minute and roughly 18 seconds. It was like the 2 minutes. This could be huge because that's like a 42-second difference.
Yeah, that's huge.
So over
you might have just called it.
The first level, the Shoguns took it with a small lead. The second and third levels both went the way of the Ghost with sizable leads.
Yeah. Ooh, I'm hitting something from the floor. Shogun might have actually taken that.
win. And it
That
came
would
down
be
to that last
huge.
level. It legitimately the only way for them to win. This is one of those situations where, if I'm being honest, you pick 1-2.
Yeah.
As long as your team finishes.
Yes.
You do not lose. But by taking something like 215 and none of them that was a ghost pick of map.
Yes. Okay. Yep, it was a Shogun's win. We just got confirmation.
Oh, geez, the Shoguns.
Yeah.
Shoguns figured it out and found a map that absolutely allowed them to win and take it over. And we're going to be looking at Skullgirls as well.
That's super impressive because they have that's 2 games. That's 2 strategy games. Well, that's a racing, right? But it's 2 games that require just a different sort of inkling, if you will, than the talents that are sort of evoked from a typical shooter, right? When you're excelling at a shooting game or you're excelling, I could say probably fighters would act more as a parallel to that particular speedrunning platformer just because of reaction time, the understandings of sort of physics and what have you. I could see fighters, but shooters, the fact that they've now taken Maelstrom as a strategy game and then they took Illumina Rush as a racing game, I'm actually really impressed with Shogun.
They did okay in StarCraft as well.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm at a point where you've won. You said you were going to steal a sport. You did it.
Yeah.
You've looked dominant in your shooter wins.
Yeah. I think it's indicative of the energy that they sort of came into the arena with today, man. For those of you who weren't here at the top of the hour, I was explaining how the Shogun they had to be 0-7, come in looking as positive as they were, sort of vibing, sort of dancing with each other. We have music here that sort of blasts throughout the arena, and they were just catching a vibe. And it was weird to see that from a winless team, but they sat down and they're ready to play today, man.
You just hit me with an epiphany.
Okay.
The Ghost players, I said this earlier in the day, the Ghost players said they were not going to give the Shoguns their first win.
That's true. Talking a little smack.
That's different to me in how you approach this.
Yeah.
That to me sounds like I'm not going to lose this game. Not I'm going to win.
That's
right?
true.
The statement shouldn't be that the Shoguns won't get their first win.
Yeah.
We're winning this game.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
It's the idea of, because right now, it's almost like you said the Shoguns won't take this game, and the Shoguns are saying, no, I'm taking control of this.
Yes, they are.
You have to beat us.
Yeah.
We're not going to just roll over and die no matter what you think of this team. We are not just some 07 team that you can just walk away with. No, this is an opportunity. And this is important because the Ghost playoff lives matter here. Because the Paladins lost last night, if the Ghost took a win here, they technically would be in a position to make playoffs. In spite of the roster changes, in spite of everything that has happened, their ability to make it to playoffs this season directly ties in to this game.
Right.
But the Shoguns are saying, we're not going to give you that ride.
Right. I love that because I had mentioned earlier about how a lot of these players are sort of playing for their own brand. But in order to do so, you also have to play for the team because just like so many of the owners in the NFL, for instance, you don't want to draft a player that's...
Sorry.
Yeah. You don't want to draft a player that's going to cause drama and cause a lot of trouble for your team. So if you're not playing well as a team player, obviously that's going to be noticeable. But they also want to showcase their skills so that they get drafted next season. So that's where some of the drama, that's why it can be really fun watching some of the teams that don't necessarily have a lot of wins. And you're seeing that from Ghost and you're seeing that from Shogun. Both of these teams have specific reasons why they're showing up to play. I just think Shogun has sort of caught a vibe. Now, I would be really worried for them knowing that they only have one timeout, because there's going to be some forfeits that sort of go the way of the Ghosts later on tonight, undoubtedly. But the Ghosts also only have one timeout, so there's going to be a bit of that back and forth. So it's getting super awkward in here. Nonetheless, I think as many forfeits as Shogun is going to have to sort of divvy out later on, I think there's also going to be those forfeits from the Ghosts. Now they're sitting down by 4 wins consistently over the last sort of 30 minutes, if you will. They haven't been able to sort of make up that differential in the win-loss category.
Yes, and it seems like our technical difficulties have been handled. So we'll be going ahead and hopping into this game in just a moment. And I don't think the trend is going to change. I actually think Skullgirls is favored with these lineups on the side of the Shogun. Ken has been putting a lot of time fighting against Mr. B as well. Has a solid fighting game base as well. And on the flip side of that, Big Bad MJ and O to the L. Now, O to the L showed up in, I believe it was Blaze Blue most recently. He showed up in Tekken.
I do remember him playing Blaze Blue.
Able to have some really clean, some beautiful magic. So maybe he's put some time into Skullgirls. So player 1 is going to be the side of the Shogun.
Oh, boy.
And on the other side, player 2 is Big Bad MJ, who's in on the big band, as well as the Beowulf. Final Stand Ragnarok being our next game as well. So button check. They're going to be checking their buttons, make sure everything is right. You'll see them pause the game here. You got to hold it there. You got to hold it. Thank you. Appreciate you. Maybe a little bit of, you can see a little bit of the familiarity with the game here. Kenna going ahead and getting his button set up, and it looks like on the other side, MJ kind of, he's like, yeah, everything looks about right.
I'm interested to see Kenna within fighting games. You know, I think he's a player after today that's going to really stand out to me, not just because he's in that tier 1 spot, but seeing how well he excels within shooters. If he's able to sort of carry that and apply it here to a fighting game as well, which I've heard that he's been practicing quite a bit of. I'm going to be really impressed with him, man. That may be one of those reasons that he's sitting in that tier 1 spot. His reaction times, his reads, his unpredictability, and so forth of, shooters may be also applied here within these fightings.
Yes, I agree with you. Looks like we're trying to go through this button check. That's really funny. I like that actually. Big Bad MJ, funnily enough, he clicked the configure all button. So in this game, it will just go through all of your buttons, and you can just assign them in real time. So as long as you know what your buttons are supposed to be, versus sometimes looking at the list, you can quickly put them in here.
Okay. All right.
And like macro 1 and 2, these are just a couple of buttons where you can have a combination of buttons. In fighting games, usually there's mechanics that you want to have on that.
Yeah.
Well, that's throw is probably the most common one that you see people utilize a lot. So you don't got to press 2 buttons. You can just press 1 and get the same effect. So Misfortune going up against Big Band as well as Beowulf. Normally, I would be looking at the Big Band with a lot of damage, and I think he will still be able to deal some damage. But in Skullgirls, one of the things that make it most interesting here in the league and just in general is it's a game that's meant to be played 1v1, 2v2, 3v3, or any combination. So we're seeing a 1v2. We might see a 1v3 situation. But what they do to make up for it is characters that are by themselves, a one-player character, a one-person team, will have more health and more damage.
Yeah.
On the other team. This will be only one round. They won't get a chance to download their opponent except in the 97 seconds that are up there on the leaderboard.
Maybe a little bit more difficult to download your opponent if you have multiple characters, because those characters, not necessarily being in the entire time, it doesn't allow you to sort of read those combo strings, whether or not there's an overhead, there's a low, or they're going to initiate with a grab after a specific combo string. So I may be a player that's more inclined to probably run multiple characters just to throw off my opponent if I can master them.
Yeah, it's really funny because you've hit it on the head. Those are the two ways of thinking. Some players and some of the fighting game players, especially I've talked with, said, "Hey, I will kind of match my opponent whenever. That's the easiest thing. But some will run one character because I get more damage, I have more health. I would rather have that. I only have to learn one character at the end of the day.
Especially at the UEL.
Yes.
Yeah.
But then there are players that look at the 3 characters and you have more pressure. You are able to legitimately call in assists, keep your pressure strings up, force your opponent to deal with your defense longer. And so you end up in a situation where there is a benefit to using both sides. And we have to see who, more than anybody else, is going to be able to do so.
It's a steep learning curve, though, man. I mean, I think a lot of people, when they jump into fighters, a lot of people have played fighters. We used to rent them from Blockbuster back in the day, but especially now, you'll get something on Game Pass or something along those lines. And AV's making fun of me for showing my age. Listen, there's one left. There's one Blockbuster left.
He's acting as though of the people in the room, he is probably the only person that had a original Blockbusters card. Probably has the bag as well.
He was paying late fees daily. I guarantee.
Oh, you know it.
Dude, yeah, he did. He didn't even have a Blockbuster. He had a movie
I
scene.
didn't even know there were Blockbuster cards.
Hollywood Video.
The game's starting.
Yeah, he rented movies from Hollywood Video, probably.
That's crazy.
All right, nonetheless, we're jumping in here. Now, who are these?
Big Bad MJ is on the right side of your screen.
Okay, yeah, player.
Kenna will be on the left side of your screen.
Gotcha.
And they're just making sure, again, this button check, make sure the hardware is good to go and ready to be played.
What I was going to say, though, is just jumping into fighting games is very difficult for a lot of people. Typically speaking, new players to the genre will just kind of go in there and do what's called just mashing buttons. They're just button mashing, right? They understand that there is a punch, there's a kick, there's a throw, and that's just sort of the functionality of it. They sort of understand it at a foundational level. But you go up against somebody, the games are such steep learning curves in the sense of every single minor mechanic that you learn improves like your ceiling of skill drastically. And then sometimes it comes down to like character selections, there's matchups, there's counter matchups within the character pool, and so much more. So I think a lot of the players within the league just want to master one character, not just learn it from a fundamental level, but then start to gain a little bit of complexity with their gameplay through that one character. If they're able to do that over a season or maybe over a few games, then they start to branch out into a couple of them. But this game is truly unique in that sense that you can play you can play with 3 characters, you can play with 1, you can play with 2. You don't see that very often. It's very unique to this.
Yeah, it's really fun, and I really do enjoy Skullgirls. Random side note, you can click in game, but it will tell you to play again. It's a very weird button. They're still getting everything set up. We're making sure everything is locked and loaded for our players to perform the best here. I'm interested to see because I don't have either one of these teams immediately as like winners and fighters, but I know Pop was telling me he's been putting a lot of practice in on those fighters to get better.
He said Dragon Ball Fighters, right?
Yeah, Dragon Ball Fighters.
Yeah,
but I know
excited
fighters in general.
He
Pop
said
is
Piccolo.
My man, Piccolo, the GOAT.
The
one
Dean
of
of Mean and the Green, my dude.
I'm excited to see fighters if it goes ahead and roll. And then again, Mr. B and Kenna, I want to see what they're able to do. Kenna, he very famously talks about Guilty Gear Strive. Not on the wheel anymore. One of the another anime fighter.
Yeah.
So I want to see how that translates to something like Skullgirls. Skullgirls is a game that's a lot more about resetting your opponent,
right?
Making them guess high or low, left or right, hitting them again, and resetting your combo. We do have some words, though, from the floor, I believe, coming from AV. AV, what's going on now that you're back from Blockbuster?
So that was I cannot believe you just said that nonsense. That's good. I got all strips. Anyway, so what's happening is all Big Bad MJ's fault. Apparently, he set the mapping on his controller to the menus button. So the menu button on his controller is making him punch, and they can't figure out why this is happening.
Come on, man.
I'm waiting for somebody to be like, "Yo, Strix, come on out here real quickly."
At what point?
I'm waiting for it.
Hey, take note of that because that's something you can do in the future to just stall the game a little bit if you need a breather. Oops, I accidentally made my menu button as my punch button. Ruh-roh. Now 300 will catch on to that.
Oh, real quick. 300 walked you like a hawk. He's looking right now. He's looking at him like, First of all, you're going to say you a bot.
Yeah.
We're going to start there. We're going to start with the you a bot.
Yep. Macros are cheating.
How did you? Macros are cheating. That's number 2. That's number 2. You got to hit both of them. How'd you even do it? And he's going to look at you like, what it is. And you just looking like, bro, I just hit the buttons, bro. I didn't do nothing. How do you?
It's, I will say
Xbox
this.
Button is a punch
It
button.
shouldn't surprise us given the fact that both of these teams have one timeout left. That they're not able to even do a button check right. Just saying.
See that you gonna be? I'm like Matt talking a lot, and you just gonna hear timeout from one of these teams, and they're just gonna walk into production and be like, "Oh, bet."
I'm just walking off when that happens, bro. Yeah.
All right. Looks
all
like
right.
we're
Here we go, guys.
Getting ready to jump into the game, and here we go. The real gameplay, the button check of ages. We got to see if we're able to. All right. Not commandless. That's your moves. Yep. Helping options. Now we in. All right. So player 2, moving down. We don't want to configure all. Just find the specific buttons that you want.
All right. Look.
I'm pretty sure up was bound to. I'm scared because I think his up was bound to X.
Oh boy. Well, we'll find out.
Let me confirm here.
We'll find out when he starts punching instead of jumping.
Light kick is bound to up. I don't. This is where we reset the default and we pretend that everything is okay. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't touch a single thing.
Yeah.
If it's not right, I'm gonna take a picture when I get home.
There's a lot of things though. Like you're gonna jump into a game. There are little macros. I understand the macro aspect of it, especially like multi-directional macros and stuff within fighting games can be super useful. Like you said, grabs can be super useful. But I don't know. I think when you jump into a game like this, sometimes you just gotta understand like the basic default controls to some degree. And if you are gonna swap certain things, maybe it's just 1 or 2 commands, and that's really it.
Yeah, I'm big up there with you. Like even as a fighting game player, 9 times out of 10 I play on default, and then it's maybe one or two things that I will ever adjust. Because it's like, oh, this feels awkward to reach for this, to do this. Let me move this here just so it's a little bit easier.
That's true. Now that I think about it, blocking is a big one. We talked about the difference in blocking between Mortal Kombat and then Tekken and/or.
Oh, okay. We're playing the WNBA.
Oh, nice. There we go. This is different.
Okay.
All right, so we're getting some action here. And it looks like, okay, so player 1 is going to be Shogun. Player 2 is, okay, so they're just...
I can promise you, based on what I saw before, these are not their team. So they're probably going to hit exit game, and then from exit game, they're going to go to character select.
Okay.
They're going to change their characters.
Maybe not the meta characters that we were expecting.
We're going back to the main menu. Okay, we're setting left and right correctly again.
He said no. So what is the next game? Just out of curiosity. Do you remember? Let's get a confirmation from AV. What is it? Ragnarok.
Final Stand Ragnarok. Okay.
All right, that's going to be interesting.
Luckily, in that situation, it's 8 players that are PvE, so they don't have to worry about fighting each other.
Yes.
Just their buttons.
Yes, absolutely. It's a really unique game. To be honest, when we get in it, I hope that we're not seeing the maze level because I love sort of the other stages that are sort of at our disposal, but they do still get played all that often. All right, so we're going into the button check. Obviously, we got Big Band versus... What's the name of the other character? Big Band and
Beowulf. And then Misfortune's on the left side of your
screen. Gotcha.
Misfortune, yes. So this, just like your yearly checkups, the buttons have been checked. They are good to go, and now we are swinging. And now I like to pick a Big Band. Big Band, we know has big damage. He wants to use H brass. That's one of his heavy punch buttons. Just go ahead and hit that button and let everything else work out. But now Kenna is starting to get in and put some pressure down and is going to continue to lay out more and more damage. And it looks like Big Bad MJ swinging away, trying his best to get any damage he can. And there we go. That punch right there is what you're going to want to use whenever you have an opportunity. But now you only have one character left, so you got to be prepared to take the fight.
But Beowulf, the steel chair for Beowulf is just absolutely gnarly. But I don't think it's going to matter much because this is Kenna, correct?
Kenna is...
On player one. Yeah, Misfortune.
I'm going to take a wild guess that if your buttons check didn't go well, knowing how to pick up the steel chair is not going to also go well.
Yeah, 100%.
That is not just like a walk by it; it's a button combination.
Listen, it's not just a matter of like misinputs and what have you. Kenna clearly has a knack for this game, understands specific combo strings. He was maintaining his pressure really well there, but also sort of initiating with low strikes, a little bit of a mix-up. I didn't necessarily see any jump-ins or any overheads, but he was landing a few low strikes, doing some dive-ins, getting some mid-pokes to sort of set the footsie's range, if you will. So I thought, he was playing relatively well. And which is what I wanted to see. We talked about how much he excels within shooters, his reaction times, his reads, and so forth. Look at the way that he dashed forward and then sort of backed up to create that footsie's range, sort of baiting out an attack, and now clearly has some combo strings here. So impressive to sort of see this from Kenna, even if it is sort of at a sort of basic or sort of foundational level of just simplistic combo strings. He's reacting quickly.
And is doing a great job. Now, I want to highlight O to the L seems to have already done a little bit better, has a little bit better of an understanding. But it's like you said, the pressure, the understanding that Kenna does have of the game and of this character, Misfortune, is giving him the ability to keep this life lead. Now, since they're both using one character, they will get 2 rounds. So there is an opportunity maybe for a little bit of a download coming up from O to the L. And he keeps trying to get this pressure, but Kenna's willing to jab out, to throw a button out to make sure that he's being honest and that that's real pressure. And that's finding him a lot of extra room.
Yeah. Just constant lows, and he's getting caught. He's getting caught pressing buttons. So he's hitting with a combo string, and then he thinks the combo's over, and then the low strike comes in. But I also I love the pressure that he's putting on. He's playing aggressive as can be, sort of jumping towards his opponent and then backing up to sort of bait out an attack and then take advantage of the frame disadvantage, if you will. Does need to get out of the corner, getting hit a good bit right here, maybe in a little bit of trouble, but gets a simple jab off.
But he's already done his job, and right now we're in a position where Otio has only a few hits left for him to be able to take this game. He's going to have to start to find his moments, and it looks like he's doing it. He's trading, but that trade goes in the favor of Kenna. One more hit. He pops the super and manages to take him down. Now he has to play the rest of this game perfectly. He hits the head, making sure to stun. And now Kenna's just looking for that one-touch Each time he's tapping the head and can't find the jab to take out O to the L. And
interesting
get to 7
mechanic.
points.
Yeah, interesting mechanic with the head of misfortune. If the head is on the actual field in play, you can hit the head in order to stun the actual character model. That is interesting.
It's a a two-sided coin, because if you get it set up correctly, both can attack from either side. You can get some really tricky pressure going on. But Kenna just playing his game, realizing he was up, and was able to find an opportunity. I think O to the L was figuring it out, but just needed maybe a little bit more time to get a full download going. But the UEL is a little bit, I don't know what the word I want to use here. It's unforgiving, I think would be the best way. You don't always have the time to adapt the most you want to, as a lot of players actually have seen in our next game as well, in Final Stand and Ragnarok, where even things like the revive strat, how well you're able to do that and balance playing the game can start to play effect.
And this is going to be a PvE experience, not obviously not PvP. And what's happening here is they're going to have two different teams that are essentially wiping ads. These are NPCs that are going to be on the map. Think of it, the easy way to explain this would be like Call of Duty Zombies, that I'm sure a lot of you guys are familiar with. The more zombies you eliminate, the better score you get. Something a little bit different with Final Stand Ragnarok, though, I will say, similar to the fighting game that we just saw, you can actually rack up combos. Not in the sense of the hits that you're throwing out, but kill combos. So if you do get a kill and within a certain time frame of your next kill, you can maintain that combo string of kills. If that racks up to a very large number, you can get a huge point bonus in between different waves, right? So both of these teams are going to be getting as many points as possible, utilizing all of their all of the ploys at the disposal, right? Whether it be certain abilities, weapons, taking advantage of understanding spawn points, using certain AoE effects in order to wipe spawns as they're happening, and so much more. That's where that understanding of the game is going to come into play. I would say about the mid-game point, you're going to see a kill count in the top right-hand corner of your screen. Certain players will only have 100 or so kills, and then other players are going to have like 300 or 400 kills. So just be on the lookout for that. Those are going to be your high-level players that are using every tool at their disposal.
Yeah, we have to see. And
oh man, all right,
we've reached.
And I'm gone.
Anti-promised land. Yeah, I can tell y'all right now, there is a large group of red and black warriors approaching the production room. Matt may have to leave here briefly. But no, we've reached that 0 timeout mark with 17 minutes. So, the second hour of our game was cleaner than the first hour.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true. Shoguns, though, seemed a little bit more spread out. Ghosts used all of their timeouts basically within one game, which was interesting.
You keep reminding me that we spent 3 timeouts to get into NCAA. I keep forgetting it.
That's a choose a side and choose a team type of game. That's what's so wild about that. But nonetheless, we have 15 minutes, about 15 to 16 minutes here before halftime. They've used so many timeouts that it doesn't matter. But if they were to have 5 timeouts at halftime, they would have had 2. But now both teams almost have none.
Okay. So it looks like it was determined to be technical issue.
Okay, so it's going to be a tech time.
They have that one timeout, and so we'll be able to figure it out.
All right, so that's not as bad. If you can go into halftime with 1 timeout, but I don't want to see any mistakes right now. You definitely need 2, but it's not as bad.
Yeah. No, I'm going to briefly, while we finish getting the same, jumping back to last night's game. I don't think last night's game, where we saw 4 games in 20 minutes, is actually possible without 2 timeouts. Because essentially you have to time out preemptively in setup to stop the game clock from running to get into enough games fast enough. Because if it's a 4-minute timer between every game, that is 3 games in 24 minutes.
Yeah, you bring up that's an interesting sort of aspect of, there's so many moving parts. There's so many moving parts to the UEL.
Look, production's playing with, because they keep saying things where it's like they don't know how to click through them. They are currently trying to get into their skill trees. We have to clarify, make sure nobody has any extra buffs.
That's true. That's true. That's a good point.
Yeah,
that's a good point. So there's a lot on the Game Master to make sure that everything is being run legitimately. We had Flying Kittens committing to some sketchy gameplay the other day on Maelstrom being a little too powerful for our lobby, so he was more powerful than we allow here within the standards of Maelstrom. I'm sure he's still watching and probably smirking at that. But so the Game Master has a lot of weight on his shoulders, a huge responsibility to make sure that there's no advantages sort of within the players. That being said, I think Final Stand Ragnarok is one of the most obvious games, along with StarCraft, probably. It's funny because it is another strategy game. Strategy games tend to be those games that, if there's a player that hasn't put in time, that doesn't have a lot of experience, it's going to be completely obvious. On a fighting game, you can at least sort of shift your character model across the screen and go for a couple attacks and what have you. You can sort of do that here on Final Stand Ragnarok, which is trying to clear ads. But there's an aspect of this game, whether it be collecting the buffs, whether it be using specific abilities, understanding where certain spawn points are, doing things like that, that come into play, that by the end, if everybody has a drastically larger number of kills than you do, it could be sort of deteriorating in a sense.
All right, let's go.
It seems like some conversation going on between the ghosts as well, and now we're getting in, and you asked not to be in the maze. Unfortunately
we are.
As they say, please forgive our mess. We're going to be here in this maze map. So this maze map is a little bit different. There's a lot more specific objectives, and being ready to jump in each one of these doors, get a few kills before it's going to tell you to progress to the next room. This becomes different because you have to balance killing enemies while playing the objective.
Right. Yep, and this is the character that I like to see. What is the name of this character?
Ayala.
Ayala, yeah. So this character, Ayala, obviously sort of the...
Somebody already went down, by the way.
Right, the archer, if you will, of the characters, already racking up a 47 kill streak. That kill streak on the kill combo, if you will, is on the left side of your screen. You see the progression meter right underneath it. Able to reach 63, 69, pushing up into the 70s potentially, unfortunately not. Picks up a 69 kill combo. There's a progression meter underneath it. The second that progression meter depletes, the combo is dropped, and then obviously your score is determined.
I see that no one knows exactly where to go. They've gotten, I believe, it spawned in the middle for once.
Wow.
I'm never that lucky. It always has to spawn on one of the edges to get in here. So which room do we have here? We have full of spiders. This is a fun room. I know plenty of people, I personally hate this room. Like, not because of any of the reasons, and
right.
I hate spiders. Why does Fantasy World always have to have spiders? Just legitimately pick a different enemy.
Oh, you have arachnophobia potentially.
Just a little bit.
So don't play Grounded.
I'm good. I'm forever good on that game. The way this room works is there's going to be some brood mothers, the extra big spiders on your screen that they have to kill, and then beyond those brood mothers, they're going to have to kill some egg sacs. As I look and see 2 or 3 players down, and as we see Lucci finding his way to the room to join the rest of the team. He's found the wrong hallway, so he's going to try again. There's 3 options. So.
And this is just potentially lack of communication, or what do you think this is? He got lost in the sauce, if you will.
And he has found the right tunnel here, so he's on his way to get it done.
All right, so he sees his teammate. He's going to run in here. Now, something we talk about like often with Ayala, one of the things I like seeing is oftentimes, guys, it's not necessarily just about taking out ads. There's aspects of the game like, think of positioning, right? This is an axe-wielding character who's obviously swinging his axe in the center of the stage. If you're on an archer, for instance, it can be really important to sort of keep your back against the wall so that 100% of the enemies are in front of you in order to optimize your damage output. More often than not, we see a lot of specific characters, and I thought that Strix yesterday during our matchup, and you can see on this character right here, can be doing a really good job because there's 360 degrees sometimes with these axe swings, so you can damage some of the ads behind you as you're sort of pushing forward. Oftentimes, you'll notice high-level players shifting their cursor, if you will, into the direction of looking for enemies while they're backing up into ads that they're already eliminating because they're trying to optimize their positioning within these rooms. They want to kill ads as fast as possible. So if an ad is behind you, you can kill that ad while you're looking for additional ads because you have to maintain that kill combo. It can be really important. So that's a way to do it for close range characters. We talked about archers or long range characters being able to stick to the walls of the room, if you will, so that all of the opponents are in front of them and not at their 6 o'clock. Just 2 aspects of playing this game that can be really important to maintain as the waves continue to sort of roll in here.
And now we're on Ash. This is another one of our fire-wielding characters. Has a shield that's able to spit fire. I've noticed that most of the revives have gone the way of the Shogun, which bodes pretty well for another possible win. But they're also focusing here. My immediate thought is that no one has gone for the buttons in this room. So your objectives, as the first one gets hit, because of course I had to say something, the objectives are in the top left of your screen. So in this room, they have to activate 5 buttons, and they're located different around the rooms. They're red
Okay.
What is it? Platforms? What consoles? I guess would be the best word here. That you go ahead and hit. The door has been unlocked, so they can move on to the next room, or they can continue to clear out ads. The ads are going to die off now, forcing that forward.
Okay.
Movement.
And something just to note, you're watching Ash right here. Ash just picked up the buffs or items that you can see in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. Occasionally, you will see the players picking those up, and they can be a wide range of different things. Could you tell us a little bit more on what those specific buffs could be doing?
So that buff that Ash just had there refills his mana, which allows him to use those abilities in the bottom left.
Okay.
What I will notice is that for a lot of players, great example here, the Ayala doesn't have any mana, so even though those abilities have now come back up, because you're spamming them off of cooldown, you don't have the mana to consistently use them, as opposed to finding the right moments when you want to be able to pop these.
Okay.
This room specifically, you just need to stand in that circle until the crystal is captured so that it doesn't explode. But beyond that, everybody else on your team should pretty much be running around getting kills. In fact, I usually like to have an Ayala doing this because, again, she can attack from range. She's a little bit safer. And so she can maintain that one area while at the same time getting more damage. And I like this. Immediately, Kenna running up to get a pickup, but unfortunately goes down himself. Oh, wow. And I hear Lucci on the floor saying, hey, I got you, buddy. Don't worry. Never worry.
Yep,
go ahead, stand on up. We can do this together.
But it was unfortunate, though, for Kenna because he was on a rather large kill combo when that actually occurred, and there was additional adds within the room for him to maintain. But something to note here with Ayala, each time one of these arrows actually hits, there is a blast radius on the arrow that applies a dot effect that's damage over time onto the enemies, which can increase sort of the DPS, if you will, like in total of your entire team. Because if you're hitting multiple characters, you're hitting multiple adds, and they all have that dot applied to them, it can make it easier for you and your team to obviously clear the room. So Kenna's playing relatively well. One thing I am worried about, though, is the 200 kill count that he has, 250. Not as optimized as I would like to see, but something to note, Ash actually had over 400. He was pushing 500, and that was a solid 2 minutes ago. So it'd be interesting to see how many kills he has. I personally think that Shogun might have the advantage in this just off of the kill count that I'm seeing from their players.
And it's even more important, Kenna seemingly ran in a direction that may have led them away. 3 players in our game went away from the boss fight.
Wow.
That was coming up next. So now they're all running back, hoping to get here in time to just get a little bit of damage on this boss and to continue to collect points. We have to see here. One player is down. That's O to the L. If one of these players can pick him up, that's some more points, and he is grabbed and picked up.
All right, here we go. See, what a huge advantage to be able to initiate into the fight from that far of a range. That's one of the beautiful things about this Ayala character. In fact, I've actually seen entire teams all pick Ayala and be able to clear all of the adds on a separate map, given the fact. But I've actually seen entire teams choose this character. It's definitely one of the more meta picks, if you will. Able to get out, quite a good sort of AoE effect, damage at range, but then also complement the team with the fire that's applied onto the floor, those dot effects, and so much more. So Kenna's doing his job. I don't think they're in too much trouble after getting to this boss fight, but I would like to see them clear it because we have seen teams clear it. It doesn't look like they'll be able to.
So this is something that's really interesting. I think that there is a strong possibility that you can make the decision to not finish this boss fight. Yesterday, I think we saw this boss fight cleared in about like 6 minutes, 6 minutes, 30 seconds, which meant there was a whole another minute and a half with other rooms and more enemies that you could fight and you could play. Luckily, because they're going to die here, the boss is going to be able to kill them without any problems. That was really small. Lucci trying to maybe get a couple of revives there, but was unable to. The boss, as long as you're near the boss is going to knock you away, but you'll die here. This room actually will kill you fairly quickly. Yeah. Everyone's going to go down, and so now we're going to see some point totals and have to see what everybody is able to hit. The normal thing I do, if you're at home and you want to guess, it is total points. So if you see a large number of players, there we go. Resident Game Master 300 sitting down there. Hitting continue. Ash with the MVP score, so most points in the lobby. He's at 10K. Lucci's at 9.7, though, so that's relatively close. Dolo comes up next, followed by O to the L. RK and Kenna with Bernay and Pop on the bottom parts of their teams. Leaderboard. This lobby is close enough that I think that the Shoguns may have actually taken it by taking those middle 4 spots, just because there is a fall off ever so slightly between Dolo to O to the L.
And that was a little bit of my prediction just based off of the kill count. I sort of figured that it would be that score. Typically speaking, I've noticed the teams that are losing, like throughout all of the UEL, anytime Final Stand Ragnarok comes into play, when you're about that 2-minute mark, right, when you have 2 minutes left in the game and you swap to some of these players and they only have 100 or so kills, man, that spells trouble. That spells huge trouble.
It tells me that this is the thing. The revive stretch becomes such a thing in the league that it is very interesting, but I am willing to say this. I think every team, or a lot of teams, are relying on it so heavily that they are forgetting that, like in a shooter,
right?
You wouldn't be like in Siege, and that is a Shogun's
this
win.
Is the underdog potential upset of the week. Shogun's won by 6,000 points. That's a whole player.
Yeah,
that's a whole player. That's what I figured, man. They've just caught a vibe today. Ghost came in here a little too confident today, I think, man.
I think they came in confident. I think that they...
Man, do we say cocky? Because there's a fine line between confidence and cocky.
This is my worry. I want to call it, but I didn't get cockiness from them. But what I did almost was, again, I wanted the confidence for you to, again, I'm coming in to win.
Yeah. You gotta talk the talk, though. You gotta walk the walk.
But it felt like they just don't want to lose this game,
Yeah.
which is the issue. Like, again, we've talked about this before. You and I have of when you are playing to win, you're looking for a play, right? I'm gonna take it to college football. If you're playing not to lose in the UEL, you might only throw short passes.
True.
You might throw very conservative, safe passes, make consistent small games.
Okay.
Even if you're down, you have to switch over to a play-to-win mentality, which might say, I need to take this risk. Yes, it's a risk. Yes, I can mess up. But if I don't take that risk, I'm not going to be able to take a victory.
Right.
And Valorant being another shooter, once again, we're back to Ghost. I need you to take one of these.
Well, here's the thing, right? Like, Shogun have taken a sports game, obviously, from Ghost. Obviously, NCAA, they did okay in NCAA. They just didn't make necessarily the right reads. But they were to perform at least moderately well in NCAA. What? Ghosts?
I believe forfeit. I expect it. They didn't. They don't have a lot of people that play
That's
for
true.
Valorant. I think
That's
we'll
true.
see probably Siege today. I think we'll see maybe Halo.
They'll forfeit Halo. Although I want to see Kenna perform in Halo so bad. Being a huge Halo fan myself, I just want to see some of his gameplay.
F1 and Mr. B is available.
Well, I mean, but listen, I guess what I was getting into was just the fact that Shogun were able to steal one of their games from them in a pretty drastic or dramatic fashion. Ghosts need to now do that, or at least find a couple of games in order to do that to Shogun, because I do think some of those like forced forfeits are going to come into play later on in the night, so that'll kind of mix things up a little bit. But they've got to be able to do that, and if not, that's where your problem lies, right? If you're going to be an end gamer, you have to be super well rounded, and you can't come in here talking and not walking. Because right now, the Shogun are doing all the chalking right now and outlining them broad daylight in the center of the street.
Bars!
It's just the truth. So, I'm impressed.
Nah, Matt's on, and he is completely right. I don't think anybody would have guessed this is going to more than likely be our halftime score. They're going to hopefully get into F1. They have to get into F1, it looks like, before half. But them being up by 8, them needing to go into the second half and get 7 points to confirm their first victory of the season was not on anybody's bingo card. Maybe a few players. I know that there was some talk of that the Shoguns, again, aren't a bad team.
No, our last 2 matches that we've casted for Shogun, like, they've lost by a handful of games, which seems like it's dramatic, but it's not. We constantly are saying if they just get their setups done and they quit having these forced forfeits, each one of those games, they were within reach to send things to overtime. Like, they have so much talent on their team. They need to just use that energy to start finding a leader to start organizing their gameplay for all of these setups. Now, we are going to get a word from AV. AV, what do you have for us?
I'm just going to let you guys know that I think, speaking on like forfeits and timeouts, I do believe that this is a Shogun setup, and you know how we talk about Shoguns and their setups. They think that this game is on the Xbox.
We moved this game to the PC. So I'm not going to even – I did this earlier in the season. and so I'm not going to fault them for this.
Okay.
Because we used to play this on Xbox.
I play it on Gamecast.
Gamecast?
Mm-hmm.
Sick. like I don't know if that's I'm a game. Like my man, I'm like, you man got a whole system that I've never heard of, and I'm like,
yep, Atari Cube.
Ah, okay, cool. But we did actually move this game over to PC, and it's in the rulebook. I can promise you that if you read the rulebook, it says it.
Yeah. It's knowing the rules, man. There's a lot of moving
no,
parts.
I just thought about it. Please don't let this be how you lose your last time out. Please don't let this be how you lose your last time out.
It's one of those things that, like, there's so many moving parts here at the UEL, guys, between the actual setups, between the dugout sort of baseball lineups that we have. We have the tier system going on. We've got playoffs coming up, a champion, in the months to come. Okay, so the Game Master is giving them an extra few minutes.
Where was this 300? Yes,
I know, right?
No, 300 is doing right. Like it's one of those things that I think he realizes that neither team knows, because 9 times out of 10,
it's an innocent
most
mistake.
teams will also I'm not gonna straight up screw you over. I will sit there and I'll be like if you see me sit down, I might sit down and plug my controller into the PC, and I'm gonna sit down, and if you look and you're like, it's not working. I'm like,
yeah,
it's not working.
Yep.
Double check the rules. I'm just look at everything, because that's the thing is in all of us are friendly, but at the end of the day, there are competitors. And,
and you're trying to win, man.
And Shogun, if this is your setup, you got to be able to get this. You got to get this.
Well, there's a lot of rules that do change from time to time. They do change from season to season. Wreckfest is a racer here on the UEL.
Bring back the bus.
Yes, and the bus in Wreckfest used to be legal, and everyone was using it. But now it is no longer legal. So if we had a player that chose the bus, for instance, he'd get in big trouble. So if you don't know the rules, though, there's going to be times like this where I think 300 understands that it's just sort of an innocent mistake on both sides, probably, and figures, all right, listen, these are the rules. Don't let it happen again. But he's honest. If it does happen again, listen, you're either going to have to call a timeout or this is a forfeit.
Hey, someone talk to 300 inside this. My kid's still stuck at school. I need the bus back. We got to hop on there. Look, let them know that you be honest.
I need a bus. I'm a 2-hour drive to work.
Hey, you might find out that drive's a little bit shorter. As we reach this last minute, I think they figured it out, and they're going to go ahead and get into this game of F1. Now, here's the funny part. Even beyond that, even if they get the right platform, they turn the game on, they sit down, I'm going to make you a promise here. F1 is one of the trickiest games to set up, and now coming back from the store, we're in the game. Let's go! I'm happy, Mr.
All right,
Mr. B's on top of your screen.
Looks like the laps are correctly set up as
Big
well.
Bad MJ's on the bottom.
Oh no! He needs some milk. Controller disconnected. All right, so I'm here. Yep, so we're hearing a little bit of debating back and forth on the arena floor. We'll get some of those details to you guys here in a sec. A little bit of controller issues. Maybe seeing a timeout, maybe a tech timeout, maybe a forfeit. Who knows? It's up in the air right now. But listen, it's always drama when Shogun are in the arena, man. There's always drama when Shogun are in the arena.
I'm letting you know right now. All of the Shogun have timeouts on their Christmas lists.
Yeah.
All of them. They just gonna be like, yo, let's just get 5-10 extras. We'll probably be all right. We'll get through a game one of these days.
An origami timeout in their Christmas stocking. Just stuff in there. Yeah.
Santa just like, Santa, I owe you a timeout 300.
Yes.
Boom. We gotta wait here.
Oh, wow.
The Ghost are losing their last timeout?
Oh, so I think that was the Ghost whose controller wasn't working, and so they got to delay a game, and they got their timeout taken for it. There it is.
It was a lineup mistake as well.
Oh, no.
So they didn't put their lineup in, and that ends up being a problem. The race looks like it was starting.
It's starting in the pause screen, which may lead to a disqualification, we'll say. Now, we're getting word from the floor. Nonetheless, just bear with us for those of you at home.
If anybody that's a battery company wants to sponsor the UEL, please reach out.
Battery
really
company,
appreciate
controller company, GameSir controllers. I use a GameSir controller. That would be an awesome sponsorship here.
I've seen that controller.
So they have Hall Effect joysticks. So let's just talk about that for a second. I'm sure a lot
What
of you
is a
gamers
Hall
out there are
Effect
looking
joystick?
for. Yeah, so I'll explain it to you guys. If you want to compete here at the UEL and you're looking for a quality controller to dive into to bring to the arena that's completely legal, there's nothing sketchy about it or anything. The actual controller itself, they're called GameSir controllers. This is just a plug for them. We're not sponsored by them or anything, but it's just a recommendation for you guys. If it's not going to be GameSir, look for controllers that have Hall Effect joysticks. They utilize magnetism within the actual joystick itself. Instead of using a spring and the analog stick, the spring in your analog stick, once it's bent to one side, being a spring, if you let go of the stick, it springs back to the center axis, that zero access point. Hall Effect joysticks utilize magnetism. So they have magnets within that joystick that pulls the actual analog stick back to the center axis, which reduces your stick drift. So stick drift on Hall Effect joysticks actually doesn't occur for a very, very long time. I've been using the same controller now for almost 2 years, and I am a very, very sweaty gamer.
You are sweaty as a gamer. I am sweaty because I am terrified of all of the collisions and the cars up against each other in F1. I'm surprised no one died right there. And it looks like here, Big Bad MJ is taking control of this. He's lost control, unfortunately. Mr. B sliding out in front and now slowing down to take the turn, doing a good job. Big Bad MJ starting to find his pace, maybe needing just a second to get locked in.
Yeah, it needs to get locked in. It needs to not do too much to try to gain the positioning advantage. Sometimes what you'll notice from players is this desire to sort of speed up because they want to catch their opponent, when in reality, sometimes all you need to do is just continue to race clean. By speeding up, oftentimes they will just, they're going into their corners too hot, right? And they end up taking a bad turn, which creates even more of a discrepancy in terms of the distance between that player that you need to surpass. So by actually trying to improve, we may have a disconnect on the controller here on the top of your screen. That is going to be Mr. B on the side.
Oh, that man is spinning.
Yep, that's going to be Mr. B on the side of Shogun. So controller disconnect. Looks like some more drama on the floor. Yeah. Let me see if there's anything else I can throw out there to help gamers at home. So definitely pick up a controller with Hall Effect joysticks. Like I said, they employ a magnetism within the analog stick itself, which prevents stick drift. Stick drift occurs when the actual spring in your analog stick on that controller is being bent too often and it wears out. So definitely try to pick up one of those.
Yeah, we might need to be looking at getting some new hardware. We are gamers. I think people sometimes think that, these controllers last forever and you just got to be willing to put some time in there and to get everything done. So, unfortunately, again, you mentioned 300 would be pretty lenient. He was like, okay, cool, you make a mistake, cool, that's whatever. It could be a hardware issue.
Yeah.
At this point, it's been a good bid. We got to see CTR be the next game does not bode well either.
Another racer.
I'm trying to see if there's a CTR player in the room.
In the room.
Well, I think in the meantime, we're going to take a moment to get a boost to grab ourselves a drink, and that will be coming from our drink sponsor, Sly. You can hear about him here. We are back. Yeah, we're still getting everything handled and putting our way through this game. But going into half, I mean, if the Ghosts pick this up, I think that might be the light at the end of the tunnel that you can kind of hold on to a little bit.
Yeah.
Seeing as like a mistake like this, I mean, you don't have any timeouts either, so
yeah.
You don't have any more mistakes with your lineup.
I'm interested to see that. I think there's some inexcusable sort of mistakes on the side of both of these teams in terms of setup. And when you're talking about like sort of inexcusable mistakes, trying to find like teams that are going to excel are the ones that are practicing all of these games, that have their setups down, that are working together, that are actually showing up for practice, and so much more. The fact that both of them are struggling on setups, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that you had sort of alluded to this, that none of them probably practice CTR the way they should be. Typically speaking, there's a lot of players within the league that aren't necessarily like practicing some of the lesser flashy games, if you will, because there's certain games that are a little bit more popular within pop culture in general, so it's easier to sort of enjoy the aspect of needing to practice them, right? CTR, although a very fun game, isn't necessarily at the top of the Twitch streaming algorithms or social media presence and things like that. And I would assume that neither one of these teams, I think both of these teams for that matter, are going to struggle within this game.
Well, someone on the Shogun, I just don't know who that player is. Their owner, Black Diamond, having conversations and like having heard their practice even from earlier in the season, he's a big proponent of playing the less popular games because that's how you can find some of those more consistent
wins,
and
man.
easy wins. Yeah. Because you do it. And we're going to go ahead and take one more chance. So hop in, grab your wheel at home just in case the controllers disconnect this time. And we have to see Paku with the wheel somewhere out there. I know that you are hoping. So Mr. B on the top here. And we saw this before. Coming into this turn, Big Bad MJ takes it always a little bit tighter. Mr. B managed to get the lead before, but this time he managed to stay up. But now these NPCs do not play at all. And Mr. B finds his way back into that leading spot, at least between our players.
Yeah, and I think he actually was sort of in the back of the pack at the start of the race, but he did something really smart almost immediately, was he actually sort of created a collision amongst the cars on the inside turn in order to pivot his vehicle to a sharper turn, which gave him the momentum he needed to sort of accelerate at a faster pace and get into the third place spot. Now, he does need to be careful, though, because he has an NPC in front of him, and they are known for brake checking, and they almost kind of did it right there, but they're known for brake checking, which throws off some of our players sometimes and creates sort of travesties scenarios occasionally where a player is all but guaranteed a race and then the NPC essentially takes them out. So he just has to be careful. You kind of see that he's weary of that a little bit, but Big Bad MJ is right on his tail. They are in third place and fourth place. Mr. B's got to be careful here going into what is a wide turn. An unnecessarily wide turn, need I add, because it wasn't necessarily too steep of a turn right there. He could have probably kept his momentum through that, but he did sort of make the right guess. He's doing it again right here, that he's taking a wide turn and turning sharply into it in order to maintain his momentum, and that's exactly why Big Bad MJ was not able to catch up to him right there, because he's trying to take the inside turn, but he has to pick and choose his battles.
And now what I'm watching for, something that's newer in this version of F1, is your brakes do heat up. Yes. And that affects how you are able to take turns. And if you're not aware and constantly slamming on the brakes, I'm looking at Big Bad MJ here, you'll realize that sometimes you're not stopping as fast as you want to. You're not able to actually make these turns safely because of how much braking you're having to do to just try to get through a turn versus taking those optimal lines and maybe just letting off the accelerator.
Yeah, and just, I guess an easy way to sort of explain it is, I would say, loose turns that aren't like very sharp are the ones that you can take at a wider angle, but the very, very sharp turn, and it looks like Big Bad MJ has been knocked out of this race. That's going to wrap things up. So someone explain to me what happened right there.
So we always talk. It wasn't a brake check. So the NPCs in this game, specifically the AI, they drive the optimal line. And if you aren't careful when you are trying to either get back in or out of the road, they will take you out. MJ said, we live here in Virginia. If you're ever in Virginia, come down to the arena, come view a game. It's like when you merge on the 95 and that one person, as you're trying to merge in, just kind of looks at you from the lane like, oh, you're going in here? you're coming here? No, I'm not moving. And it's always the person that, again, everybody has their own thing, but they're missing like the entire front part of their car. And I'm like, bro, I'm not giving you a free car. Can you just slide over? I just need you to slide over a step. Yeah. Just a step. Unfortunately, MJ tried to merge back in. And the NPC said no, and his entire car kind of exploded, and he's out of the race.
Yeah, he needs to call up Exhibit and go to West Coast Customs.
True.
Man, that was such a good reference. Come on now.
It's so good. Hey,
No, but
ride, pimp your game, do whatever you can to improve out here. CTR will be our first game after half, though, and I'm a little bit excited because I think with the timeout and the situation of the game, this is still anybody's game. So join us here in 15 minutes as we continue the Ghost versus Shoguns.
With the game that they're playing, what exactly is happening, but there's a complaint that players from the other team are pausing, and they assume that somehow messing up their flow of the game. So we're gonna investigate after this match. If there's gonna be an issue where the other team is not allowing ours to perform as best as we can, the admin has to have a sanction against the other team, or we'll have to replay the game. But I doubt that that's going to be the case, so I assume there's going to be a sanction in case we actually suffer from this. There were complaints, and we complained twice, so we'll see what the overrule is going to be by the end, and that's it. We'll see.
Because I seen him.
And he's like, it's not in the rules.
I seen him go invisible, like a pause, but it's not paused. It's when you turn to the side or go backwards. So like when he spun out, then it pauses.
Because I said, look,
it was all fucked up.
It's not on expert rules.
I know.
Just go to it. If it's on expert rules, I'm wrong.
Yeah, it should be 9-1.
I said if it's on expert rules, hey bro, then I'm wrong. But he's sitting there. And they already closed it all out. So I was like, it's too late. So that's a forfeit. That's a forfeit. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Where does it say it in the rules?
Thank you. Thank you.
Where does it say it in the rules?
Well, we already checked with the game master beforehand, so it's a forfeit.
I mean, if it's not in the rules, should that be something announced to everybody?
It should be announced. Like,
That game master
information
called.
about it.
And we was told nothing about it.
It's not in the
Hey, bro.
rules. It's not in the rules.
Hey, just like the fuel's not in the rules, right?
The what?
The fuel and Forza. That was unlimited, right?
Y'all also had the Forza.
That was messed up too. But we'll take this one. Don't worry about it.
Look, Zach, look. In the rules it says if a player does not finish the DNF race, their race will not be finished in 60 seconds.
But we never finished the race.
But if you're resetting the whole thing before him, you're restarting the whole thing to get a faster time. That's what we're saying.
But we have 60 seconds to do that.
Yep. It acts like a DNF when you reset.
It was never. That was never a thing.
People have been resetting all season. That's how it is.
What is the call?
The DNF for the club.
That's insane.
Because it's restarting the time over. It's restarting the time from the beginning.
And that's not a GM decision as far as, well, it's integrated.
That's one.
Okay, that needs to be in the rules. That needs to be in the rules.
Wait, if it's not in the rules, how are we supposed to know?
It's not the rules. People have been doing it all season.
Yeah, literally all season.
I don't agree with you guys, but he's the GM on site.
But he don't need to.
Hey, get him out of here.
That's messed up. That's how you know they salty, bro. They salty.
Hey, go ahead.
What?
Reapers win!
Not really. Handicap. It's okay.
So far, we're doing pretty good. In the beginning, it wasn't in our favor, but we bounced back and we're winning almost every single game. So it's looking good in our favor, but we're definitely got to tighten up a little bit more.
Everyone's nervous. I'm nervous. The other team is nervous. Our players are nervous, but me and Cutters, like as leaders on the team, it's our job to be the vocal ones, and we can't show that. We have to make them think we're the best. They have no chance at winning. They shouldn't even show that to them. So when we win a game, we got to scream. When we lose a game, we got to tell them they're biased anyway. It doesn't matter. We have to talk trash the whole time and keep our confidence up the whole time. And then with our team, too, we have to try and raise their energy up and try and get them to get hyped and things like that. At the end of the day, like, we have to play through. So even though we lost timeouts, even though we lose in games we don't think we should lose, we just have to keep playing the game. If we get caught up and just give up because, we lost a timeout or we lost Forza, that's how you lose. You lose when you let the game go. You cannot let things like that determine the game.
final fight, and it's going to be very, very intense.
Hey, let's go, bro. Hey, yeah.
We were. Okay. So, Align, right? We were this close to losing, this close. We came back all the way. These guys, they're cooking.
But then the next question is, it was 16-6. Now, once you guys being the 3-time Reapers going into this game, which we thought was going to be a close game, it wasn't. Why did you let the Click win 6 games? What's going on? Because at this point in time, the team you have is already a championship caliber team. Why are you dropping 6 games?
I'll answer your question. Why are we winning all these fighting games with no fighting games? That's all I hear about. That's all I hear about.
You only hear about it because you only paid attention to everybody but me.
Hey, that's all I hear about.
Because I already explained it on why the Reapers are so good on this. But how's it been with you not having an actual dedicated fighter player, you having individual people at each of these fighting games being good? Because not having a traditional fighter is seen as a decline in some of the other teams' eyes. But you guys have you figured it out. You have Ricky, you have Cutters, you have yourself, you have Midnight, you have people across the board, and Rez, excuse me, who touch each one of these fighting games. So how does it feel like knowing you don't have to pay a dedicated fighter who's weaker across the board, while having a team who's stronger across the entire wheel with one fighting game and specialty?
It feels like 4 times. That's how it feels. It feels like 4 times. It feels like 4 times. 4 times. Exactly. It feels like 4 times. Oh my God, bro. That tier 1 matchup between Hollywood and Bo Seam, we already know who's winning that, bro. Bo Seam all day!
Hey, yo, and the last thing I'm going to ask y'all, is, what y'all got to say the third when he's coaching tomorrow?
Look, you're going against one of the GOATs. One of the greatest of all time in the UEL.
But he's got one of the GOATs. He's got Bo Seam. Come on, bro.
Blaze winning tomorrow, getting their first win. Can't wait to see it. Can't wait to see y'all tomorrow at 3 p.m. Shout out to SurfThing for these amazing PCs, baby.
Hey, thank you, gentlemen. We are going to go back over to our post-game, and we will get the commentators to get us out of here. You guys have a wonderful night. We'll be right back. Viewers, don't go anywhere. Oh, God, I love you, motherfucker.
Come on, Cordy. Come on, Cordy. They said they were going to beat us today. And we just fucked them up, bro. Come on, bro. I can't get hyped. Bro, get hyped. Yeah, come on,
get hyped, bro. Let's go.
Come on, Cordy.
Let's go.
Cordy!
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Hey, Ricky. Let's get hyped, Ricky.
Yeah!
Hey, put your hands in the middle.
Yeah.
Reapers on 3, 1, 2, 3.
Reapers!
Confidence and character development for kids ages 5 to 12. Women empowered. 20 essential self-defense techniques for ladies of all ages. Gracie Combatives, 36 techniques, no knowledge to street ready in the least amount of time possible.
The Master Cycle, from blue belt to black belt and beyond.
And in a structured fashion, you guys, to minimize frustration, maximize retention is what it's all about.
Now, every single student will get an attendance card. With this card, we will track their progress.
Critical.
They know what they've learned. They know what they need to learn to move to the next phase.
Students love this.
Number 2, Safety.
Number one priority. Even though it's number two, it's the number one priority. Why? If you come to class and you get injured and you can't go to work tomorrow, we're not doing our job.
Often what happens is somebody who has very little experience is in a class with people who have a lot of experience. You end up becoming somewhat of a grappling dummy.
So what have we done? Taken the opposite approach. So the way it works is in our beginner programs, the basics. You're gonna learn fundamentals. You're gonna learn how to protect your body, protect your partner, and protect your face, and defend yourself. Ultimately, beginner programs, entry level, are for the basic techniques, no competitive sparring, because you're not ready to do that without injuring yourself or someone else.
And we will get you ready. And once you're ready, then you will transition to the master cycle, and the cooperative work together, help each other environment will also follow you for the rest of your journey.
So even in the master cycle, when it's sparring amongst, training partners who are trying to defeat one another, the collaboration energy is very strong. You're working with each other, not against each other.
Of course.
Number 3, street readiness. Now, Jiu-Jitsu exists as both a self-defense system in the highest regard and a recreational sport. And unfortunately, most schools dedicate all their training time to the sportive aspect of the art.
What does that mean? That means that somebody could be training for 2, 3, 4 years.
More, 10.
Forever, and never talk about what might happen in a real fight.
And this is very unfortunate, you guys, because Jiu-Jitsu is an amazing self-defense system. So what we've realized is the first thing you learn is the hardest to forget. So all of our entry-level programs are 100% committed to the techniques you're gonna need out in the parking lot tonight, tomorrow morning. Whatever goes down, you're gonna be ready, but that's because the emphasis is 100% self-defense.
And once you own this self-defense mindset and this way of survival, then you can take that mindset with you and apply it to the master cycle.
Where you might be rolling more sportively,
Jiu-Jitsu versus Jiu-Jitsu.
but it's still a self-defense mindset being applied in a sportive practice of Jiu-Jitsu.
Or to any other area of your life.
Too deep, you guys. Now, there are 2 other benefits that only exist at certified training centers. Number 1, online access to your curriculum of study for free with your membership. And number 2, free satellite training privileges at any CTC around the world.
Why would you want online training? It's so you can watch a lesson. When you go home, you forgot a detail, you can't fall asleep at night, you can go on, you can watch the lesson and then sleep easy. Or you want to come to class the next day, but you don't know the lesson, you haven't learned it
Or
yet.
you want to prepare, right?
You show up already speaking the language because you watched the lesson.
And we found that students who watch their online lessons during the week, in addition to coming to class, grow at twice the rate of progress than students who just come to class.
It's all about time and energy.
There you go. So online access and satellite training privileges, which means you can schedule the rest of your life's vacations
or business trips
around certified training centers, because nothing worse than going on a vacation and not being able to keep up on your jiu-jitsu. Nothing worse than that.
And when you do a class, wherever you're vacationing, when you do a class there, what do? You do class number 7, you remember, you take note, and you bring that back and you put it on your card, your attendance card at your school.
So any classes done remotely count on your attendance card back home, because the curriculum is identical for all the beginner programs at CTCs around the world. The bottom line is this. You guys need to go to a CTC, tell them we sent you. They're gonna do 10-day free trial. What's the benefit of that?
Well, if it's not everything that you've ever wanted when it comes to jiu-jitsu, then you say, you know what? It's not for me.
But if it is everything you've ever dreamt of and more,
enjoy.
We'll see you on the mat.
Michigan Paladins play for purpose, supporting efforts to end bullying and building kindness. Get ready to join the Michigan Paladins on December 3rd for an exciting online gaming fundraiser that's all about making a difference. We are rallying together to support the Be a Friend Project, an incredible nonprofit that empowers kids to help other kids and promotes kindness to stop bullying. This Giving Tuesday, every match we play and every contribution made will directly impact children and teens facing the challenges of bullying, reminding them that they are not alone and inspiring them to stay strong. For the Paladins, character and sportsmanship are as important as gaming skills. It's not just about how we play, but how we treat each other while playing. And we choose kindness. We believe that fostering a culture of respect and positivity elevates not just our gameplay, but the entire gaming experience. By uplifting one another and leading by example, we aim to create a community where everyone feels valued and inspired to be their best, both in and out of the game. the Paladin players focus on long-term impact through respect rather than just short-term victory. It's important for our team to promote camaraderie, which extends to players on the opposing team. We strive to build connections that transcend competition, showing that true champions uplift everyone around them. By prioritizing mutual respect and empathy, we set the standard for what it means to compete with integrity and leave a lasting legacy on the gaming world. The Michigan Paladins, like the other UEL teams, have players that excel in different gaming genres. We embrace player diversity and recognize skill differences. Our Paladins share their game knowledge and support each other. Everyone belongs and has something valuable to contribute. By celebrating our unique strengths and lifting each other up, we aim to build a team that is stronger together, embodying the true spirit of unity and inclusivity. Winning is great.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail.
Right now, hunting down from the bandits.
Oh, and there.
Ken, and that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely is. This could be a runaway, like you're saying.
Michigan Paladins play for purpose, supporting efforts to end bullying and building kindness. Get ready to join the Michigan Paladins on December 3rd for an exciting
Hey, an exciting online gaming fundraiser hosted right here at the UEL.
What a transition.
That is brought to us by the Michigan Paladins, working with the Be a Friend project here on December 3rd. Come on out, tune into the stream. Any of the players in the UEL, reach out. We would love to have you as well a part of the event and have some fun.
Absolutely, and that's going to be going down Tuesday, December 3rd. If you guys can't make it for the fundraiser on that particular date, you can go to mi-paladins.com. You can donate yourself, but like you saw right there in the ad, it is all about spreading positivity amongst the youth in order to combat bullying, and what a great avenue to do that here in video games. People of all ages, backgrounds, cultures, everything. And listen, UEL does it best. In terms of all the different backgrounds and cultures that go into gaming, we have 33 different games on the UEL wheel that you'll see played throughout all of the night. So all different types of personality types and so forth coming in to the UEL arena in order to compete. So
I'm going to be honest with you. I'm a little bit nervous. Sitting back down here, there's not a whole lot of people out there in the arena, and there is a setup timer running down.
That is the type of... What do you call that? That's the type of preparation that you see amongst the best teams, that amongst I would say the lesser record teams, if you will, sort of struggle with, right? If there was a situation where the setup timer ends, if there's a situation where this timer ends and these teams are not in here, that's inexcusable. To be honest with you, and I'm just going to say this, I'm a caster. Listen, I don't care if this hurts anybody's feelings. It lacks professionalism, and you need to be showing up to the arena floor and getting ready for this game.
I'll go on and let me say right now, I know Pop and Lucha are in the building. I know they're in the room. They came back in. They seemingly got done with halftime. They're ready to go. They're ready to be prepared and ready to play.
Yeah.
But the team with a timeout may be forced to use their timeout.
Yeah. So we're getting a couple of words to see if they're ready to roll. And I think it's one of those things too that, this is like your first, potentially your first win as Shogun. I know that they're very excited. I could sort of sense at halftime that they were really sort of, their mojo was in full swing. I've been here when they were losing a game, and the level of emotion, none of the Shoguns are in the room.
Yeah, that's what I was worried about.
Which is odd because I was just eating a mean turkey sandwich right next to him. So odd. All right, so there goes their last timeout.
But this is the issue, is they now have 3 minutes for one of them to walk in the room, realize they have less than 3 minutes to sit down, get connected, make sure everybody is ready to go, or they could walk back in 2 minutes and 40-ish seconds.
Right.
To the score being 3-10 and wondering what happened.
Yeah.
And it being their setup.
And most of these, most if not all of these players have played in a large number of games. They should know they only have 15 minutes. The fact that they're not in here is inexcusable.
I'm going on limit. It's not even the players I'm looking at.
Right.
Black Diamond has been a GM, a coach, and owner for a very long time, to where I'm looking at you now having to make that call again.
Yeah.
Did they come back in the room? They have someone come in. I know I saw RK walk back in the room and grab something. So again, there are people that came in, but was nobody ever actively checking to see how much time has passed here?
Yeah.
For this to be the way that this could be the thing that sets the second half off in a way that, as you mentioned before, messes up the mojo that the Shogun had built up to this
It does, and I've been here when they were losing a game, and that same sense of emotion that you see from them on the floor when they're winning games and they're during their gameplay, you basically can turn that tenfold when they are sort of feeling negative about themselves or about a matchup. You can sort of just hear it throughout the arena, even during halftime. But I had a really, really strong sense of just positive energy from them, kind of right there at the halftime and at the break. So I thought they were going to come in here basically just hot on positivity.
There's only one way that this could be worse. Is if the next game after this is Halo, they will have a 2-minute setup to get Halo.
Oh, that would be
and with
diabolical.
Kenna available, if you lose Halo, he has not looked close to losing yet this entire.
All right, they've got 60. Shogun still haven't shown up, and there's 60 seconds left on this clock. This might be an opportunity. Listen, and you mentioned something at the start of the hour. The Ghosts need to win this in order to secure playoff potential, right? Because Paladins losing last night, it creates a scenario where the Paladins, you guys need the Ghosts to lose this game. The Ghosts right now could potentially get a comeback just through Shoguns not being here to play.
It's rough at the end of the day, but that goes back to show when there is some of that experience on the team, when you have Brene, Lucci, Big Bad MJ being the youngest player on this team.
Right.
At, I believe, this being his second season in the league. But you have enough experience in the league to be like, hey, what does halftime feel like? About 15 minutes. So we should be back in the room about here. Who is supposed to be playing? Cool, you either set it up beforehand or after. This is a different level. Even if you have the stream up on your phone, you would hear us talking right now. Walk back in the room.
Yeah, and champions are made of, people that aren't just talented within forfeit Shogun. There we go. So they're not here to get ready to play. So they are a bit of a team that, like, I use the word emotional because it's a nice way to put it, but they trash talk a little bit. They trash talk a little bit, that they tend to have a sense of confidence about them, but talking the way that they do, you can be as good as you want within these games, but if you're not capable of just sitting down and picking up a controller to play, I don't know what that speaks towards you and your team. And you brought up a good point too with the owner. The owner needs to take initiative to really sit these players down and get them ready to play. Somebody on that team has to be a leader, and if it's not going to be the GM, then who is it going to be? Right.
We have to ask the question here. Checkmate Showdown. They're walking in the room and they're asking, well, it should be their setup, not realizing that we've gone through an entire game. We've gone through 6 minutes of setup time.
And what was the game that was forfeited?
CTR.
Okay, so that is a
racing game.
That was, obviously it's a racing game, but it was one of those games that I think was sort of a wash for both of these teams. We kind of didn't know who was going to necessarily take that. That might have been the game, or been a game that the Shogun had maybe a player or so that could have potentially taken a win. Nonetheless, Ghosts get a free win. Moving into this next one, this is going to be Checkmate Showdown. Now, this is a fighter.
Yeah, and the lucky thing is that they're in the room now. You have built up what was an 8-point, but now a 7-point lead. We talked about having room for mistakes. But this is the the worry here is tilt for me. The worry is absolutely you walk back in the room and you hear that, and you have to be able to put that behind you and say, okay, cool, I made a mistake. Whether or not I feel like it's my fault, I
Oh,
made
there you
a
go.
mistake, and then reset for checkmate showdown. Because you have to
Right.
sit down and play chess. Everybody's going to have to play a piece.
Yep.
Who's playing your king? Who's playing your queen? Who's getting your lineup in? Make sure the lineup is correct. Make sure you're ready to go. And again, you're down to 2 minutes at this point.
Listen, I don't know about you, but I need a drink.
Think a lot.
And when I need a drink, I'm grabbing a Sly. Be sure to grab some, guys. They've got 3 different kinds of Slides. They've got, I think, a chill version. They have a dream version that you can drink right before going to bed. And then they have this, which is the boost version, which is going to give you your essential vitamins, your B vitamins, and what have you in order to keep you energized. So I'm going to crack this open while we figure out what's going on the floor. We got a game of Checkmate Showdown coming up right now. This game, one of the more dynamic and interesting games within our lineup. In my personal opinion, I've actually I've actually downloaded this game. I'm starting to get into it myself just because I actually love chess, but then I also like fighting games. It's the best of both worlds. So as the game and the matchup starts, this is going to be a 5v5 game. None of the pawns are being controlled by players. However, there is 5 pieces behind the pawns from the king, whether the king, queen, the rook, bishop, and knight, right? Those 5 pieces behind the pawns that are all controlled by individual players on each team. So it's going to start off and they're playing a regular game of chess. However, once one of the player pieces attacks another player piece, it transitions into a 2D stage fighter, and they actually fight each other right there on the board. Fascinating, interesting concept that honestly, I hope that this game just grows in popularity. I hope that they continue to make newer iterations of it, sort of moving forward, because I think it also sort of helps people, especially the newer generation, get into what is the most classic competitive game in history, which is, of course, chess, going back thousands of years, this game. Hopefully soon to be initiated into the Olympics as well. A lot of people have been fighting for that. But nonetheless, this is just a great showcase of how interesting the game of chess can truly be.
We will get colors in a second, because I agree with you, but some interesting openings as well. Say,
yeah,
that we see immediately in this game. I don't know if both sides are just expecting their opponent to mirror their moves, or whether they're expecting to go from here. Looking to step in here, and is going to put threat on his opposing, the opposing bishop here. And is he willing just to take the fight? And this essentially meaning that he gets the opportunity to win. So it looks like it's going to be Dolo and Lucci sitting down, and we'll find out really quickly which side is which.
Yeah, I'm going to go out on a limb here, though, and assume that not necessarily. Let's see. We'll get an update. Whoever is purple that dove the back, is the purple the player that dove the back line?
No, orange dove in, but they gave control of purple the opportunity to take the fight, so they have the fight.
Okay,
or the ultimate.
So orange diving into their back line, I don't know, like chess-wise, it just kind of doesn't make sense because you're not threatening the king, you're not threatening in any way, shape, or form. You're potentially going to take out a bishop here, but it's not that big of a deal. But you're also sort of putting your piece at risk without sort of giving up too much coverage in terms of the board control. So just in terms of chess standards, it's not too effective of a move, but you might get a piece off the board. So, I mean, we'll see.
So it was the Shogun that initiated the big attack across the board, but the fight itself, initiated by the Ghost in purple, ends up going the way, well, as I said, of the Ghost. But that means that now both of the bishops are out on the board.
Right.
The Ghost have 2, as opposed to the Shogun having 1. And that initial attack, as you said, it didn't open up the king, really.
It didn't. So not only did they not show up to the arena, but they also were incapable of showing up to the back line of purple team, which is clearly going to be the Ghosts, who were able to sort of take out that bishop in quite a quick fashion.
So if we're being honest, by the way, I think they thought that they had opened up their white squared bishop, orange had, and that this was going to be an attack directly onto the king, not realizing that they in fact had not done any of that.
Right, because had they won that, I mean, he's not threatening anything around them. He's not threatening the knight. He's not threatening the rook. He's not threatening the king. The only thing he could potentially have done was taken a pawn and then attacked the queen. That doesn't make any sense. You'd get bodied, right? So it just made no sense. Nonetheless, they're continuing to advance in what seems like a full frontal sort of attack across the board.
This is what I see from a lot of teams and players I feel like that are less comfortable with this game. They kind of just say, if I fight the king enough times, we win. Playing chess, it's fine. I would, yeah, you're gonna lose it if you don't move it. So
use it or lose it.
Go ahead and take this fight. It looks like. So it looks like in orange here on the knight, it is going to go ahead and be. I was going to say only Ash, and then on the other side, on the queen is going to go ahead and be Burnett.
Okay, I see. So queen and then burnt. Okay. All right, Mr. Byrne, let's see what you can do here.
That might be a dead character.
And that might be a dead character. Another another mistake potentially coming out of Shogun. Game Master 300 is on the floor.
So unfortunately, this is actually the ghosts.
Ghosts? Really?
Because during a button check, before you unpause it and play, the opponent is going to have to. You have to wait for the Game Master to confirm going live, and Brene pressed start and then started swinging, which is going to mean this is going to be a dead queen for the side of the ghost.
Oh, wow. Oh, I see.
Or are they allowing the fight to continue? Or are they trying to get the health?
All right, they're allowing
the fight. Yeah,
looks like they're allowing the fight to continue.
All right, we will get the information for the call to give you the exact answer. But these two players now duking it out. The queen being a super important piece, being really powerful and getting as much damage as possible wherever we can.
Yeah, the queen obviously dominated right there. And here's the unfortunate thing. It looks... Okay. He called button check and then paused after. There was a hit that was initiated, though, which is a little odd. That being said, I believe the knight was actually the offensive piece right there, which would have been, which would have been the Shogun advancing again into their backline, losing yet another fight. So clearly that strategy isn't working out. The other thing that showcases is, for those of you that are new to Checkmate Showdown, you actually get an ultimate ability as long as you're the attacking piece, right? So if you initiate the attack, you gain an advantage in a sense, the same way that you would have just taken that piece off the board in a game of chess. They want to sort of act as a parallel to that. So they give you an additional ability, which is in the form of an ultimate, in order for you to more than likely, be able to get that piece off the board, so that it sort of it rings true to a real game of chess. The fact that they, in both of those situations, well, at least in that last situation, had an ultimate ability and were still unable to take out the queen, suggests that in terms of this particular fighter, this may be just a ghost sweep right now.
Yeah, they're looking far more comfortable in the game.
Yeah.
Every single time I see one of them sit down and play it, they look like they're ready to play, they're ready to fight. Now we're going to see, it looks like Lucci will be taking a fight up against Kenna here on the rook.
Yeah. I mean, not a bad. Honestly, if you were to get this trade, it'd be huge for them. So even if you were to trade these out, right? If you traded a bishop for a rook, I mean, that's advantage bishop any day of the week, because the rook is such a strong lane closing piece on the actual board. Potentially what they could have done is just read the entire user manual for this game by the time that the Shogun showed up to the arena today. They may be sort of downloaded it a little bit.
It really looks like a win. The ultimate whiffs, though, and that's going to be important. It allows Kenan to get another opportunity to get a grab in and to start to equalize this health difference a little bit. It's going to come down here to a few interactions. A nice air there. Now Kenan's in the corner, but that throw puts him in the driver's seat. And he's using this assist to great effect. But this time it connects 224 to 241.
Yep.
And now, again, it's going to come down.
That was
should die there.
That was great. That was great gameplay right there from Kenna. Kenna is definitely impressing me in terms of his sort of prowess as a fighting game player, as well as clearly a shooter. I think he definitely has a knack for it. If he were to really apply himself, I think he could go places within sort of that fighting game genre, because I can tell there's certain things he's doing, like jump-ins, specifically right there on the rook. And I've seen this also with Ambush. Ambush also plays the rook piece as well. That particular jump-in, I think you have a frame advantage after the jump-in, even on block. So he's initiating with a combo string immediately afterwards. So actually realizing that in an awkward sort of game like Checkmate Showdown, he clearly has been practicing a little bit, and it's kind of impressive, to be honest.
I'm not understanding some of the moves here.
He could be trying to get this pawn in order to try to steal their other rook, but he would be... Okay, exactly. So maybe he was trying to go for that Kenna matchup, knowing that Kenna's health pool is relatively low, because he doesn't want the smoke with the queen. I can promise him that. Because who is that? That's gonna be. That's gonna be Bernay. Yeah, that's gonna be Bernay over there on the queen.
Or excuse me, on orange, it's going to be.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Mr. B.
Oh yeah, and Mr. B. I would say Mr. B pretty comfortable.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. B, I'm assuming is pretty comfortable here, not just within Checkmate Showdown, but I think just in fighters in general. So the queen is getting attacked here.
So Dolo is going to be going in here up against the side of Bernay. We're going to have a button check here really quickly, make sure everything is set up and ready to go. I'm going to call out something really important. I think that we had this conversation while we were waiting for that first game after half to happen. Look at the Shogun's camera in your top right-hand corner. This is a different team than we were seeing in the first half.
Yeah.
The body language, how they're standing around, how they're looking. This
terminology.
Team automatically feels like they're
what happened?
That they're not in control of this game anymore. They don't feel like they're in control. They don't feel as hype, as energetic.
Right.
And that again, you use mojo, you used emotion maybe starting to get to them, and not in a positive way.
Yeah, I will say this, though. They have the health advantage, and the ultimate ability is still active for them. So if they throw it out with a hit confirmed, they're actually going to take out the queen here. So this is interesting.
It was really small, but Bernay called out the idea that he was going to jump there, maybe thinking that he'd been doing it a ton so far in the game, and just instead of committing to stand on the ground and take a swing, ends up netting him the round. Dolo making a solid read there, and maybe stopping some of the offense that the Ghost had. The Ghost now stepping in with this Knight. Now, this is smart. Taking the different pawns off the board do mean that the King's attack on orange will be weaker. But now I think they realize Dolo is just going to want to get as much damage on the King as possible. Dolo's just looking for 1 or 2 touches. Even if he can just get a touch into an ultimate, he will be happy. He ends up getting a touch here into the ultimate.
Wow, and that's quite a chunk. That's about 25, if not 30% health off already for the King. Now he's sitting at less than 50% health, or around 50%, I should say. There we go. Now he's less than 50. This is spelling trouble. Interesting move by the Shogun. Again, the orange piece on the board right now, potentially pushing into checkmate potential here. They're keeping up a ton of pressure. He's just initiating with these mid attacks. I believe it's 0-2 on this King. Needs to start putting pressure out himself. Also utilizing that neutral jump hammer slam. Has the biggest hitbox on the face of this planet. Okay, that's interesting. So if Dolo doesn't actually know how to get in here on that hammer slam, he could spam that repeatedly and probably win the round. Listen, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. He needs the hammer slam.
Next hit wins.
There's the hit confirm. He needed that immediately. That was a great read to understand the combo string and then react to it in the counter.
Now, Dolo went from 400 health, took OCL down to a guaranteed 200 health. But more importantly in that fight, if he had just waited the 40 seconds, he had the life lead. Every time he jumps up.
That's why you're a tier 1 player, Strick.
This is one of those things of...
Oh, it's cheeky. I love it.
He could have, he should have, I think, just someone, and that's also something I look at coaching where just tell your player, like, hey, chill out.
Coaching, yeah.
You don't need to do anything here. You're in the life lead. If he's doing that, you don't have to engage the fight.
Yep.
And yeah, it still came down to 1 hit, but now your King is on...
He's on
health for the rest of
he's
the
on
game.
life support for sure. So what I would like to see potentially from Ghosts, here's another thing that sort of was revealed right here. It was revealed that O2 doesn't necessarily have a great understanding of the game. He knows how to play it, but he's not playing at a super high level. So if there's a player like Kenna on that rook for say being on such a strong piece like that rook, if Kenna attacks that King, O2 is getting dropped with the quickness. I can promise you that. So it was a little revealing. Nonetheless, he stayed alive. So what does he need to do in terms of chess play here? Remember, this is a strategy game. What I would like to see is the rook on the right side of purple. I'd like to see some of the pieces start collapsing around the actual King in order to protect him, because now he's in a situation where he has 2. I say that again. Shogun has 2 pieces that are threatening the King, and they need to start advancing some of their pieces over if or when they can, but they should have already done it already because that queen is moving up and is going to threaten repeatedly.
And now, importantly here, he has to keep running forward.
And he can.
Escape. But this Rook should be the closing of the net if they do this correctly.
So all he has to do is keep the rook in place, move the queen diagonally, and then go diagonally one more time, and you get it wrapped up. Although that's okay. So you don't want to necessarily go diagonally. Exactly.
Yeah, don't take
Please
that
don't
pawn.
take the pawn. If you take the pawn, I'm taking your controller away.
All right, so he takes the pawn that's protecting the other pawn, which at least makes it a little bit safer of an option. But you've given the Ghost an opportunity to actually continue to play the game and to find an opportunity. You lost your knight for free.
Yeah, but oh boy. They need way earlier. I didn't even see this in the dead center of your screen. They have a rook right there next to their own king. They could start positioning that rook to threaten either the queen.
That pawn is taking 2 knights for free.
This is why this is a game of strategy, guys. Sometimes it doesn't even come down to the fighting game mechanics. Ghosts are falling apart completely, dissolving, disintegrating in the wind. Infinity Stones.
Thank you. I was going to say, if he gets a third piece off that one pawn, at the very least, I get it. You're in a bad spot. But
all right, now he's trapped.
He just steps forward.
Yeah.
You just step forward or you just guarantee to take the fight. Okay, cool. That's what we're doing. Got it. Cool.
All right, so that's pretty much a wrap for Ghosts. This is going to be a big body central right here.
I'm going to put some faith in OT.
Call the ambulance right now. This is...
I'm waiting for it. I'm letting you know right now. Get ready for it.
Preemptive violence that's about to occur on your screen.
So this is a random side note. If I'm the orange, the queen, I'm just holding the charge dash or forward B button, or just popping ult. That also works.
Just popping ult. That's a wrap. Shogun actually take Checkmate Showdown. They showed up to the arena, and they took Checkmate Showdown. That's another strategy game that they were able to clutch today. Not just Maelstrom, now Checkmate Showdown. What is going on, Strix?
This is crazy because I'm looking at that game, and they are thanking the heavens they took it.
Yes.
That team in that video, you would think they were losing 11-3.
Right.
But because they've taken it, because the Shogun's team came to play to win, they are now finding their opportunity. The wheel gave them a little bit of grace. First and foremost, they had to win a sports game. That was not 2K.
Yes, sir.
With their optimal lineup. They had to win NHL. They did it to start off the game. Then they got a couple of shooters. They won their games. And now they've continued in every category to find wins time and time again. That is why this game is in the state.
That's why Shogun are so scary as a team. Like, if they actually truly applied themselves to the fundamentals of what the UEL is. And the biggest mistake that they can make is just thinking that it's the UEL. It's not just the UEL, man. It's life in general. It's every other gaming league that you're ever going to want to compete in if you're trying to play video games professionally. You have to understand the fundamentals, carry yourself with a bit of professionalism, if you will, and be able to just apply yourself. When they are able to do that, I'm telling you, they're going to be a very threatening team to everybody. I'm talking from the bots, the Reapers, everybody, because they have a relatively well-rounded team. They can show that they're capable of doing things in sports games. They're capable of doing things in fighting games. They have shooters already locked down. They've won 2 strategy games tonight, right? If you just work on a couple of those other genres, all of a sudden you're a huge threat to everybody. So quit playing games, apply yourself, and next thing you know, you're probably going to be on a championship team because they have a lot of talent over there, man.
It has never been a skill issue. It has never been a skill issue with this team. Even with the fluctuations in their rosters. Yes, sometimes things don't always line up. You have bad matchups. That's fine. But even today,
here we go again.
Time has hit 0. You have to remember, the game we just played, Checkmate Showdown, is on our gauntlet. What does that mean? Overwatch 2 is on PC. It is a 2-minute setup. If you are not actively playing, I need you setting up the 5 PCs with Overwatch and getting people in the lobby.
Yes. Which is listen, if you're going to be competing in the UEL, it's not just UEL, man. There's a lot of other leagues that okay, so there's a tech timeout on the stage.
Okay.
All right. But there's a lot of other leagues that require you to be able to set things up, that require you to be able to follow the rules and so forth. I personally can speak to, there's a specific player, and I won't call that specific player out, within the Halo Championship Series, within the HCS. that was actually temporarily banned from the league because I believe it was the controller USB that he had plugged in had some things on it that he probably shouldn't have, but it didn't necessarily give him an advantage in the game that he was playing. It was more of a fact that this wasn't sanctioned by the league, and so he ended up getting banned from the league. So there's certain things, and what that does, think about what that does to the rest of your team. You know what I'm saying? And they can't afford little mistakes like that if they want to be taken seriously, not just as a team, but also as players. Like we mentioned earlier in the night, these players are their own brand, and they're trying to build brand awareness around themselves, not just as team players, but also going into the next season of UEL where they're trying to get drafted by successful teams to push into the championship and make those big bucks, man.
And before the transition, I have to... We've kind of talked about it, but before the transition, what's most surprising to me is some of the players in the position they are. Players like Big Bad MJ, I think is doing fine, but he was with the Reapers this season, kind of as part of their practice squad. And that the Reapers' MO is always, I'm on top of everything at all times, no matter what.
Right.
You can very rarely catch them off guard. Both of these teams, I think, again, if people are looking for it, the fundamentals I'll tell you, coming into the season, part of some of your first practices should be setup practices.
Yes. Oh, good
Sit down,
point.
Boom. Two.
Yeah, really good point.
If you're not in the game, and even if you have a GM or a coach or somebody, that person's thing should be start the next game. And I don't just mean like, hey, start the next game. I mean, make sure the commentators and people at home can hear you say start the next game. I think we're getting a word from the floor, though, from AV. AV, what's going on?
Oh, yeah. Big Bad MJ was having a hard time getting into BattleNet. Apparently, he had about 20 verification steps he needed to do. So,
Okay.
He's going to be getting in here shortly, and we're going to go ahead and get
All right, while we do that, I'm going to need you to confirm he's not the president. 20 verification steps?
He's not the president.
20?
20
verification. He's got the nuclear launch codes. Apparently.
If you got the man had to go ahead, he went. All right, cool. I'm gonna pick this up. I'll move this over here. All right, cool.
Let me send this email.
Alpha
right
Bravo.
quick.
Yeah, exactly. 20?
Got my text message verification.
That's insane.
This is my social security number. Yeah.
We're getting in the game. So for people at home here, you can see making sure the rules are all right and ready to go. We're doing a quick roll. It's gonna go.
What's it gonna be? Oh, okay. We got Dragon Ball Fighters. We heard Pop talking about this. We know Shogun are comfortable, but Ghosts want to challenge themselves. They want to challenge themselves. Look at Pop right there. I see him. Pop right there. I think he's excited for it.
I think he is. He's locked in though for this game. This should be a good opportunity. So we got PC6, we got Bernay, we got Luciano.
Wow, and shout out to Blizzard for this actual custom game setup. Do you have the option to plug in the actual team name? Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Wow.
Makes
Developers,
it
please take note. Good Lord, developers, please take note. I'm talking about the biggest developers in the entire gaming industry don't even do that. So the fact that Blizzard took initiative, they're incentivizing their esports. That's what we like to see here at the UEL.
So Blizzard is uniquely set up, I think. Yeah, this is what I was scared of. Pop is not available for Dragon Ball Fighters. We have to see. What's going on.
No. So forfeit from the Ghosts. I'm not sure as to why that took so long to forfeit. Maybe there was a tech issue, a setup issue, and they were forced to forfeit potentially.
Maybe, or it seems like they don't want to. They realize these shooters aren't. I think finals kind of scared them. With how dominant of a performance finals was, I think they've kind of said, all right, we're not going to win here. We need to play more of our games. We need to get Big Bad MJ named Need for Speed, so maybe some of the racers. We need to get some of those sports games. We need to get the other categories, even the fighters like Dragon Ball Fighters. We know our lineups going into this game.
Yep. They were forced to forfeit, I'm hearing, potentially because they didn't know how to change the map.
To give a very simple answer, you turn off all the maps beyond the one that people wanted to select. I'm just
It's surprising, man.
This is for VOD review for both teams. If you ever, just go ahead, pull it up, and
100%.
And
they got to be able to practice these things, though. I love what you had mentioned. We talk about team owners, we talk about people emerging as leaders and stuff. You have to be able to take initiative during those practice sessions with your team. And listen, if you're going to play video games competitively and professionally, especially here at the UEL, you have to be willing to put in the hours. We talk about when we go into 2K, Kobe Bryant, right, with Mamba mentality. I like to call it mob mentality, right? Not mob mentality as you typically think of it, but my own boss. You have to be your own boss. You have to have that mob mentality to think, if I'm going to be my own boss, that also comes with an amount of responsibility, and they need to start taking initiative to take on that responsibility as players to not just help themselves, but help those teams, because nobody wants to draft players that may be super skilled, but they come with a lot of drama, they come with a lot of problems. You're not helping out the rest of us, and that's why we see teams like the Bots, like the Reapers, and like the Paladins, man, coming together and starting to formulate a little bit of success.
I don't want players out there to think that I don't understand, because I was in that position. But also, if you look around you and see no one else stepping up, be willing to do that. And I'm also saying this to people next season. I will speak personally while we get this all set up. I don't think I am the strongest player in UEL. I think what I can do compared to most other tier ones in this league is I can juggle everything, because I've done it before. I can juggle the part of playing while also trying to help with setups, while also trying to do all of this.
Submitting the lineups.
So if you are a player building a brand, and you can come in and say, hey, I can make sure we use 5 timeouts the entire season that are not intentionally used. Like, give me a week, maybe the first week things can change, cool. But otherwise, I'm going to be on top of it. You start to be able to market yourself in an incredible way. And I think these teams have that potential. And I've always been a big proponent that I think the coaching staff aspect of UEL is still the part that's unexplored. How do you create, how do you enable your players to just be players, to just be people focused on competing at the games, 33 different games across 5 genres at the highest level possible?
Yeah.
You have to build not just even an individual, but a staff, a group of players or a group of people focused on enabling them to do that.
And a group of people that are like all coherently and coherently focused and focused on winning in particular. There was one really subtle example that I'm thinking back to my second day actually casting within this league. I want to say it was potentially the Click that we're casting over, and I stepped out prior to the match starting. We're just taking a break right quick before we got everything kicked off and started, and I don't remember what particular player it was. I didn't think much of it until right now in this moment with this team today. One of the players had sort of controller checked his teammate and reminded his teammate that his battery was low prior to the match starting, so he was able to swap out batteries and get a fully charged controller prior to going into the matchup for that day. And when I thought about it, I was like, oh, that was nice of him. But now that I've actually been here in the UEL, it's one of those things that like players are looking out for other players.
So I'm just going to let you know this ahead of time. I didn't want to say it ahead of time. There's Shoguns have now forfeited Dragon Ball FighterZ. Once again, to keep it very simple, Dragon Ball FighterZ has a few things. You have to get into the right lobby. First and foremost, that means asking your opponent, what lobby are we in? Priority 1, priority 2, whatever. Beyond that, you need to change your name. To change your name, it will log you out of the game and then put you back in. You have to go into the game, click edit name, change it. Again, this is stuff that normally I am a lot more, I'll even say forgiving and kind of lax on.
Yeah.
It is week 12 of 15.
Yep.
15. We have till December 15th, 16th, which is the end of our regular season.
Yeah.
Why are we halfway through November?
Right.
In a position where you don't know how to get into this game.
Right. I think it just comes down to reps, man. You can define success through repetition, and I think that really is what it comes down to very, very often, not just within gaming, but like I said, within life, whether it's at your place of work, if it's in the gym, if you're like a gym rat, all sorts of different dynamics, right? Even if it's just gardening, if it's taking care of your yard and what have you, there's going to be mistakes, certain things that happen, and you have to be able to just commit to those reps in order to just make the process as smooth as possible. And you had alluded to it a little bit earlier. These type of things within UEL, on the floor out there, within the games that we're playing, even in the production room, right? The stream tech, us as casters and so forth, all of these things have to be muscle memory. Yeah. Everything has to be muscle memory.
Oh, yeah. It's something that people don't get. I think anybody that competes eventually at in anything, and this is just in general, anything that you compete at, the idea of muscle memory, what it actually is it is freeing up mentally your energy as well as just the space to think about things. What do I mean? I will take it to multiple things. The drivers in those F1 cars are not thinking how much they have to turn to go around the track.
Right.
the sports players in college football, when a play is called and the code words for that player are said, are not thinking, where am I supposed to stand in this moment?
Right.
Fighting game players truly should not be, after I hit a button, what is the next button for my combo?
100%.
Shooters, what angles am I supposed to be holding? Where am I
Yeah.
supposed to be playing? Where is our weak side?
Spawn
Where's our
points.
strong
Where the
side?
spawn points. Things like
Spawn
that.
points. All of the games in the UEL fit into this, but you have to have it to the point where your brain is given the time to think about what you should be doing in that moment.
Yes.
But if you are spending time, now as we're in Mortal Kombat, if you're worried about, if right now, Mob, in Mortal Kombat, if I'm trying to say to you, I might go high and low, but you don't remember what the block button is, or you don't remember what your punish button is after the fact.
Okay.
I'm already ahead of you because you're going to get blocked, then think it, then I'm already on to the next thing that I'm going. But both these players, Shogun on player 2 side, Dolo on the Sub-Zero, is currently going up against Lucci on the Smoke, and Lucci is starting to take a life lead. It was fairly close for a little bit, but we're now down to 500 health before Dolo finally strikes back.
Oh, when he did a forward grab there, if he did a neutral grab without a directional, he actually would have thrown Smoke back into the corner, would have thrown Lucci in the corner. Now Lucci is up against the corner, which is dangerous against Sub-Zero, particularly for his setups with regards to his ice abilities, his pokes, his downslide, and so much more. But he pops.
He pressed the button.
Yeah, he pressed the button. He pressed the kill button, and that's going to close out this round, essentially, and he's going to take that one over Lucci. Lucci not too happy about that.
I think good awareness. I want to just give good awareness there to realize he isn't like taking the time to kind of watch what his opponent is doing. Thought to catch him with the clone. That was really cheeky. I like it.
Yeah, that was pretty good. That was really, really good. Solid teleport. And he actually did a jump into that teleport, which he did it again right there, definitely throwing Dolo off a little bit, struggling to sort of read his pattern of behavior, sort of trying to download him, but he can't. That's a nice. I don't like the fact that is an indication, I would say, from the side of Dolo that he's not very comfortable on Sub-Zero.
I believe this is RK. I see Dolo on the camera. His hand was on his chin.
You're right.
And if you're trying to play a fighting game, you got your hand on your chin. You gotta really cook.
Yeah, that was 100% RK. We're hearing some words on the floor right now, but never go into two. Yeah, never go into 2 ice balls in a row. If you don't have okay, so here's something that will help a lot of people in MK if you're not used to it. If you land what is essentially a combo continuing ability, meaning that it sort of stuns your opponent and gives you frame advantage to where you can walk up to them, you can take a moment to sort of gather yourself and then continue a combo. That's what essentially Sub-Zero is doing with that ice ball. If you don't know any combos, just uppercut. Uppercutting is guaranteed essentially 10 to 15% damage within this game. So even if you don't know anything, every ice ball you land, every spear that you land with Sub-Zero, the Bola that Collector has and MK11 and so many more, if you land those, just simply uppercut your opponent. And then you can initiate sort of mix-ups off of the wake-up, right? Like there's certain things that you can do to get some cheeky damage on your
We see actually Lucci using that to great effect as he's hitting this uppercut, then immediately going in, pressing, jabbing, forcing his opponent to block, and then afterwards hitting this less right with these teleports.
Right.
Forcing him to be aware of. And this is the thing about Mortal Kombat. Hold the block button. You just have to think about up or down. This is the big part. He's going Lucci. He's been showing off all season each time he gets in to these fighting games and is now running through these players.
My goodness. Well, one of the things that clearly Dolo is struggling with is he knows his trigger is blocked, but he's not down blocking, so he has to hold his trigger and press the down directional, and that's why Smoke is landing almost every single one of these abilities, because Smoke has some of the most lows in his entire toolkit, so he's constantly landing that low right there, swapping sides and trying to mix up the best he can. There goes another uppercut. Now, something really cheeky that he's also doing that I believe that's MJ, correct? No, it's Lucci. Yeah. Another thing that Lucci is doing is he's initiating a double jab sort of combo string.
Patience.
That he doesn't necessarily have too big of a disadvantage off, and then he uppercuts immediately afterwards, right there.
Uppercut, boom, step forward, throw.
And that's going to do it.
You mentioned it perfectly. And this is one of those things that, again, Lucci will not let you get your game. You're going to have to find your opportunity. Lucci walks away, gets a high five, says, cool, we got more games to win, more games.
I think the Ghosts are in that mentality, brother, right now, where they're just like, listen, y'all are going to keep forfeiting games because we're going to try to set up as best as we can. I know that they don't have timeouts. I have to imagine, though, during halftime, they were like, look, let's just focus on our setups. they're going to give us free games, and then we're going to take games from them when we finally do play games, right? When we have setups. So if they continue that 2-to-1 ratio, they're almost at 6. They're almost at 6, which is half of 12. They continue that 2-to-1 ratio for the rest of the night, and they're going to end up getting 17 wins.
And I think this is going to be really difficult for the side of the Shogun. They have to find 5 wins. You need to get into 5 games, probably shooters, that you'll be able to take a win off of. But you have to do it in right now in getting into Wreckfest within 2 minutes. We're at a minute already left over.
We don't have – how many shooters do we have left? We have Halo. But
if production could pull up the wheel really quickly, I would love to see. So I'm going to give a little fun fact for people at home. The games are actually color coordinated on our wheel. So looking at this really quickly, our shooters should be, I believe, white is the color for shooters.
Is Dead by Daylight? No. And
no, okay, that's strategy then.
Yep.
Halo Infinite.
Okay, so Rainbow Six. Okay, so
it's the light gray. It's the lightest gray right here below my finger. These are
got you.
Colors. Sometimes a little bit there. But if you're ever wondering about how the wheel is split up, you can actually kind of really quickly, at a quick glance, tell the darkest black color on the wheel should be fighters. That makes the brightest white colors are strategy games.
Yeah,
grays are shooters. Dark green, I want to say, are sports games, and then the lighter green is racers. So you can see that we mostly have actually 4 fighters left on the wheel. This is something that the Ghost came in today feeling pretty confident about and wanting to see more of.
Yeah, Tekken, Street Fighter,
and if they can come in
Blaze
and perform,
Blue,
they can absolutely take these games and run it back. With 4 of them there, that puts us up to 9-12.
Yeah.
And if they can win this Wreckfest, that would be 10-12. But again, I'm looking at the Shogun. You have to stop the momentum before it begins. Every win you take takes pressure off of your back. You are one step closer to that final. Blaze Blue Centrifixion. If OTL is available, we might just see the Noel take a return. But first, we're going around our racetrack. Wreckfest, if you don't know, is a destruction derby racer. Meaning there are 2 ways to win. Either eliminate your opponent from moving at all, or on the flip side, finish the race in first place with the most points as a team.
Something I wanted to ask, and I'm sure a lot of you guys at home are curious of this as well. In terms of the point tallying system that we see at the top and middle of our screen, is that based off of placement, or is that based off of damage to your opponent?
Placement. So this is what's very interesting. Placement gives you your points. So as the first person comes around, you see blue going up by a decent bit, and as red being the Ghost, finally start crossing, we see more of their points jumping. So he gets position 7. Yep. And so this ends up being a thing of playing your position. It looks like Ash's car has already been damaged, and he either is set to manual.
No.
So the key here would be...
I think that's the car that they were in to get back to the arena after halftime. That's probably what that is.
I'm dead. That is so amazing. Mr. B also. So if people are in manual, if you're playing on controller, it is the shoulder buttons, I believe, to swap up and to accelerate and change your gears. And if it is not that, you can press escape and look it. Oh my goodness,
dude,
they're flying around, and what this means is there are 2 players that will not finish, and now it looks like RK is running away. He's in the 2nd position.
Hold on. AV, is that true that they actually go to Chick-fil-A? Bro, I was about to say that is the most disorganized team I've ever heard.
If you went to Chick-fil-A on a Sunday, I'm throwing out management.
Alrighty. So jumping back into this, though. I mean, I love... Wow, okay, so Shogun's just... All right, yeah, and understandably so, they had two... Two of their vehicles were out super early. I mean, what are you going to do at that point?
So my guess from basically... I didn't think I noticed it immediately. There's one small rule, and it's the one rule that people make a mistake of on Wreckfest. Resets are not automatic. They have to take 3 seconds to fully reset.
Oh, okay.
And so I didn't clock it immediately while playing. Okay. But you notice how something went wrong and they immediately were back in the center of the map.
Right.
It meant that they misset up the game, which they don't have any forfeits, which means they're forced to use a forfeit the game, which makes this a 6-12 game. You were talking about 6-12. Now with Blaze Blue, O to the L up, Pop up, and Brene up. 3 players that I think they have to be happy. I'm going to be probably looking at Kenna, but are you willing to put Kenna in with the possibility of Halo still being on the wheel?
I think you do take the risk. I mean, it's not guaranteed. I mean, technically, like statistically speaking, that's less likely to happen. So I think you just run it.
1 out of 15.
And it was Halo Infinite. Oh, and then Rainbow Six Siege. Rainbow Six Siege is
It's
an
5.
Yeah,
Don't worry as much about.
Yeah,
seeing
man.
it.
I wish Rainbow Six Siege is one of those things that if you don't like excel within shooters, it's one of those like very doable shooters. I wish people would sort of wrap their head. Once you understand Rainbow Six, I think it's sort of like one of those clearly obvious things to a lot of people where it's like, listen, I'm just going to play sort of the meta operators and just find a strategy for my team.
I also want to bring something because I actually had a conversation last night surrounding Siege after the game. We had a little conversation with some friends, and me and a friend, we both are self-proclaimed. We're not the best shooters. We're going to be very honest about that. But we even had to talk about the idea of people don't realize that in something like that, you need to learn the angles to take. If you're not a reaction player, you should not be holding a pixel peek. If you cannot react to a singular pixel taking, no. I would always say, I'll take an angle where you'll need to check 3 angles. If you're good enough to walk in a room, look 3 different directions, flick to my head and kill me, you deserve the win.
Yeah, 100%.
But if you walk in and happen to look the wrong direction, I have the time to be like, I'm already watching the door. 100%. I know where you're coming from. And that, to me, again, comes back to Rainbow Six Siege. If you're a weak shooter player, here's the tips. Learn setups. Learn what characters do. Learn where you can set up situations where the opponent has to outplay you.
Yes, 100%.
And if they're that good, I don't feel bad when, shout out to Flying Kittens again. If Flying Kittens ever out aims me, I'm like, I know he's good at aiming. I don't feel bad here. But we see the Noel now coming out of the side of O to the L on the left side. And on the other side, we see S coming from Kenna. And I told you before, you saw it once, when the guns start shooting, Kenna finding his opportunity importantly and is now putting pressure out himself. But again,
so he is getting hurt. He is getting hurt, brother, so he's got to be careful. Something you taught me during our last matchup, these particular pistols have a hitbox on both sides of the character model, if I remember correctly.
If you're jumping and you ever see the fire of the character, it will hit on both sides, so you have to be aware when and where you should be standing, which gun is or is not firing. Even they're directly below her. Look for the throw, slides in, and the damage is going to start coming out. And he jumps above and makes him guess, am I left, am I right? Are you able to handle it?
Man.
I think Noel is such a strong pick in the UEL.
It is, man.
Because you have to understand how to deal with the character.
Yeah, that blicky stick is a sticky pick right now. leaving the Shoguns in a pretty bad spot right now. I don't know if Kenna's as sort of adept. I don't know if Kenna is as experienced in this as he has been in some of those other fighters that he clearly has been practicing. He's going to continue to sort of develop and evolve his repertoire, but at the moment he does seem to be getting caught off guard right now by O2, which is clearly pretty experienced with these 4-5s right here that you're seeing.
And something that a lot of people don't realize is they'll look at O2 and O2, a nice spacing there by Kenna. Now, Blaze, you have multiple games.
And he jump over! Aerial dash in to down punish. That was disgusting from O2.
That is one game down. He has to do it one more time. I wanted to highlight, people will look at this and be like, well, O2 was just hitting buttons. If you watch there was a moment where he stepped back, avoiding the attack to then come in. O to the L isn't just randomly hitting buttons. He is looking for specific moments, and he knows what he is attempting to do here.
Yeah.
A great job to take that first game and to even be aware that, hey, Kenna's going to probably try to fill this space. He's used this projectile. Let me just go over him. Let me just shoot from top down and make him deal with it. And he's doing this again. We saw this when he fought Jekyll. We saw that he was able to find these moments and to find the spacing of when he needs to get in and to take these shots.
Just flooding him with damage right now, looking biblical on the screen. Absolutely just applying as much pressure at his own will right now, completely dominating Kenna and just going after mix-ups of some sort. But now Kenna got out. He needs to initiate with some of those combo strings we saw him having some success with earlier on. He does get a little bit of damage there. He's going to try to use the zoning tool, but he's sort of being suffocated, if you will, by O2 with that pressure that he's applying, and he brings out the cannon right now. O2 feeling it.
He has to get up here. The next hit.
Oh,
either left
delayed
or either
wake up.
play.
No! No!
And this is one of those things. Kenna is figuring it out. Kenna is taking each one of these steps and working through and finding his opportunities to attack. But he now is in a do or die round. Pops into the overdrive and is now going to start taking out the damage.
Oh boy! Oh my!
Railgun!
Special beam cannon! Oh my goodness! You gotta love it. O2 has caught a vibe the likes of which we may have never ever seen. Kenna tried to get out of the corner, tried to find something. Oh my goodness. So unfortunate right there. He just had to take that cannon.
I'm trying to tell you that spacing. He's done the step back twice now. It has to be intentional. Into this gun. There's going to be one more guess. One more guess.
Goodness.
And this game is over. Does he hit it? He goes for the overhead again. It doesn't hit.
And
but
that's
he
gonna
finds
be it.
his shot. 7-12. An hour and 15 left on the clock.
Wow. I haven't seen a beam cannon like that since Raditz, Goku, and Piccolo. Goodness gracious.
That character, it's fun to watch now. Like, again, I stand by it is fun to watch when you are not the person.
I think that was just such a great moment for O2. I talk about this all the time. I love when characters have when players have specific moments that sort of showcase their capabilities as UEL competitors, and they have these particular moments that sort of are the bright spotlight moments of the evening that you think back to when you remember that matchup of Ghosts versus Shoguns. O2 definitely showcasing his skill tonight, man.
Again, he was very confident. He was a little bit frustrated. Spoke to him again. I think, but he very clearly now he's gone and sat down twice on Noel, and very clearly the reason I highlight to people, this is a character that when you play BlazBlue, until you run into it, you don't understand how difficult it is to deal with.
Right.
But again, O2DL, every time he plays, even there compared to his first time, I could tell that he was more refined in his options that he was picking, what he was looking for. And now going into DBD, I want to see if the Shoguns know which option to pick. Do they know how good of a survivor team, how good of a killer team they have, or are we instead going to see them opt to survivor, which they have for most of the season?
Yeah, that's true. I just want to sort of bring us back to O2's sort of performance, if you will, tonight. What I was going to say was just, I love the fact that he was struggling on Checkmate Showdown, which is a fighter in a sense, right? It's a strategy fighter. But he is a fighter, and he was playing, I believe, the King. Yeah, so he was playing the King, and what I loved seeing out of him was he was able to clutch that first matchup with the King. But he just threw out the hammer slam one time, and it happened to just work. And you could see him realizing, in real time, just as a reactionary player, oh, this is working. And then just started basically spamming it, right? And then he was able to sort of clutch the round. That's an indication of him playing with a high ceiling of skill, that he's starting to pick up on certain mechanics of games quickly, which I think is going to create a scenario where maybe we see him shift in his tier lineup in terms of his positioning on the Ghost, because he's had a couple of games now where he's definitely sort of excelled, and that right there was a great performance that he's going to look back on and be really proud of himself.
And once again, we're now looking at a position where the Shogun are looking for a win. We'll see which side they end up getting in on. That was coming from our gauntlet area, so that was a 2-minute setup, and it will be on the side of the Shogun. So hopefully we're getting the game here soon. Only person that needed to be focused on BlazBlue at that moment was Kenna, and whoever was maybe sitting there trying to coach him and help him out there. Again, Kenna very clearly the game, but again, this is one of those things of the hardest part to do sometimes is when you run into somebody that you maybe don't immediately recognize, you don't immediately know. So the Shogun have taken the side of Killer, and it looks like they're putting Mr. B in. Brene, okay, twice. Pop, Lucci, and Big Bad MJ going in on the side of the Ghost as well for Survivor.
Is this
Huntress? So Huntress, one thing that's known about her is she hums, so you can hear her coming. But specifically, what is important about this version, she only has one hatchet. If he hits somebody with a hatchet, it will down.
Oh, really?
That is
okay.
That is
interesting.
Normally, you are able to hold up to 8, but you can choose to remove a certain number of them to be able to get more damage. The Shoguns may have forfeited the game. We'll get a reason to you here shortly. Ejected Rivals being our next game. What is Ejected Rivals?
Ejected Rivals is going to be a racing game. As we get more information from the floor, we'll update you on that, guys. But Ejected Rivals is going to be a racing game that you're not just on all four tires at any given time. There's going to be moments where you will, in a sense, eject the driver from the actual vehicle and then use the abilities of the driver actually flying through the air in order to change your trajectory. There's a sort of a jumping mechanic of some sort, while also sort of picking up abilities through mid-air. It's definitely an arcade racer in the truest form, but very unique amongst our other racing games in the lineup, because it's not just about being on your tires. It's about controlling sort of the physics of the driver flying through the air. I think the most talented player I've seen on this is Jekyll, actually. He likes to call it Jekyll Rivals. To his credit, he came up with that. I thought was hilarious. But I think there are certain players that don't necessarily like racing games that excel within this. The same sense that, CTR, Crash Team Racing, there's certain players that play that very well, but then you put them in Forza and they're clearly not very comfortable. So there's an interesting dynamic there that I don't necessarily see either one of these teams sort of shining on, but I will say this: Shogun has struggled very, very hard in some racing games tonight. They've been doing setups incorrectly and so forth, and I don't know who has set up here. I would assume it's actually Ghost, but they clearly are struggling within the racer category, so I think this lends itself more towards Ghost, because you have to be organized for this particular game. Shoguns have shown absolutely zero organization, with the exception of maybe rooftop control on the finals.
It's really rough. It is really rough, and it's hard to see, because I think this is a team that for me, it's hard, most importantly, because I've been casting them for, I want to say I've casted the majority of Shogun games, and I've said multiple times that this is a team that every time I see them, I kind of ask myself, why haven't they found a win? And it always comes back to the same answer, because right now, 50 minutes ago, we're saying the score is 2-10.
Right.
In the favor of the Shogun. It is 8-12. In the last 50 minutes, 10 games have been played, and 8 of them have gone to the Ghost, and the majority of those games weren't because they were played badly.
Right. Yeah, and we don't just see it here just within gaming and professional gaming in general. I mean, you just think about in terms of pop culture, there's tons of music artists, athletes, and so much more that are incredibly talented that never reach their full potential just because of lack of focus, inability to sort of commit to the actual game itself. And we may be seeing a little bit of that here with the Shogun. They clearly have a lot of talent, but I mean, some of these mistakes are inexcusable, for lack of a better term.
Yeah. DBD, I can think of like a ton of different reasons why. That you could end up forfeiting. The biggest and most clear one was and we are on the topsy-turvy, can you understand where your car is gravity-wise on the map? And we saw, I believe it was, that's a rough splat there. He has to hop out of his car, and he might not be able to hop back in. Unfortunately, the car is still flipped. And now he has to figure out how is he going to be able to. Oh my goodness! He almost gets taken out by his own car. He manages to flip it over. Gets kicked out once again. Gets hit by a teammate.
Oh boy! All right, so this is probably going to come down to 0-2 on the sides of Ghost if he's incapable of sort of getting back.
Yeah, Bernay is trying his best.
He's trying.
And this is the actual issue. Oh, that crowd is done. This is the actual issue with this map. As long as you're driving well and everything is going well, it's easy to keep track of exactly what's going on. The moment you lose your kind of perspective, like the idea that you're driving on the ceiling right now, the moment you mess up, trying to reorient yourself fast enough to avoid a crash is incredibly difficult.
And it looks like RK is struggling just as much, so maybe this is a situation where Bernay isn't necessarily as big, in as much trouble as we sort of expected him to be. Now, you're watching 0-2 right here. That I actually think 0-2 may have a knack for this game. If his gameplay throughout tonight suggests in terms of or maybe suggests his capabilities as a racer, but not just a racer. Sort of playing a game like this is a little awkward for, some of the other players within the league. I think he's capable of sort of finding his rhythm. He's just struggling a little bit right there. Now this is Ash, who is
in first. The rookie is currently looking to get his team their 13th win of the night, and this will hopefully help right the ship. They're able to close it out, but takes that corner a little bit close, doesn't end up getting punished for it. And this should be the last lap here closes
and
and
it
wins
is.
the game. 1:58.
Wow.
That puts them up to 13. They're 4 away now as we move into this Lethal League Blaze as the next game.
Something I do want to note. All Ghost had to do when we came back from halftime was maintain a 2-to-1 ratio, basically, in order to finish out the night and win the night. They now are on a 3-to-1 ratio. They won 3 games straight, going from 5 to 8, and Shogun only has won 1. So they have the momentum that they need in order to finish out the night. Now they need to get another 3 wins to make this, well, not necessarily even 3 wins. They just need to get this to 10. They need to hit double digit before Shogun gets their next win.
I love life because it is, funnily enough, very ironic. We started tonight with a surprising win from the Shoguns. I think to save this game for them, they need to take another sports game in Lethal League Blaze from the Ghost to put them within 3. If they're able to do this, I think that gives them back their momentum. That's 2 consecutive games. You can put everything else that happened out of your mind until VOD review after the game.
Yeah, and this game is going to go by really, really fast. Let's explain how Lethal League Blaze works prior to jumping in here, because it's going to finish quicker than it began, right? So how this is going to work, just think of a platform fighter like Super Smash Brothers.
Okay.
You're going to have the actual character profile portraits at the top of the screen, and you're going to have stocks below them, which are essentially your lives in a platform fighter. This acts in a similar fashion to a typical platform fighter, except for the fact that you're not actually throwing punches or kicks at your opponent. You're throwing those punches or kicks at what I like to call a volleyball that is going to drop into the actual stage. By hitting that ball, it's going to fly across the ring or fly across the stage. The more times that the ball is hit, the faster it's going to go. And when you hit that ball, if it smacks your opponent, it's going to take health away from them. The faster the ball is going, the more damage it's going to take away. Your goal is to avoid getting hit, but then also send that ball in the direction of your opponent, take away their life, and then also just have more lives remaining at the end of it. So you got to eliminate all of the lives of your opponent. And it's a little bit more, I would say, complex than what it may seem, because it's going to seem very fast-paced. It's going to seem like that ball is just flying everywhere, and they're trying to get lucky. But there is strategy, there is skill with regards to understanding the trajectory at which the ball is traveling, having your character in the right place. There's also abilities within the game. I think there is a character, is it Snatch? The crocodile?
Yes.
Latch? Okay, so there's a crocodile character that we are seeing on your screen that you see in the top right-hand corner. That crocodile can actually eat the volleyball and then spit it out in a specific direction. Each of these characters have a
Midnight
unique
Ghost Hunt is our next game, but importantly, this first round goes to the side of the Ghost. Pop and Lucci taking an early win immediately. We have to see if they're going to be able to find an opportunity. Pop using the deflect to catch them swinging, taking off the second lives. It's now do or die for the Shoguns in this moment. They have to find a win.
They have
on
one
this
life.
round and no more damage, essentially. Pop once again checking and catches them. That's game.
That's game right there, guys. Like we said, over before it even began. That is going to be a quick win for the Ghosts. And just like I had just talked about, all they need to do is maintain the 2-to-1 win-loss ratio kind of moving forward, and they're going to end up clutching this tonight, and they're on track to do it right now.
2 minutes to get into Midnight Ghost Hunt. That's 4 PCs, 8 on each side. I promise you Midnight Ghost Hunt loads up in maybe 30 seconds on these PCs. But you need to get in the lobby. You need to make sure you're on the right team. You need to make sure everything is good, and you need to make sure these times and all the settings are correct.
Right.
The server right here, server's up. And
look at that.
Half a minute and a half to go. That's a pretty good time. Just make sure people getting in.
Right. So as of right now, another 8 wins will result in that magic number of 17, and Shogun obviously need 4. So if they're able to win out that 2-to-1 ratio like we talked about, that's going to all but wrap things up for the Shogun. The problem that Shogun is going to have is I think Ghosts realize their back is against the wall. Shogun, sometimes I think the fact that you're gunning for your first win isn't enough for some of these players. Clearly, it's not enough for that sort of, I guess, the desire to build their brand as players. I think they're not necessarily leaning into that enough. Whereas Ghosts are fighting for playoff contention. They're fighting to get into the playoffs, win a championship, take home some money, and so much more. They have more to sort of like win right here and also more to lose. So I think they're a little worried about that. I think they got together at halftime and talked amongst themselves and said, let's just focus on getting the setup, getting all of that complete because Shogun are going to give us forfeits throughout the night, and that's exactly what's sort of happening.
Yeah, we have to see.
This would be listen, I thought it was going to be an upset if Shogun takes it. This would be an upset if Ghosts end up taking this.
Again, this is one of those things where this game is not. If you and I talked to ourselves from 2 hours ago, where we even said like, "Hey, this thing could go on its head because we're out of timeouts." Well, then it's like, "Hey, well, what if I told you at halftime it's 8-10 or it's 10-2? We're at 8-point gap," and we're like, "That's really hard to lose on an 8-point gap."
Yeah.
You basically again have to be losing, like you said, 2 to 3 games per one when you're able to find.
Yeah. Yep. This is probably the only time I've ever seen like an 8-point gap and thought, not only is this possible, it's actually likely that this is going to happen.
Oh, did they? This is my worry. I'm gonna say this right now for the Ghosts. Did the Ghosts? Because I know the Shogun have Black Diamond, their owner here, who more than likely should be handling lineups. One of the players on the Ghost is handling lineups. Did he have enough time to make sure 4 PCs are in? If he's playing, he's in and get that in. I asked that for one very simple reason. Our lineups are not marked. That is usually an indicative of one of the two teams not sending in.
Yeah, that's a pretty strong indication of that. Okay, so delay of game on the Ghost. Is that going to be a forfeit?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because it would normally be a timeout.
They can't afford any mistakes like that. They just gave a free win where they can't afford it, and now Shogun only need 3 wins to close out tonight. Now,
it's really small. That's one of those things that, like,
all right.
I only noticed because I looked at it for a split second. But like, oh, well, that's going on. All right, die by the blade. How you feeling?
Oh, man. Listen, okay, so now we're in a situation where Ghosts actually need a 3-to-1 ratio. So they need to win 3 games straight for every one of Shogun. That'll bring them to 12, then 15, and then obviously they can cross over that 17 mark. So a little bit there, but obviously Shogun, if they take 3 more games, that's a wrap. So they need about a 3-to-1 ratio. It's right around there. But you're also going into Die by the Blade. As soon as Die by the Blade was chosen, somebody from Shogun just yelled out, "That's a wrap."
RK. He said it in their last game. He's like, "Oh, I love the game. I want to play it. I want to crush people." I'm telling you, the young kid wants to show off a little bit.
Yeah, but this is also a game that it's the touch of death, right? you get struck. If you get hit once, you are dead. So I don't know if you want to be sounding off like that, especially after all of these mistakes, especially kind of coming into this game. You might they might have learned something over on the Ghost. Because, listen, we see upsets in Die by the Blade all the time. So much about spacing. It's so much about sort of the combo strings that sort of carry your character model across the stage. If you're unfamiliar with this game, guys, it's called Die by the Blade. I want you to picture 2 samurais that come across each other in a dojo that are just fighting to the death, right? The second one of them gets touched by a blade, it's likely over. And that's what this game is. So there's going to be a lot of spacing where they're sort of trying to feel each other out. They're going to go for specific swings, sometimes miss. But the second one of those blades touches, it's all over. Now, you can parry your opponent. I want you to think about For Honor from Ubisoft, the developer Ubisoft. You can throw overhead swings, you can throw side swings, under swings, and so forth. If your opponent throws a specific attack at you, as long as you can press the direction at which they swung the attack at you, so if they throw an overhead, you can actually parry with that direction in real time, and that'll actually knock them back a little bit, and you'll essentially successfully pull off a parry. That's all you have to do in order to block your opponent's strings when they get within range, but it's easier said than done because if an opponent is throwing different directionals, you have to guess those directions all at the same time, and it can be really difficult.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. Players that enjoy this are players, in my mind, that don't want to worry as much about the button combination part of fighting games, but more like the mental reading your opponent and understanding. I think those perceptive players will do a good job at Die by the Blade.
Yeah, and something to note, even if you're in the middle of a combo string, you can actually parry your opponent. So if you're in the middle of swinging your sword and your opponent is attacking you at the exact same time, if you read the direction, say he's in a side swing, right, swinging his sword from the side, even if you're in the middle of your combo, as long as you press that same directional, you will parry your opponent. So you'll oftentimes see that and kind of wondering what's happening, but that's all that essentially is. So not only do you have to find the right timing, but you also have to be able to read your opponent in terms of their pattern of behavior, be able to guess what specific direction they're attacking you from. But each one of these rounds are going to be quicker, or each one of these rounds are going to end quicker than you're probably imagining.
So now that you've seen a few games, favorite weapon, favorite character, do you have anything that you personally really enjoy seeing?
Okay, so I just simply call it the staff blade. I don't know the technical term for it. But the staff blade I like a lot because I think it incentivizes a little bit more of like a defensive karate style of gameplay from the players, but it also has such a huge range on it. A lot of the players struggle to sort of get within that range because it is so long. But then also, I guess players have a good defense with it, you know, and that's why I like it. Oh, say that again.
Both teams, I think.
So this calls into question, what happens when both teams run out of forfeits?
So normally, if a team ran out of forfeits, your fate is no longer in your hands. So I'm going to substitute myself in here because it simplifies it.
Okay.
If either one of these teams were playing me, and StarCraft 2 rolled, and they did not have forfeits, and they messed up setup, the game master then looks to me and says, do you accept their forfeit? So now, if I want to play for time, if I'm Shogun's, and I want to play for time, I can force you to play Street Fighter and play Tekken and play 2K and play every long game left on the wheel and burn the rest of your resources.
Make time run out. Basically, knee the ball.
Yes,
you just knee in the ball.
You force them to use every last bit of time.
Wow.
But it also creates a situation where there are games that maybe they want to avoid. Now, if Halo rolls and they're like, why do I want to waste time playing Kenna? Kenna can be like, I want to play the game. I want to play the game. Go ahead and load it up. I want to play Rainbow Six. Load it up. Y'all have to get into the game. I'm not letting you opt to be out of the game. And that it creates this really interesting situation because, to be very honest with you, it is where comebacks in the Ghost pocket, as worried as I am about timeouts, once you lose all of your forfeits, the game fully becomes out of your control. Right. The opponent can just say, we're playing every single game.
Right. Well, you know, something we're not even talking about. We're talking about like the amount of wins that Ghost needs to get to 17. Technically, all they need is 5 wins to tie this up. That's all they need. So they don't even need to get to 17. We haven't even talked about this yet. I mean, that's really just 3 wins and 2 forfeits.
Yeah.
Which is very, very likely to happen.
That's what's so scary. Because setup also ping-pongs back and forth. We still have 2K. And remember, anytime we go from the gauntlet to a PC game or vice versa, that's a 2-minute setup.
Yeah.
Meaning, die by the blade.
Okay.
The hope here is that you stand up and walk over there if you're not the one fighting. You need to be working on whatever game is going on next. Everything needs to be loaded up. If you are not, you are actively creating a situation where you're willing to coin flip a game that very clearly, no one should be looking to coin flip anything.
Yes, 100%.
What they should be coin flipping is a sly boost right now. So hopefully give them the energy to get into these games in the next 50 seconds.
Yeah, man. The fact, though, that they only need 5 wins, I think would be interesting. I honestly am surprised we didn't think about this earlier, but there's about 50 minutes left of in-game time, which correlates to probably about an hour and a half in real time. But there's about 50 minutes. That means that if they only need 5 wins, that's 10 minutes per game, which is most of our games, like you saw by Lethal League Blades, just take a few minutes, die by the blade relatively quick if people aren't feeling each other out too much. But yeah, I don't remember what team that was. Oh my god, it was
Shogun versus bots.
Was it Chris G?
Chris G versus Mordecai.
Oh my gosh.
Where the two of them were absolutely playing the most beautiful game of footsies. Where they're just, do I go here? Do I go there? Where am I gonna? No, you're gonna swing. Okay, I'm gonna block it.
Yeah, they were circling each other for about 5 minutes or so before 300 on the floor basically called a time limit to where like they had to fight each other within a given time limit, and then they were forced to.
And they start swinging, but both of them are good enough that they're deflecting everything. All right, cool, kill both of them. They're done. Get off the stage. You're just wasting time, and we both know you're doing that.
Yeah. But I say that to bring up the fact that, none of these games are necessarily taking 10 minutes. We have had that situation, but to have 50 in-game minutes left and you only need 5 minutes, it's more than possible, especially given the fact that there's likely going to be a forfeit that's thrown out there, and that's no time at all. So, quick
another tech timeout. So, a little bit of a reprieve, Matt. I'm sitting here and I'm like, I don't know if I would be breathing easy if I was the Shogun that this is a tech timeout, or more tense that the next game is not there.
I will say of everything, I think I'm actually breathing the heaviest if I'm the owner of Shogun, who is in the building right now. That's what I'm thinking. And that's just me being honest. I don't know about the ghosts per se, but it's a frustrating situation all around. Nonetheless, let's recap what sort of has been going on tonight, man. So, as of right now, guys, Shogun have gone up a ton of wins. And I think we're going to get a... okay, never mind. Got you. So, just with regards to what's been going on tonight, Shogun took an early lead. They sort of upset the Ghost by stealing, if you will, a couple of sports games away from them when I think a lot of us were predicting that may not happen. It started off with NHL.
Yeah.
So they got an early win in AHL when the Ghosts were favored within the sports category. After that point, they sort of caught rhythm leading up to halftime, where they went into halftime with a 7-game lead?
8-game. It was 10-8. 10-2. 10
Yeah.
Math.
So
10-2.
with a significant lead.
Yeah.
After we came back from halftime, they actually didn't show up to the arena. They were nowhere to be found. They were ghost, quite literally. And as a result, they were forced to forfeit a game. And ever since then, they've been running into a ton of issues because earlier on in the night, both of these teams called too many timeouts, which left them in a scenario where if they don't set up the game correctly, they're forced to forfeit a game. Now we're in this interesting situation where Ghosts have actually been outplaying them to some degree, winning a couple of games. But then in the same breath, you know, Shogun are doing just enough to inch towards that 17-win mark. So now we're just trying to get things situated, trying to get things figured out. Are the Ghosts going to catch up to them and maybe get a 15th win to finish out the night? Are Shogun going to reach 17? Who knows? But before we get into that, check out a word from one of our sponsors, guys.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail.
Right now, hunting down from the Bandits.
Oh, and there.
Ken, and that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely is. This could be a runaway, like you're saying.
And we are back. Die by the Blade is still. We're getting some technical stuff handled and settled. But yeah, I think it's an interesting game. This game to me is in stark contrast to yesterday's game because it feels like both of these teams. I don't know what their game plan was coming into today. I think both teams came in saying, "Oh, we're gonna win," but they didn't think about how are you going to take a win beyond. Well, I'll play my games and do that.
Right.
Getting into these games matters so much. Again, I'm only harping on the Shoguns because I feel like this has been the Shogun storyline this season. If the Shogun has one storyline this entire season, it is setups, to the point where you might not have known this because I don't know if you were here yet. They showed up to a game, the majority of them an hour late.
Oh, wow. Wow.
And so it's a situation of where I'm like, hey, this is the small technical things that I need them to do because I want to see this team succeed. All of the players in this game I hold respect for because I know they're skilled at their games. I know they have talents. I know they have the ability to learn and to grow. But it feels like they're overlooking the UEL part and just skipping to, I'm playing video games and having fun.
Right, and I think there's a lot of that going on. I would also say this is a great opportunity to plug the potential of you guys at home potentially becoming a part of the UEL because, listen, the more players that we have, the less likely a lot of this stuff is going to happen because Listen, a lot of these team owners, especially at the start of the next season, are looking to potentially get some more properly, I guess, prepared or more fundamental focused players on their team, if you will. But if you guys think at home that you can compete in all of these games, head over to uelesports.com. Join the league, potentially become a free agent, show up to the arena, ready to compete next season. I look forward to meeting you guys, casting some of your matches, and getting to see a little bit of your gameplay, guys. Nonetheless, we are finally jumping into Die by the Blade here.
So they're playing on the same PC, it looks like. On the left side of your screen is going to be Dolo. On the right side of your screen is going to be O to the L. So you have to see here what we're trying to get done. And gets clipped there right on the edge of his range with the finisher. The game is set up wrong. It's supposed to be set to 2 lives. This is going to probably be an FF on one of the 2 teams.
Yes.
I'm not even sure which.
It's a Shogun setup. So we talked about Ghost needing 5 wins. So if you didn't hear Strix right there, the game is supposed to be set to 2 lives. And one of the players on Shogun set the game up to 1 life. The fact that they have no more timeouts and what have you potentially is going to. It looks like we might be running this back.
Well, the game master will make their call.
All right, so they're just going to potentially run this, and I think Dolo gets the kill.
And it's 1-1. It looks like because they're playing on the same PC, they may have adopted just the 1 life format.
Alrighty.
So we are just running it due to the obviously the technical issues where they're giving the players the opportunity to play, which I think is fair. It's a fair situation here to let both players play. And there we go. That'll be the 2nd life from Dolo. So we had to make a swap due to a technical issue, and the game was originally set up correctly, but because it was a force into a quick swap, they weren't able to check their settings, so the game master is taking responsibility. We're now correcting that that mistake and fixing it, so that's why we are playing the game in the normal format. Again, O to the L has a 1 life. They fixed the setup, and we're going to go from here. O to the L has 1 life. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. All right.
So this is a great spot for the Shogun to be in. They just need to get their kills. O to the L with 1, Kenna with 2. It's going to be a big fight. I like that Kenna just kind of check, or O to the L just kind of check to see what's going on. Nice step in.
Goes for the 3rd, and the string is going to connect. Now, player 1, was that... Okay, so Kenna actually got dropped there. So that's actually O to the U throwing out these combo strings. Oh, he whiffed. He could have capitalized on that. Gotcha. Okay, gotcha.
So let's see here. That should be O to the L's last life. Luckily, he took 1 off of Kenna. That's really important. We'll see who the Ghost choose to send in next. We're going to go back to character select here and go from there.
Yeah, he did get 1 life off of Kenna, which is super important. This is what I mean. Kenna has been performing relatively well in these fighting games throughout the night, guys, but this is just a whole other animal. You can tell all the players are a little bit uncomfortable to some degree, knowing how vulnerable they are at any given time throughout a match of Die by the Blade. Just 1 touch of the blade will kill you. Kenna, although he's been comfortable, is sitting here with 1 life, and this is going to be up against Lucci against Kenna. Kenna on the left side of your screen, Lucci on the right.
And you asked for, I believe that's Naginata, this long pole arm, and Lucci brings it out, immediately takes out Kenna, and you mentioned that defensive play style, kind of being more willing and able to, please switch your direction. Please. Thank you.
And you can tell right there, guys, that was a good example of how the directional movement sort of works within this game. You have to parry by pressing your joystick in the same direction at which your attacker is throwing the blade at you, in a sense. So that's why he didn't get that first sort of kill on the swipe. Nonetheless, guys, now we have a situation where we got Mr. B sitting down to play Lucci.
I've played Mr. B in this game. He has a solid understanding of the game. He has a play style. that he kind of consistently plays. So I'm interested to see what he brings out and if he's able to do the same damage. Having played him online a couple of times, I really like that he doesn't seem to opt to go too aggressive or too defensive. He kind of goes with the flow of his opponent and finds which style makes them more uncomfortable than anything else.
Okay. Well, I think my strategy personally within this game is as long as I have 2 lives, my first life I'm playing aggressive.
And that's exactly what Mr. B did there, willing to challenge and just knowing his range slightly better than Lucci to get an opportunity and finding where Lucci whiffs his second attack, trying to go into that sequence. This is the weakness of sequences.
Yes.
Is to do it, you have to do all 3 moves. If someone learns the sequence and learns where there's a gap, you'll be able to take a fight. Mr. B there, living with 2 lives is important for his team. He now can start to even up the damage that OTL and Lucci were able to do prior on the Ghost to the Shoguns. He can start to even this up.
And I think this is Pop. Yeah, I think this is Pop that's getting ready to step in here against Mr. B. Let's see how he performs. Now, they both have 2 lives going into this because Mr. B didn't have one taken from him. He's not necessarily, now, if I'm Pop going into this, I'm thinking to myself, Mr. B is not sort of backstepping at the start of these rounds. So he's either going to initiate an attack immediately, or he's going to sort of stand within that footsie range, and that's exactly what he did. A potential way to sort of counter that is somebody needs to play super aggressive. Wow, and way too passive there from Pop. During this second life, he needs to immediately start attacking. I mean, literally shift towards him and attack with some type of awkward swing. Nice parry.
And he loses the trade there. It's unfortunate. It's Pop down. We'll be getting our next Ghost.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. B still with 2 lives.
Yeah. I mean, they definitely need to start. Man. And I believe
MJ is going.
All right. So there's some potential here. Mr. B still with 2 lives. Mr. B just, I think, sort of reading his opponents and then sort of acting accordingly after he's sort of gotten that download. I think players have been a little bit too passive, showing too much respect, in a sense, at the start of these rounds. Mr. B is sort of standing there so they can aggressively sort of attack him at the start. But what he's trying to do, you'll notice he's shifting his joystick in order to sort of guess the direction at which they'll be attacking him. As long as you obviously throw in the opposite direction of him, you're going to get a strike. He's sort of waiting for you to take his life in a sense. The catch there, catch 22, is if he does get that parry, he's likely to punish. Okay, so a backstep off the start.
You were mentioning you want more aggression coming in.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
Well, this weapon that was chosen is a far more defensive and kind of reactionary weapon. It's a shorter sword, but it has really good strikes to do exactly just that. If you're able to get a read on your opponent. I just caught that.
No, and then immediately afterwards, he backsteps. They're paying Mr. B too much respect. They need to play aggression. The one time they've actually played aggressively, it has worked out in their favor. They do end up taking out Mr. B, though, to their credit. MJ actually gets Mr. B out of there. He has 1 life left, and now we'll see. RK stepping in.
So we've seen Dolo, we've seen Kenna, we've seen Mr. B. That means RK and Ash are the last 2. And we're looking at Big Bad MJ with 1 life as well as Bernay.
Yeah, I was going to say. Yeah, I think Bernay. Okay. All right. So we still have 2 players left. It's just that Shogun has
Why
a
are we
1
fighting
life.
the AI?
We have 1 life advantage right now for the side of Shogun. Question mark.
1 life advantage.
All right. Here we go.
Oh, yeah. He's fighting the AI in this moment. I'm just going to highlight that is the AI.
Okay. Yeah, so Strix was saying that this is potentially the AI and not a specific player. I think that's what they're... Okay. All right, so I guess this is actually RK playing.
Was RK Bud? So my guess here is going to be something very small and very specific. This game has a setup system. I wonder if they're using the same type of controller. If they're both using Xbox controllers, the game may be... You see how one side has PlayStation buttons and one side has Xbox buttons?
Yes.
It might be reading the Xbox or PlayStation buttons for the other side. We have to see. Here, we'll get this figured out and make sure everything is good. Looks like they figured it out.
All right, here we go. We're going to jump into. I'm hoping though that I don't know if that first round necessarily counted. I don't think it did because I think MJ is still in. It appears as if he is.
He got in this time.
Okay, so RK is going to be on the left side of your screen and MJ on the right.
All right, cool. So both players have 2 lives, and we're going to go ahead and see the play.
Oh! RK looking a little frustrated in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. I don't know if this is MJ or if this is... Okay, so that is MJ. Alrighty.
Yeah, RK, MJ. Nice job.
Oh, good parry, though. Props to MJ on that parry right there. That was exceptional. He actually whiffed his attack and was able to parry in real time, and now he takes out RK. There is just one player on the left of on the side of Shogun, which is going to be Ash Whoopin, that is sitting down right now, potentially looking to clutch for his team and send them to a 15th win, but he's got to get through MJ. Okay, so Brene is in, and MJ was eliminated then.
Okay. Last player.
Yeah, last player. Holy moly.
Whoever wins this, take this. If you are a Ghost fan, Georgia residents, you're hoping for the character on the right side of your screen to get the first 2 kills. If you are a fan of the Florida Shogun, the right side, this could decide the game. Who keeps and the Ghost take an early lead. This
All right.
is last life.
Last life. Ghost.
The aggression.
Oh, goodness. Okay. The shift backwards, definitely a game of footsies, but they have that blade staff that she's sort of playing with on the side of the Ghost. That's going to be Bernay with that blade staff, gradually backing up, going for these strikes. He needs to throw something other than an overhead. He threw 2 overheads in a row. I want to see him mix it up a little bit, potentially, to take out Ash Whoopin, but Ash Whoopin looking to get that 15th win right here. There's the side strike! I called it in real time! Strix, I called it in real time!
The mind games that were played in that moment.
Woo!
Not only did he do that overhead strike again, but he whiffed it.
I know.
And quickly transitioned, as you were asking him to do, into another strike. That makes us a 10-14 game. We saw this type of a gap disappear in 20 minutes. We have 45 minutes left on our clock as Need for Speed is coming up. Now, they had plenty of time to get this one set up.
Okay, so Ghosts are doing exactly what they need to do in order to catch up right now. And like I was telling you, they don't even necessarily have to get to 17 wins, right? They just have to get 4 more wins. I think we have a situation tonight where if we go to overtime, there's one team that has been, although both of them have been disorganized, I think there's one team that has been more disorganized. And I think if they go to overtime, I think it lends itself more towards the Ghost. Right.
That's exactly why I was like, it is not on my side of the table. I'm being very honest with you.
Yeah, I think it does. But, I mean, listen, I know we sort of have been on top of Shogun all night about how disorganized they are. Their setups have been terrible. Lack of professionalism and so much more. But they are an incredibly talented team. Make no mistake about it. The Ghosts have their work cut out for them to get 4 additional wins. 1 or 2 of those may be free wins if they're not able to get the setup. But right now, Ghosts have the setup.
Yeah.
So they need to get this game up and running. I'm trying to remember who it was. It was
Bad MJ.
The big bad MJ said he wanted to play Need for Speed, and we got Need for Speed. So if they don't get the setup, I'm going to cry myself to sleep tonight. But in the same breath, I'm super excited to watch it, man, because I think MJ might just pop off. You think they're going to be most wanted? They're going to be the cops.
If you have choice.
MJ is not available. Oh, my gosh.
So we're getting trolled by production now.
So we're getting trolled by everybody.
Time out on production. I'm taking AV's blockbuster card.
Oh my gosh.
It's gonna be crazy. But Need for Speed, if you are a coordinated team, I do think the racers are the stronger option. If you are uncoordinated, or you just want to control the pace of the game, to be honest, I legitimately think cops is the easier option if you're in a disorganized situation.
I just heard PC7 is most wanted. We're coming for you.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Yeah, we're coming for you. PC7 should be the the closest PC on the Shogun side. I'm trying to remember who has been sitting there all day.
Oh, Ash.
So the rookie has some weight on his shoulders. Let's see. If
Oh, wow. What a smart selection to make the rookie, if you will, the most wanted. So it's essentially the easiest target to take out in a sense. Not necessarily. We'll see how much Ash Whoopin has been playing. And we got Halo Infinite. And here's what's interesting about that. It's Halo Infinite, but it's Shogun setup.
Oh, I don't look in this world. I'm being real with you. I expect Kenan to be able to set this up in like 30 seconds. If Halo Infinite cooperates in loading.
I also expected them to be here after lunch.
Oh my!
We didn't see that either. So who knows?
Oh no! Oh no!
We'll see. Ash going to be the most wanted. You're seeing him live right now
in his WRX here.
Yeah,
they did go ahead and select the sport section of the wheel. Not our fastest cars, but actually on the slower side. But they ended up allowing you to have a lot more control. But the cops are
they're on his tail immediately. Holy moly, like white on rice at a paper plate convention. They are right on top of him.
He has to get away.
Ash Whoopin trying to get away. Already taking a little bit of damage, though he isn't looking too bad, but the cops are catching up. Now, something to note here. Each one of these players is going to have 4 abilities at the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. There's going to be a jam ability, an EMP turbocharge, as well as a spike strip that he can lay down. And the spike strip is about to be online. Big Bad MJ pulling up right now on Ash Whoopin, trying to get in front of him. There's 3 police officers on this most wanted player. They're closing in with the EMP.
Nice spike!
Oh! But he gets spike stripped right at the roadblock.
But luckily, Lucci is still hot on his trail, but the other racers have caught up. They're sitting here, and finally his protection has arrived. He just has to start driving a little bit cleaner and get a little bit further ahead. Lucci said, whoa, I'm leading this race.
Wow.
Guys.
Unfortunately this was a situation I actually think Lucci would have gone for the spike strip, and I think he would have missed, but he actually got jammed right before he went for it, so he still has his spike strip, and he's right behind Ash. Now he has 2 of them on his tail, pulling up on the rear bumper. They're going to hit him, cause a little bit of damage, trying to get in front of this SUV.
EMP hit.
EMP's coming out, and may just hit. Oh!
He's so low now.
He's so low.
You can't take this. And now on this mountain pass, the big thing about the mountain pass is because of all the twists and turns and the sliding, you're not going to be able to get as far away as quickly as you would want to.
Right. Oh, what happened?
One shot.
I think he's trying to find. There he is. There he is. He's sitting at about 30% health, damaged as can be, trying to get around the tight part of this corner. He's going to lay down the spike strip. I think he actually whiffed it. I believe he had the spike strip. And he... This may be it! Oh! He's been busted! The cops end up taking it. The Ghosts go up with another win. It is now 11-14. The Shogun are scrambling to set up Halo Infinite because this is their favored game tonight. The Ghosts, I don't even think are going to forfeit this because I think they want to see if they can set it up.
At the end of the day, Ghost, I just need you to have that loaded up. I need you to be getting into that game. Make sure it's not going to cost you a win. Honestly, and I'm being real with you, you do not forfeit this one.
No, you don't forfeit. If the game starts, maybe just let the game play for 30 seconds just to make sure that they didn't set it up wrong. Then maybe you forfeit. But let them play themselves.
And this is where I want to highlight that need for speed, because you asked me before which option I thought was better. The Ghost. All that had to be said was, we need to be talking. Why are we not coming? Right. And then they just swarmed and they kept putting pressure. And once he was low, you have so little room for mistakes that you just can't get away. He's one hit. Well, I don't need the one hit if we just box him in and we take him down. I think that was a great map selection as well. It really tests your skill. But at this moment, the Ghosts are going to have their skills tested because they're going up against Kenna, and I have to believe Ash in this side of Halo Infinite. And I don't know if I probably would say that's probably the best duo in Halo in the entire league.
Well, I'll say this, just coming from the perspective of a Halo player. I mean, I have been for basically since the launch of OG Xbox and Combat Evolved. I personally know that if Kenna is as good as you say he is, he doesn't even need a second teammate. I could take a 1v2 every day of the week if the players aren't super experienced in Halo.
He's done that.
Yes.
In our Slayer game mode, he has played with teammates, and he's just like...
Put your controller down.
Basically, like, he is running into 1v2s, killing somebody, and knows exactly when he needs to back out. And sometimes he's like, I don't need to back out. I'm throwing a grenade. You're going to be cracked. I'm going to down him. Your teammate's going to be like, he's here, and by that point, you're already dead, too.
Yeah.
We see him consistently, to give you an example, he plays Aquarius as a map.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
They have played Aquarius, and he's more than comfortable to run in there and just really use those angles and utilize sight lines where he knows how to traverse the map extremely quickly as well as deal damage way better than almost
Now, is that going to be with OS spawn or camo spawn? I don't know. Okay, so if it's with OS spawn, which is overshield, guys, that's going to make him even more lethal, because it creates a situation where there's not necessarily strong power weapons per se. There is a shotgun or a heat wave that spawns on it. But in the same breath, you're not looking at a rocket launcher, you're not looking at a sniper rifle. It's basically just let's grab a battle rifle or a Bandit Evo rifle, depending on what the actual particular current meta is or the current update within Halo Infinite is. Nonetheless, if it is overshield, you're turning what is a star player into basically a god, right? Because you're giving him an additional health, and as long as he controls that OS every 2 to 3 minutes, then he's going to be essentially unkillable.
And on that note, if I'm putting you into this position and I'm looking at you for our RPS option, would you want to select the mode or would you want to select the map if you are in Kenna's position? Your team has some, so you can pick which one you want to do.
Oh, I'm selecting map. Yeah, I'm selecting map because the mode doesn't matter. The mode doesn't matter. Skill is going to beat out. Yeah, skill is going to be out of the skill every day of the week.
Cool. I was thinking that, but at the same time, I'm like, maybe there's something you realize, or maybe there's something I don't think about. But you're just like, I don't care what mode it is. If I just kill you, I win.
Oh, no. That would be a tragedy. Don't tell me that, AV. The map in particular is really important because you look at a map like Streets with rocket launcher spawn. I had mentioned this yesterday, or I should say, yeah. I had mentioned. I'm like, but I'd mentioned this yesterday during a setup of Halo Infinite. On the map Streets, you can actually grab plasma grenades, and you don't even have to go grab the rocket launcher. You can throw a plasma grenade from multiple different locations and launch the rocket launcher up to yourself and grab it. It's called Combat Evolved is the medal for it, and it's one of the few maps that you can weapon launch, or you can grenade grab, in a sense is what it's called, is what I call it. So if I'm doing that, I can basically trap spawns, and then as long as I have a plasma grenade, which on Streets it's in bar, I'm always going to keep those on me. Once I get up a kill or a double kill, if I notice the rocket launcher's coming, I don't even have to go grab them. And here's the other great thing about it. When you throw the plasma grenade, if one of your opponents is trying to grab the rocket launcher,
they get stuck.
They get stuck and they die. So there's certain things like that I know for specific maps. So I don't care what the mode is. I'm grabbing those rockets every day of the week, and no one's stopping you, right? So,
and that's the knowledge that really does set the Halo players apart. I feel like is on a little bit on the younger side, but also is fully willing to just diff people.
Yeah.
If you want to take him in a fight, like I'm going to promise you, he's going to get loud in here.
Yeah.
And he's going to be asking where you're going, why you're running, why aren't you fighting me? Come on, step up. We want to run the ones, we want to run the V2s. And it doesn't help that he has Ash there to back him up. But it's going to be O to the L and Bernay here going in, looking for an opportunity and a chance to win. And we're going to bring AV in to hear what's going on the floor. What information you got for us?
So it was a gentleman's agreement prior to the game starting that Kenna and Bernui were supposed to 1v1 if Halo rolled. Kenna backed out.
Okay, so this is one of those things where I don't think that is a... Given a normal situation, I think you're willing to take these bets.
Kenna and who?
Bernay. The tier 1. The tier T1s we're going to... The 2 tier 1s we're going to 1v1. That's a bold claim. But I think in this situation, Kenna is making a decision not for personal pride, but for his team.
No. In Halo, this is the gauntlet of shooters. This is as OG as it gets. When Xbox Live first came online, Halo was the game. The start of online console gaming started with Halo. If you make a gentleman's agreement to throw down on Halo, you throw down on Halo. I don't care what the situation is, bro. I mean, it doesn't matter if it's HCS. It doesn't matter if it's in here. You can do it, but I mean, you're taking that's a hit amongst the Halo community for sure.
Look, trust me, I understand. I need you to understand. Like,
I mean, I don't want to sit here and say that, but that's just the truth.
Yeah.
That's a strike amongst the Halo community. The same way it would be if you were in a doubles tournament on Smash Brothers or something, and you had a gentleman's agreement to do a 1v1 because you and another player had beef or something like that, and then you didn't commit to that. The Smash community is going to dog you for that.
Oh, yeah.
All right? That's just the way it is. I'm not sugarcoating it. I'm just keeping it real here. Halo is as cutthroat as any of the communities. It's a wonderful community, but when you make an agreement like that, the same sense of commitment that Master Chief has within the story of Halo, you have to have that level of commitment if you're going to actually strike beef with somebody online. So he's made listen, maybe he's playing for his team, but if he feels as comfortable as he's talking, he's need to be able to back that up, and that's unfortunate. But listen, the drama continues around here, man.
It's so hard because I'm sitting here thinking, I'm like, am I willing to do that? Like, there are games that I'm willing to do that, but also I'm aware enough to not take that bet against the people I know I'm not going to take that bet against. Like, that's my thing. Maybe I am underestimating Bernay in his skill in Halo. Because
I think that's why Bernay did it.
You have to be willing. There's a difference to me of again, has he lost before? Yeah, we had players before step up and manage to take wins. But again, this is your game. This is the whole separate thing. This is your game. And this is where I'll even tell you, because I said this yesterday.
You're being so nice right now.
No, I said this yesterday, and I try to tell you all the time. No, I understand it, but I'm also the person that's not going to take that bet, but I do it ahead of time. I've said this to tons of people. Every single person in this league, not named Billy the Goat, that says, I want to play you in StarCraft 2. And I tell them, I will play you any day of the week, no matter how many games outside of UEL. When I'm in UEL, I am playing UEL. That doesn't matter if I care. Nothing of that matters. But I'm also not taking that to stop at the game. If you're like, yo, 1v1 me guaranteed, if I say yes, I'm going to have to look at the Game Master and be like, Game Master, we running a 1v1.
Yeah, but you can't – listen, this is the thing. Like, when you're playing sports professionally, when you make that decision to agree on that 1v1, you need to be addressing your team first. Because once you've made the decision, it's set and submit, man. That's law. That's Halo law. And now I know we're playing 33 different games, but you also got to understand the gauntlet that you're stepping into.
I got you.
Yeah.
Put it on King of the Hill. Or no, Capture the Flag. Put it on Capture the Flag. I think Capture the Flag.
Yeah, Capture the Flag. Yep.
Other two players walk off to the side. And it's a first to 25, first to 20.
Yeah.
And then the other team forfeits. Guarantee. And you both have one forfeit left. This is how you burn your last forfeit.
Yeah.
If the ghost of that confident, you can gain control of the game.
Yeah.
Guaranteed.
And you could do that in Slayer. We used to do it back in the day on Halo 2. You know, when Halo 2, we would load up Lockout, Halo 2 Lockout, the snow level that everyone knows, got Sniper Tower, BR3, and BR Tower, and what have you. And if your friends were in the lobby when the trash talking started happening, they wanted to watch the action. So the rule was, okay, everybody sit top grav lift. There was 2 little slants, 2 little slopes. So everyone that wants to watch, y'all sit top grav lift. Us 2 are going to be throwing out. You know, and that's what the rule was. So they could still do that in a 3v3. Just put it on Slayer, load up the map, let's throw down, man.
Look, this is the thing. I know that this is a whole thing. You know I understand this because in the same way, if anybody in this building right now said, Ayo, run the first to 5 money match in a fighting game, you know I'm going to be the first person to be like, cool, let me go grab my controller.
Yeah.
I understand. This is the issue is where I'm like, you're making the smart decision.
Yeah.
Right? My brain is getting with you. The heart and the soul looking at you kind of strange right now. You're
I mean, because there's so much talking, you know, that's been going on, and it's one of those situations where it's like, listen, if you had two sort of like bandit gangs of cowboys or something in the Wild West, and both of them were talking all the talk all the time, and then they met up in the saloon, and someone said, you know, I challenge you to a duel, and both gangs were there to witness this, and one of them said, nah, I'm not doing that. All of a sudden, it's like, okay, then y'all aren't, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Everybody in the town's going to be talking about that. And that's kind of what just unfolded.
That's the unfortunate thing. That is the unfortunate thing. We might have to ask about it.
Here's what I want to know. It's been 7 years since this match started getting set up. So
technical.
I don't know how many tech timeouts we have. I don't know what's going on, but we're going to get some information for you guys here very, very soon.
Just honestly,
yeah.
I don't know. I wonder if after that might play in the Kenna's favor if he ducked the 1v1 and then the game gets skipped, bro.
Yeah.
I almost feel like we kind of gotta have.
Is this a situation where, honestly, I didn't know Bernay was. I didn't know he was like that.
I know Bernay, Alchemist, Jorginho. I notably put them together, but like a lot of the Wolves players as well, like they are solid at Halo. They're very good.
Okay.
They also have, I feel like, tended to be some of the more cautious players that I've seen.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, I feel like last season they were talking like, "Hey, we want to play Billy in StarCraft," and did not play Billy.
Oh, okay. All right.
At one point. And so, like, again, this is the thing. I think, to be very honest as well, I haven't said it all day. This is where I'm looking actually once again at Black Diamond.
Yeah.
If I'm Black Diamond, this is where I'm the bad guy as the owner and the GM. I let my player be like, we're doing this. And I'm stepping in and I'm like, no, we're not. We're playing the game of 2v2. And I take the flag as the one stopping it.
Okay.
Not my player backing down.
Ooh.
My player wanted to do it, but
Yeah.
he had his coach being like, no. We're playing the game.
And a little bit of clarity would be good because I think Kenna strikes me as a player who's pretty like ride or die.
Oh, he is.
You know,
He is.
so if that may be the case. Sort of my opinions that I expressed, if you will, were just the just me being blunt. It was just the sheer honesty of the situation.
Oh, we'll
So,
find out.
Yeah,
For
we'll
those at home that
find out.
don't know, that time hit 0. The show doesn't end. We got some post-game interviews, and we'll get some players in here to
Oh
have a
boy,
conversation.
I'm seeing a connection lost on the screen. One of the players might have DC'd.
FC, another sports game.
Okay, so there was a connection loss, and to be fair, that might have been a genuine sort of mistake.
And it is Aquarius Slayers.
Okay, so maybe the connection wasn't lost. Let's see what happens here. All right, so this may be good. We may be good here. All right, so this is going to be from, it looks like from the perspective of Kenna as this kicks off. We are going to be running the 2v2. And this is on Aquarius. I'll give you an update in terms of whether it's OS or if it's going to, so the OS is going to be top middle. Kenna's going to be looking to control that about every 2 to 3 minutes. He's pushing over to these dynamo grenades, which is going to deplete the energy shield or the overshield of this particular OS player. Interestingly enough, he's using the commando rifle, which is far from the meta, but it actually has like pretty decent damage output, particularly on the shield, and then he can swap to his sidekick pistol to sort of finish out the kill if he needs to. Great sort of top control.
Early lead went over to the side of Shogun, but it has now been equaled up, and I think Kenna's checking something. Maybe not checking all of his buttons and his controls before the game started. Ends up getting dropped down, and now the Ghost have control of this game.
Oh, nice swap over to the assault rifle, but the assault rifle's not reloaded. He needs to reload both of his weapons. He needs to swap to the AR right now and reload that gun. You have to be able to have a secondary weapon in order to finish out your kills, and that's exactly why he didn't have it reloaded right there. He's basically just one shot away from going down, running away as opposed to assisting his teammate with shots. He needs to give him some cover fire here. If he had more grenades, he could have bounced a grenade onto that corner of yellow fridge. Wasn't able to, though. Shotgun, keep that for close distance. The way you want to utilize that shotgun is maintaining loft positioning and or top mushroom or top plants. So he's in top loft right now. If you're able to lock down that top loft position, what you can do then is drop down on top of your opponents and or sort of push your opponents in a rushing style with that shotgun when your teammate sort of feeds you information as to where they are. So right now, he's sort of pushing, okay, never mind. He sees him on catwalk over by Blue Fridge. He's identified this player. This is where he could potentially rush with that shotgun. This is Kenna picking up a quick kill, and now he's looking to aid his teammate, who did rush with the actual shotgun, exactly how we suggested. And I believe that was Ash with the shotgun that was able to push Blue Storage there.
And this is the big thing why I said the two of them together are a different beast in this game. Normally we see Kenna kind of running off on his own completely and totally playing the game, gets taken out by a good grenade, and now Ash with OS has to fight his way through two people. We see Bernay trying to find these kills, but as his shields are about to be depleted, I have to believe the OS is still chasing him.
Yeah, and I can tell just from Bernay's gameplay that he's struggling a little bit here on Halo Infinite. He's not as experienced as I'm sure he'd like to be. But nonetheless, there's a potential for, O2 to pick up some of that slack. But I'm a little shocked that we didn't see that 1v1 because it doesn't seem, though, as if Bernay is as comfortable as I thought he would be.
Yeah, it does scare me a decent bit. Now, my question here as well is the same thing that happened in Hot Pursuit. I'm wondering what's going on here. I'm wondering what's going on where it's the communication is non-existent on the Ghost. I think there was more communication just now between Bernay as well as...
Oh, I'm hearing 1v1 for $2,000 and so much more.
It might be one of those things. This has happened actually before in UEL. It's one of those really funny things. There are a lot of players, and this is, I will ask you and get your opinion on it. As we consider, this is now 11-3. They got to find their kills. Ash finally goes down here. Good job picking up another kill. But there's players that are willing to take that bet in UEL. But when someone is like, cool, I will money match you outside of UEL right now, they don't want to take the game.
Yeah. No, I understand that. But at the same time, the gameplay that I've actually seen from Bernay hasn't been, the most impressive thing. I don't understand whereas on the side of Kenna, I've actually seen him with some pretty impressive movement. And give credit where credit due. I actually think Ash looks incredibly comfortable on Halo. So Ash and Kenna are a pretty deadly duo, and you're seeing that reflected in the kills.
That's what I was trying to say. It's this is one of those situations where, again, I think there are moments where you could catch Kenna in overconfidence and kill him in usual situations. But when he and Ash are together, it goes back to Kenna doesn't have to worry about his teammate. He doesn't have to worry about anything. He knows Ash will trade him out. He knows Ash will play with him. He knows Ash will push with him. Renee now with Overshield has the opportunity to take a fight here. Nice job getting the melee, but immediately gets dropped down by Kenna again.
Oh, man, we're hearing talk again on the arena floor. I think they're feeling good because it's a 15-7. You can see a little bit of the emotion on the right side of your screen from both of these players, one in the top right, and we got Ash in the bottom right. Currently, the gameplay that you're watching, so they're trying to identify where they're spawning at. They're pushing top loft over here by top dynamo. Grenades getting pressured by both of them is Ash. Trying to get some single shots off of their commando rifle. Now pushing out of storage, Kenna is able to secure one kill. He sees what the second one is. He's not looking at his mini-map, and now he's going to re-engage with full shields. Pushing the back of blue base here. Preps it with a grenade. He should be about one shot. There it is, and finishes it.
I'm laughing a little bit because this is the funniest thing to me. The call is you're 1v2 me. I'm like, bro, you ran into me with overshield. What do you mean I'm
right? But Ken is so comfortable, man. You can tell because as soon as he secured the kill in blue base, he basically took top middle, and then he jumped into the courtyard of this yellow base just looking as to where they were spawning, completely wide open in the middle of the courtyard, just feeling as confident as ever in his gameplay.
I do want to give some compliments to the side of the Ghost. I don't think we've seen a team put up this many kills against Kenna, let alone Kenna, as well as the side of Kenna and Ash. So they do show that they have some skill there in Halo. They have a lot of the ability to carry that game, and maybe forward they have a game that they can latch on in that shooter category.
Right.
But at least in this moment, they're 2 steps away from this game finally having a definitive victor.
2 steps.
But you said 3-1 games, and we're still on pace for that victory. If we hit that 3-1, what do I mean? If the next 3 games become Ghost victories, it's 14-15. If we hit 3 more wins, it will come down to if the Ghosts get 1 and 3, we hit 17. That's Sly, baby. And I gotta believe that both teams are looking for that boost as we go into FC. And I think the Shogun are happy having just Dolo and Mr. B. Now, you are going to be looking across from a good sports lineup. I think the only thing that's rough here is they don't have Bernay. I think Bernay would be the player they would absolutely want to send in here.
All right.
But Pop Candle, Big Bad MJ, Lucci, all I know have experience in these sports games.
Yes, of course. Of course.
So we saw them in NHL. Again, it was close, but we felt like they were doing really good early. But Dolo and Mr. B, I need a different game, a different 2 players from college football in this FC.
Yeah, so I think the situation at play right now is they don't even necessarily have to get 6 wins, right? All they really need, I think, is about 4. In order to tie this up. And the way that they may potentially be able to do that is I think the reason why Shogun was able to set that up was strictly because Kenna's level of experience on Halo allowed them to set it up that quickly.
Yeah.
So if you were to take this after this match, setup is in Shogun or in Shogun's favor over there. If you take this, you go up 12. Shogun doesn't get the next game set up, almost guaranteed. And then you go to 13.
Yeah,
and then you get another win, push setup back to them. Maybe you get another forfeit.
Yesterday it was 4 games in 20 minutes with timeouts. Timeouts were necessary because setup had to be done.
Yes.
In this case, as long as you can force them to set up Street Fighter,
right,
in 2 minutes. Yeah. Okay. Do you know everybody's character? Can you get everybody in?
Yeah.
Perfect game. Did you make your preset before the game? I'm gonna start right there. You're not getting this done.
Oh wow. Okay. So I was gonna say already a point on this, and I'd have to see who this is.
That should be Madrid. So that should be the Ghost with the early shot and goal there.
Okay.
And then on the other side here, France.
On the side of blue. I think there's some arguments in terms of what's happening right now on the floor. I think this is a situation This is a situation where there's only so much time. I do think it would be unfair in terms of Ghost trying to catch up here. If, the amount of time is sort of coming off the clock because of controller issues. Is it a delay tactic? I don't know. Maybe some controversy. Let's put on our tinfoil hats and jump into this alien theory.
I don't need a tinfoil hat. Hey, anybody listening, if you are a controller manufacturer, at Florida Shoguns on Instagram, go ahead and send them a DM. Go ahead and send them the DM. Shoot it over there.
Ooh, wow. Okay, some solid dribbling skills coming out of the side of Ghost on these Madrid players. Let's see, between MJ or Pop. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that may have been Pop, who has been excelling within these sports games tenfold. Pushing up the lane here is this blue.
Ooh, nice
Gets
defense.
the ball back, though, potentially going for another. Nonetheless, this... Okay, so we're going to have the free...
The goal's open.
Goal is wide open. It just basically taps it in. This thing is tied up 1-1. They have to be careful that they don't bring their goalie out of the goal. Unfortunate. Nonetheless, here we go. We got Pop and MJ trying to secure their second goal. Pops it up to... Oh!
I wanted the pass.
I wanted the pass.
Pass there to your open teammate. This game, I think, more than any of the other sports games.
There's so... Honestly, guys, this has been... Prior to this, there was a moment... I don't know who it was, man. It might have been RK, but I don't remember. But there was a particular player on the Shogun when Chris G was here, when there was tons of drama. On the arena floor. It was fascinating and very entertaining to watch, obviously, but we're seeing so much of that tonight as well. Listen, some of you guys over on Twitch, on TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, wherever you happen to be watching this from, listen, every time the Shoguns play, it's fun to just show up and watch and see what happens. They have a lot of talent, but then also there's a lot of drama involved. This goal is wide open. He gets the ball taken away. That's unfortunate. I believe that was Pop, actually, as the red player. I think MJ is the blue. Unfortunate, nonetheless. Pop able to get it out of the goal in time. Great play by Pop to get it out there. Major props to him. All right, and now they have it in their sort of turf, if you will. Pop looking to get the pass back over. He does get it in time.
I like that decision. Rather than playing in a contested space, you only pass back. I was saying before that passing in FC is the most notable difference to me between teams that are really well coordinated, because even compared to some of the other sports games, you only have that triangle, that 3-man, and you have to constantly rotate it if you want to find success.
Okay, heard. Well, I really like what I'm seeing in particular out of Pop. I think his positioning has been really, really good, but also his sort of game sense, environmental awareness. There's been a couple of times where he's transitioned over to that goalie and actually gotten that user block really effectively. I say that, and right there gets scored as the goalie. They need to make this comeback shot. Struggling to get back to the goal is Pop. Pop. Not, unfortunately. They get scored on again, and we heard a little bit of a pop-off there on the arena floor. Shogun looking to close tonight out. Ghost need a goal, and they need a goal now. That was a great attempt by Pop, but it did get blocked.
I want to highlight that I like that Pop is switching back to the goalie. This is going to be another walk-in. It's got to be.
Now, explain to me why the net is wide open.
So the goalie the game will swap you unless you turn off, auto swap you to different characters. But they're bringing that back player forward.
Yes.
And you have to be aware when you're doing that to be able to get this person back. You see that player at half, they need to be drifting that person forward. You have to look immediately, are you on the goalie? Right now, you're not. But when they take the shot, you're going to be forced to swap if they get within that bounds or start to look to take a shot at the goal. And you have to be prepared to immediately defend and move. If you're not, you're setting your goalie up. Now you've brought that defender out. You have to be aware. Somebody needs to back up and swap there. You need to keep that one person back. They're trying to force these shots because they have 33 seconds. We play 1 half here or first to 5.
Right.
This is almost surely a Shogun win unless they start right now scoring, but the Shoguns are looking in it. Dolo takes a shot. It doesn't go in. We get a reset on the play. Dolo gets the ball. He's looking for an opportunity. He sings it over, kicks it. I think they realized at the time they just need to make 20 more seconds. They don't need to score this 5th point. Just go 20 more seconds. They will be 1 point away from victory. We have to see where we're going to next.
Their
Here's
goalie's
control
not
of
in
it.
the net.
Send it over and just
Goalie's not in the net, and another pop off on the floor. That is going to wrap things up. They're on FIFA. So, as dominant as that was, that's going to pick them up another win and create a situation where they are 1 game. We have 20 minutes left. 1 game off.
You said 2-1. Went to 3-1. I'm going to take it a couple steps further. We need 6-1 to guarantee a win, 5-1 to tie this game up.
Yeah.
And when I say 5-1, that is still you losing because you lose the overtime game.
Well,
you
they
need
need
6 to
5.
win the game.
Right, you need 5 straight.
need to win the next 6 games without fail.
So let's just take it step by step.
No,
there's only 18 minutes left today. What they need to do right now is they need a forfeit of some sort. So they're kind of depending on Shogun to get their setup wrong.
I'm going to let this happen, but I have a sneaking suspicion. If the Shogun have been paying attention, I've talked about a map. There's a map in this game that have roughly 10-minute laps.
Oh, don't say that out loud.
That's why I'm not specifically naming the map. But if people know, that's on people to figure out.
Okay.
And learn exactly which map it is. I've said the name before, so if people watch VODs back, they should know.
It's true. Also, if they got the knowledge
they have to get in the game and get everybody ready to go in the next 50 seconds. That was a console game.
That's true. And you mentioned potentially some issues coming in within that setup. So if the Shogun, I believe it's a 2-minute setup, correct?
Yes.
So that 2-minute setup, if they don't have things set up in time, this would be a forfeit. Let's see I think what would be interesting, right? I wonder if they get all of their setups done right now when they actually need to.
I would be more mad at that.
I'd be more mad if they actually get these setups done when they're trying to get their setups done.
Because I'm going to look at it and say, so you actually are. It's not that you can't.
Kenna just opened the game. Interesting. Well, I think this may be the 12th, win for the Ghosts. This is the situation. So they have set up. Say they get this forfeit. Ghost. Yep, forfeit Shoguns. Ghost is going to get their 12th win. This is interesting. Now, right now, if they're able to win this next game, I don't know. We don't know what it's going to be. We don't know what it's going to be. But if Ghost can secure a 13th win, it sends the setup back to the Shogun. If they're not able to get that set up, then they get a 14th win.
So I think Mr. B, I hear him laughing out there. I know he's happy for this. Tekken, they feel confident in. They feel confident in this, right?
Okay.
They feel confident. O to the L has swept teams. Pop Candle has swept teams. At the beginning of this season, experienced Going Lucci. I need people to understand that the Ghost can win this. The issue is, are the Shoguns going to give them the time to play 3 more games after this?
Listen, there's 16 minutes. I know. Okay, so in your match last night, Paladins versus the X-Gods, you guys were able to secure 4 wins in 20 minutes. That was when you guys were successfully performing setups and then obviously playing throughout the game. If the Ghosts can clutch this in Tekken, they get 13 wins. Shogun doesn't have a chance of setting anything up. So then they're not going to set anything up in the next game. That's going to put them at 14-16. They only need 2 more.
But what I'm saying to you is if, for example, this is why that timeout still matters. if this is Street Fighter, right?
Mm-hmm.
So just give me a number for how long Tekken takes.
Not usually too long, man. After setup is complete, probably 5 minutes.
So 5 minutes. So
4 to 5 minutes. Yeah.
There's no timeout here, so it's going to be another 2.5 minutes into 5 minutes. There's another 4 minutes before Street Fighter starts. This is why the timeout ends up mattering. We had to win a game, call a timeout. Win a game.
Okay.
Call a timeout. Because the only way to avoid... There was a point where legitimately on the floor, people were talking with 300. There were a couple people that were like, well, they get 8 minutes to set up. They can just end the game. And it's like, no, if we get out, we just need to win these games as fast as possible and then immediately time out. Before the setup even starts, you need every second to be in game time.
Oh, okay.
Not
So
out of game time.
So if you guys are finished setting up, you get to just roll into the game.
So not just that. It's in this moment they're going to roll the next game.
Okay.
But the moment the game ends, the clock does not stop unless you call a timeout.
Okay.
This is what the issue is you need a way to stop the clock. It's the same way of
and when does it resume then? When the game starts?
Yes.
Okay.
And so it's you mentioned it before, college football and like kneeling a ball, but the idea of a team on their last drive needs usually 3 timeouts plus a 2-minute warning to sometimes make that last push.
Right.
If all you have is the 2-minute warning, you have to execute flawlessly. But the issue is if the Shoguns are just like, cool, you need to win 4 games.
Yeah.
That's at least, if they were all 2-minute setups, that's still 8 minutes of setup.
Yeah.
And that means you need to win
quickly
a game every basically minute. And that's not to say it's impossible, because the Shoguns very clearly have shown that they haven't been able to set up. They might sit down and, hey, their controller is disconnected every single game that they've played on the PC at this point. So there's a very good chance that they disconnect dead character, disconnect dead character, disconnect dead character. You all of a sudden are moving through this game in a minute, 2 minutes. It's possible here. But the issue is
it's playing against you, man.
This is when we talk about resources, these are the moments where I can look at UEL and tell people, this is why you have to play UEL. I don't care how much you love the game you are sitting down playing. If you get into games, if you have timeouts, if you have forfeits, you can dictate exactly how the end of this game will play out.
Okay.
That is why I look at, and I will give compliments to them, is why I look at people like the Bots and Billy, the Reapers and Cat, even the Blaze with Hollywood. Hollywood is another great UEL player. Herb on the Ravens. There are teams that understand the game so well and understand how to play UEL that they are able to. You and I have experienced this from the production standpoint, where we've sat down here, and to y'all at home, y'all might not realize it, but a 4-hour game is an 8-hour game. Because they know how to min-max every single second of in-game time to ensure that they are able to play everything they need to, get everything set up and ready to get done. We're getting into Tekken. It's going to be Pop versus Dolo going up first. So this is 2 of the heavier hitters on the team. 12:15.
Wow. That time went by quick.
12:15 is going to be our clock. So everybody at home,
all right,
here we go. Strap in. If you're pulling for the Ghost, I'm gonna be honest. You're looking for a sweet.
What the dog doing? What the dog doing?
All right, so they are getting into this game. This is also something that does happen. So I'm gonna say this as well. A lot of the fighting games also save the rules, except for, I think, Street Fighter.
Okay.
If you come in there before the game and set up the Tekken rules, you don't need to check them. Your opponent might, but you don't need to check them to make sure they're right. You just go to this screen, have people pick their characters, sit down. And again, those are the minutes that end up mattering here.
Okay.
If I am the Shogun, though, I'm telling Dolo, block for his life, buy some time. All I need you to do is take a minute or 2.
Okay. I do like the fact, though, that Pop is on Eddie.
Yes.
In that player 1 spot. Eddie has the potential to pull off, like, not just, like, optimal damage as a meta character, but also just, like, cheeky damage to an otherwise, like, formidable opponent, right? If you're going up against someone that maybe clearly knows more Tekken than you can actually get off some really cheeky damage just because of how awkward Eddie is as his specific character. So I think it sort of plays into Pop's hand, and I know he's been practicing Street Fighter a little bit, so let's see what he does, man. I'm looking forward to this.
Yeah, we have to see here what is going on. So both players backing up, looking for an opportunity and getting a little bit damage out there. So on the right side of your screen is the Shoguns, and Pop on the left side on the Eddie. But now Pop is going to go ahead and get started, putting out some pressure. We go into heat here. That's going to give Dolo back his turn. He puts out more pressure, but Pop responds with his own heat, keeping control of this game. He has a life lead now with 38 seconds left. He's looking for the win, a response in that heat burst. Both players now have used up pretty much all of their resources till they hit rage. You'll see that bar start glowing red, and then you got to worry about their rage arts, those most powerful attacks. Pop tried to backdash and catch them. He caught him!
He actually caught him. There is no way Pop having his moment tonight.
I don't think Dolo might not be dead.
I don't think he's going to be dead.
Dolo's not going to be dead.
Oh, he is!
So most importantly, that hit that put him into rage brought him low enough to do enough damage.
Right.
That was right on the line. And now we get into the arguing you just play Eddie. I'm going to say this to anybody right now. If you are losing to the same, if someone is doing the same thing, you are making the same mistake. Right. If you ain't opened up this game and lab against Eddie at this point, that's not on Pop. Pop is playing UEL. Pop is executing what he knows will win, and is knowledge checking people. People have to know how to deal with it.
Yeah, one of my biggest pet peeves within the FGC is during pro competition when people yell at their opponent for mashing buttons, quote unquote, because they got caught mashing buttons. Listen, you're the one that got caught. Major props to Pop right there for landing and doing exactly what he needed to do in order to get that hit confirmed, understanding that this is a risk that he's taking, but nonetheless, he threw it out, it connected. He deserves that moment, and that's what you saw in the top left-hand corner of your screen when he popped off, no pun intended.
Not fully Pop. There's a reason his name is Pop. Yeah, and to your point, people will look at me and be like, well, you were complaining about Sing. I was complaining that there were 3 or 4 Eddies on every team.
Right.
If you think that I'm complaining but not loading up Tekken 8 and looking at how to deal with that,
yeah, absolutely.
You got two things mixed up there. There's the this is annoying, and there's the competitor that I need to be able to beat this.
Right.
So we'll see what this next character is.
I will say this, though. Way too much time in between rounds. I actually don't know if that is sort of a problem sort of on the floor, but if I'm on Ghosts, I'm
arguing
that right now. There needs to be sort of a reset in time in terms of, like, because there was a large delay in between character selection right there. And if you wanted to, if you wanted to play devil's advocate, there was actually a large amount of time before Kenna even sat down in the chair.
Yes.
So time should, probably be brought back at least to when Kenna sat down in the chair.
Yeah, button checks are also, this is 30 seconds, and I hope somebody on the Ghost side are keeping track of that.
Listen,
playing UEL is involving, look, there's the rules document for the games, there's the general rules, you need to know what they both say. What was,
he is delaying. This is delay a game.
If people got to be paying attention. People have to know how to play UEL. This is a UEL moment. I can't argue with any and everybody. And that man Pop said, I'm going to kill you anyway. I don't care, bro.
Pops is angry, dog.
Nah, go ahead, Pop your heat. Pop swinging.
Okay.
I promise you. Bomb. My turn.
Okay, Pop. Okay, big dog. Okay, Pop.
Okay, Kenneth.
Oh, ain't no way. Oh my goodness, so much emotion on the floor. Pop having his moment. Listen, there was moments tonight where you can tell Pop, was struggling a little bit in games like StarCraft, just trying to learn it as best as he could, trying to fill his role, if you can, in that Tier 5 position. But this is why he's on the team, because within sports games, within fighting games, he can hold his own, and he has now knocked out 2 solid fighters in the team of Shogun to kick things off today, man.
And I make this point to everybody. Pop does not bother people.
Yeah.
If you don't get in Pop's face and try to mess around with Pop will leave. We'll just be like, cool, good time, whatever. We're going to have some fun.
Bruh.
But if you start getting hype, you don't understand. You got to be ready. He called him. That's a button. Okay, boom. Oh, Azu Senna. Coffee Queen. Kicks. That's the caffeinated cartwheel into the floor. Knock you down. Now we go. Ash looking for opportunity.
But he comes back in with a 3-player sweep right now on the side of Ghost. That's 3, he says. Okay. Okay, all right. We're hearing some emotion coming out from the floor. Like everybody watching, regardless of your platform, Twitch, TikTok, anything, hold on to your seats because it's getting too hype in here with Pop and playing Tekken.
Pop has for seasons been playing with fighting game players, doing his best to get better and better at this game. And people always say, well, Pop, blah, blah. And he'll come in and he will do this consistently. And he told me, I've been working, I've been grinding. I want to keep getting better, and I'm going to keep putting that pressure in.
Hey! Oh,
we get
no!
Can I see the 7 gold? Can I see the 7 gold?
Boss!
Oh, no! Close! Oh, get him!
No!
The throw break!
Oh, the throw break!
The pass!
Oh, I think somebody paused. That's dead. That's dead!
RK pause.
Oh, RK? Okay, RK pause. Pops playing that. He says, smell my feet.
And now it's got to happen. In that FC game, I heard a voice from the floor.
Mm-hmm.
And it had to be none other than Mr. B.
Okay.
Mr. B been talking, and I think Pop can
say. Okay. Mr. B versus Pop. They are yelling on the floor right now.
Hey, put some money up there.
Oh, Pop told him to put some money up then. Mr. B has been talking so much smack. It's coming back to us because there is a moment unfolding on the floor right now.
Pop may have been the player that hit pause, which means Pop is out after killing
my
3.
gosh.
But this is the crazy part. O to the L also plays Eddie. He played him in Tekken 7.
Okay.
You better be ready. You better be ready.
Unfortunate for Pop. Unfortunate for Pop.
Popped off a little too hard.
Popped off a little too hard and popped that pause button on his controller. Unfortunate, but nonetheless, he definitely did his thing. It was a good moment for him, but just a little bit too short-lived, I guess.
Yes.
You know? All right, going into a quick button check. I think there's a little bit
He did a button check. I think the game master was saying you got to wait until I say live to go ahead and pause.
Okay.
And now I like the jabs. OTL's coming out, though. I'm trying to tell you,
it's
not just one game.
Man.
When he finds his character and he finds his moment, he will run you over if you are not prepared.
He needs
I asked
some
for fucking
milk.
golden letters, and he gave it to me.
Oh, my gosh.
I need the whole.
Call an ambulance.
But not for O to the L. You need to understand right now.
Oh,
I need
my
the
goodness.
whole Ghost team hitting the capoeira. Just hit the moves together.
Put him in a coffin.
All of them together.
Wow.
Mr. B sits down. We got the Alyssa stepping up. Mr. B does play some Tekken.
See, why hasn't character select been that fast the whole game? That's what I'm saying if I'm Ghost. That's a good question, because if I'm Ghost, there should be like 6 minutes left on the game
None of
clock.
my business. That's none of my business. That's, again,
What did he say? What the little elephant say in Tarzan? Seems questionable to me. Come on, man.
And this is where, like, again, there are rules in place against that, but you got to be looking at calling out your opponent. OTL looking to swing.
Yeah, he wants to get this win as
get grabbed,
quickly
no
as
breaks.
possible. Okay.
You against the wall. You don't want to be here dealing with Eddie.
No. Hey! Not like this! Throw like this! Power bomb for the victory! Wow. That's going to be that, guys. And now back to us. Ghost secured the 13th win. There's not much time left on the clock.
Roller champions is doable. You go around 3 times, you score, you instantly in the game. But unfortunately, 3 minutes left on the clock, this was a console. This is a 2-minute setup.
It's Shogun's.
Should be Shogun's setup.
Should be Shogun's setup.
And so it comes down to it. Can the Shoguns get in the game? And this is one of those heartbreakers because we look back to the beginning part of this game. We look to the first half. We look to everything that happened. To say that you were down by 8 coming into the second half and to lose the game essentially by 1 game. This is going to be, for those that don't understand what I say, if the Shoguns had lost 1 more game, the Ghost had won 1 more of these games, the Ghost had not forfeited some of these games due to setup issues. The score could be 14-15, 15-15 if they win this. And you're in a situation now where what we saw yesterday, again, using your resources. You've been talking about it a lot, but as a quote that I've said sometimes on the desk that I'm going to say here, something that comes from my dad that I hold to the end of the earth. Luck is when preparation meets opportunity. Today, the Ghost did not have luck, and that is not because the opportunity did not present itself.
Yeah.
But you were not prepared to seize that opportunity.
Yeah. That's very true, man. You couldn't have said it better myself. That was, the events that have sort of unfolded throughout the evening. I think we want to see overtime, but in reality, both of these teams just lack so much discipline that it came down to just talent versus talent, and I think Shogun outperformed them in that sense. Just in terms of just being a more well-rounded team, just in terms of like the skill and output. But this is the thing, though. It doesn't come down to like the total like well-roundedness of the league. It came down to the wheel selections, right? There's certain games that were selected tonight. What's that?
They can't forfeit. They don't have forfeits left. Only the Ghost can forfeit a game. But they can choose not to take the forfeit. Technically, they can choose not to take the forfeit if they really want to. But I'm going to say this. I'll give you another step on it. I'll give you 2 games right now. I'll give you 2 games. NHL and FC. We came into today, and the Ghost said, I asked specifically about sports games.
Yeah.
Because I wanted to address that this is a strong game. And I hear the cheers from the floor.
Dang. Shogun are popping off saying first win, what's up? Another one said took you all season. Yeah, man. It was dramatic. Well, listen, super, super dramatic evening. Unfortunately, this is going to end 14-16. Nobody hits that magic number, but the Shoguns do get their first win of the season. Ghost had some solid moments, but just lacked pretty much just as much discipline as the Shoguns. The destiny of the wheel, if you will, sort of played into the Shoguns' favor. Nonetheless, guys, we're going to get some post-game interviews, which I'm super excited about because I need some answers from some of these players. Stay tuned, guys. We're going to have those interviews for you here in a second.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail.
Right now, hunting down from the Bandits. And that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely is. This could be a runaway.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail.
Right now, hunting down from the Bandits. And that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely is. This could be a runaway, like you're saying.
And I am joined. See, this is why he is pop. Yeah. The fact that before I even asked the first question, my man sat down and he gave me the answer that all of us were looking for. The what happened today, boom. Just don't even gotta worry about it. What happened today? Setup, wins, games. I know y'all are a young squad. But what I want to ask first and foremost about that second half. Because y'all came out different. What changed during halftime?
Our games. The games just started rolling. Just back to back to back to back, and I kind of told him, I was like, it's gonna be like that. Once all they started rolling the first half, I was like, all right, y'all got the first half. Just let that one game start for the second, and it's gonna be like a little landslide effect. It's kind of what happened.
We definitely saw it. I know that speaking with y'all been practicing more. Pop, maybe turn into you, because I know you're taking kind of a leadership role on the team. What do you see in terms of practice and going forward that you want to get done to help continue to right the ship and to help it sail?
So I'm gonna say this first. Shogun's great win today. First win today for the season. Y'all came out here and put your hearts out to the Ghosts. We let it slip away in the first half. We knew about the games they wanted to have. Shooters was mostly back to back to back. It came out. We forfeited a couple. So the only thing we got to make sure that we come harder as a team, make sure that we have communication and trust each other. That's it. That's all about trusting each other. I mean, y'all know that Ghost been switching up beginning of the season to the end of the season, and we have a steady lineup right now. So only thing we can do, man, is give the Shoguns their roses, and then go back to the board, man, and try to win games.
I appreciate that. I appreciate the honesty. I appreciate the candidness. I will ask you about one incident, though, that happened specifically during the game. I know neither one of y'all were directly involved. What was going on with Halo? I heard there was rumors of a 1v1, and the 1v1 was ducked.
So I'm going to say this. It was communication between a player and another player. They agreed to something. Then the GM came in and said, nah.
Okay.
Could be me, because if I agree to a 1v1, ain't nobody stopping for that 1v1.
Ain't nobody stopping the 1v1. Matt was saying the same things. I do appreciate y'all. I know y'all got stuff y'all want to work on. I know y'all got a long time ahead of y'all and stuff that y'all want to get done. So I'm going to let y'all go ahead and head out. Thank y'all again for an amazing game, for playing your hearts out. Once again, the Georgia Ghosts.
Shout out Shoguns again, man. Great game.
Great game.
Great game.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail. Right now, hunting down from the bandits. Oh, and there again, and that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely is. This could be a runaway, like you're saying.
And we're back with two players from Shogun. We got Kenna and Mr. B showing some love to Carto.
The GOAT.
I got you. Well, listen, I got two, some dramatic questions going to both of you guys. First thing, Strix sort of handed me this question right at the end of their interview, so I want to, get a little bit more information. What happened with regards to the 1v1 situation during Halo, Kenna, between you and one of the players over from the Ghost?
I was going to run it. Well, first, when he asked the 1v1, I was like, how much do you have in your bank account? And he's like, no, not for money. And then I was like, okay, whatever. But then he wanted to do a 1v1 in the game, but BD was like, no.
Okay, so GM stepped in.
Yeah, because they started talking crazy.
Right,
So
okay.
I was like,
All right, because we definitely needed some clip. Because my direct quote on the stream was, I was like, I'm pretty sure Kenna's pretty ride or die. And I'm pretty sure he, honestly knows Halo culture, and he's not running from that, right? So I was worried at the start, but thank you for clarifying that. Good looks.
I was ready.
Mr. B.
Yes.
What was the drama going on Tekken potentially with Pop?
Oh man, he was just getting too comfortable, man, too big for his britches, and then his homeboy came through and hit the button for him, and he had to walk away.
Okay, all right.
For his britches, man.
All right, so is Tekken your go-to, man?
Of course, man. I love Tekken.
All right, I love that. All right. Well, my last question, man, I guess is for both of y'all. obviously there's a lot of sort of like setup issues, and I think it really comes down to discipline. I've complimented you guys. I've casted multiple of your games that really came down to, I think, the discipline of that setup, because you're so well-rounded and you're so talented as a team. I think a lot of your losses, had you not had to forfeit, it would have at least gone into overtime and you potentially could have won those things. What do you guys need to do to become more disciplined, or at least what do you plan on doing to improve as a team in that sense?
I know what to say.
You want to go
So
first?
we have a really bad habit of once we get up, we start to not take it serious.
There we go.
Right.
There we go.
So, or if we like, we 2 of our games rolled, we're Gucci. We don't have to like even take anything serious.
Okay.
We troll. Today there was some outside stuff that was kind of going on. Me and Ash lived together. Someone I think was breaking into like our house.
Oh my
His
gosh.
girlfriend was home. That's when we started going on that losing streak, because like normally me and Ash were the ones who keep people composed. So,
Okay.
everything just went.
Okay, understandable,
Yeah.
understandable. Well, listen, man.
That's true.
Thank you guys for sitting down, talking with me, clearing up some things, if you will. And I will say this: amongst all of the teams, the energy that you guys bring to the arena, the drama, if you will, I think is amongst the most entertaining in the entire league. So as long as you guys, sort of correct some of that discipline and keep becoming a more well-rounded team, and I think you guys are going to be sort of a force to be reckoned with, if you will. So congratulations, boys, on your first win. Shogun going 1-7 now.
Mr. B, the best sports player in the
best
league.
sports player in the league, bro. Anybody want, they can get it, man. You already know how it go. You know how it go. Love it. Love it.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail.
Right now, hunting down from the bandits. And that one goes in there, taking this one away. 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely is. This could be a runaway, like you said.
And there you have it. The week 12 of the UEL's season 9 is coming to a close. Heartbreak, some hope, a lot of close games, but we have more on the horizon. Mob, it's been an amazing time.
It is, man. Today was emotional to say the least, but obviously very fun to, I'm sure, watch for you guys at home, but even more fun for us to cast here in the arena. Nonetheless, guys, please join us next Thursday. We're going to have the Ghosts versus the Reapers getting ready to throw down, moving into week 13. I hope you guys can join us for that here at the Ultimate In Gamers League, where gamers go pro.
Michigan Paladins play for purpose, supporting efforts to end bullying and building kindness. Get ready to join the Michigan Paladins on December 3rd for an exciting online gaming fundraiser that's all about making a difference. We are rallying together to support the Be a Friend Project, an incredible nonprofit that empowers kids to help other kids and promotes kindness to stop bullying. This Giving Tuesday, every match we play and every contribution made will directly impact children and teens facing the challenges of bullying, reminding them that they are not alone and inspiring them to stay strong. For the Paladins, character and sportsmanship are as important as gaming skills. It's not just about how we play, but how we treat each other while playing. And we choose kindness. We believe that fostering a culture of respect and positivity elevates not just our gameplay, but the entire gaming experience. By uplifting one another and leading by example, we aim to create a community where everyone feels valued and inspired to be their best, both in and out of the game. The Paladin players focus on long-term impact through respect rather than just short-term victory. It's important for our team to promote camaraderie, which extends to players on the opposing team. We strive to build connections that transcend competition, showing that true champions uplift everyone around them. By prioritizing mutual respect and empathy, we set the standard for what it means to compete with integrity and leave a lasting legacy on the gaming world. The Michigan Paladins, like the other UEL teams, have players that excel in different gaming genres. We embrace player diversity and recognize skill differences. Our Paladins share their game knowledge and support each other. Everyone belongs and has something valuable to contribute. By celebrating our unique strengths and lifting each other up, we aim to build a team that is stronger together, embodying the true spirit of unity and inclusivity. Winning is great, but respect lasts forever. Be the player that everyone wants to play with.